every moment of my life for this, and you expect me to just call it quits? Not likely. Coming for the title at the top, you won't stop me. Think that I missed my shot, but no, I'll be damned if I give you a chance to take us down again. I've got what it takes to get you in the end. I'm mad, I'm upset, I'm inspired, I won't quit. You can call yourself king, but I won't submit. We are never gonna stop this. Be the ones to end this.
Executed. 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 Double kill. Triple kill. executed.
Moving. When did we stop doing it? When did we settle for technology that keeps us still?
So move me, baby, like you've nothing left to prove.
The Kia electric range. Technology that moves you. Kia. Movement that inspires.
Where legends have walked, and even bigger legends will continue to make their name.
You're gonna make it! You're gonna make it, dude! Come on! Stay with, work with me here, work with me! We're nearly there! We're nearly there! Come on, let's go!
Oh, Trev. Help.
Mark, you've done too much, dude. What can I get you?
Give me that.
Even the biggest champ needs a break.
Are you guys being weird again?
sweet, sweet goodbye. Maybe I was blinded by blessings, but I know that no go back. Never gonna know, but I guess that we were gold dust. Whoa. And she said, remember when we're done. Life goes on and I love the moonlight, the sunshine, your sweet, sweet goodbye. Yeah, I love the moonlight underneath the sad sky. Sweet, sweet goodbyes, sweet, sweet goodbyes. Sweet, sweet goodbye underneath the sad sky. Dream, dreams so high. Just another sweet goodbye. We don't message, I feel the tension. Where you going tonight? Oh yeah, all the pressure is on my chest and I just wanna cry. And she said, remember when we're done. Life goes on. I love the moonlight, the sunshine, your sweet, sweet goodbye. Yeah, I love the moonlight underneath the sad sky. I'm on a high, sweet, sweet goodbye. I love it. It's alright. But I love the moonlight, the sunshine, your sweet, sweet goodbye. Yeah, I love the moonlight underneath the sad sky. I'm all alive. It's sweet, sweet goodbye. Sweet, sweet goodbye underneath the sad sky. Dream, dreams so high. Just another sweet goodbye.
If you had it all, would you look the fall in the eyes? Could you walk away this time? Will you realize, recognize it's never over? And the flame that once had died, awaken. Will you rise above the days to come? Will you be enough? Will you walk away this time? Look to your left, to your right, leave the pain behind. 'Cause we all face the fires, and we stray from the light. Go and leave the pain behind. Feel that rush, feel the taste. Can you feel it with the pain?
from Berlin, Germany. After saying goodbye to Excel and Heretics in the regular season, we are moving on to the best of threes today on our way to crown the spring champion and find our second representative at MSI. The studio is full. I'm glad you missed us. I missed the studio as well and everyone, and I'm very happy to be joined by Dagda and by Goldberg. It's odd, isn't it? I mean, it's the same. It's gonna be the same in summer. Rather, we're gonna have a little break. Do we all feel reinvigorated to tackle the groups?
I think so. I think it was nice having that little break where in between the best of one and the best of three, and more so also for the teams, because I think some of them might have needed that little extra break as well, but going from the best of one to best of threes.
I just love the stakes. I love that we're back into the best of three, where you can actually go, all right, like, what's going to happen? Obviously, everyone gets a second chance here, but still, the fact that we're actually getting into some really, really good series, I'm excited for it.
And you're healthy again, because you weren't feeling that well.
Yeah, no, just about. Yeah.
So excellent. I mean, it wasn't excellent that you weren't feeling well, but that it was in the break week. We all have new energy. Now, what I wanted to do to kick the day off and to kick the group stage off is to pull up the standings from summer 2022 and spring 2023, so the one we're currently in, to see what catches our eye, because there are two things that immediately jump top of mind, Dagda.
Yeah, I mean, the fact that BDS and Astralis running their way right the way up to the top, they look absolutely incredible. And I think it's been really cool to see how these teams have grown and learned over the course of not only just like this split, but also last split as well. It feels like they've really set themselves into their stride and they know how they want to play the game.
Yeah, and it's just like for Astralis, a small substitution with a mid laner where they suddenly just got a completely new stylistic of a team. The same with BDS. They were good in winter, got even better in spring, and just kept building on the already very good foundation that they had.
How is it that Astralis and BDS have improved so much? What is it that they're doing differently than other teams?
But I think it's what Goldberg was kind of hinting at there. It feels like these two teams have really found their identity. Like adding Leader into the mix now, Astralis feel like they're able to go for these early skirmishes, which they look really, really good through. And then when you look across at BDS as well, I think it's really cool to see that they've gone, hey, look, we want to fight for dragons, but they're also setting themselves up really well for those dragon objectives, where they're going, looking for, can we blow a summoner spell 2 minutes before this actually kicks off? Can we blow an ultimate before a fight starts? And then letting themselves feel themselves nice and easy into these fights.
And I also think just from a meta and drafting point of view, these were some of the teams that understood from the get-go what they needed to do in draft. I have been very impressed with Astralis, but even more so with BDS. It's simple when you look at it. They just always wait with their solo laners to the last time, but they pick the champions that matter, that gets them priority, like Asia, a good pick for Adam, and it just works for them. I've been thoroughly impressed with it.
But not everyone has an Adam. So maybe that makes it more difficult.
But we're all made up of atoms.
Yeah, there's only one. So that's true. I just got that. I wasn't actually listening to you. That happens sometimes. But in any case, Astralis and BDS, I'm kidding.
I listened to
just didn't hear. Astralis and BDS, so definitely have improved. Would you say they are overperforming, or do we just have a couple of teams that are underperforming as well? I know that's always a contentious topic because, yes, of course, two things can be true at the same time as well. But what do you think is going on?
I think it's a bit of a mix. I think, because we kind of hinted at, like, Astralis and BDS found their identity. I think they've got a really good way of playing this style that they want to play. But I think on the flip side, I think a team like Mad Lions has kind of slipped away from that identity, where they used to be the team that, okay, strong mid-jungle, we'll play for side lanes, and then we'll go through strong team fighting. But it feels like now we're not getting that same work through Niski and Oyoya. Hilly's been caught out in random places. It feels like there's certain teams that are underperforming, but definitely we still see the overperformances from some squads.
I mean, and the same can be said for Koi, right? There was days where we came in and we looked at them, we thought, hey, you're finally looking good. Like, it seems like you are getting a clear identity. And then the day after, it's all gone again. I think that inconsistency is really what sets them apart from some of the top teams and why they're struggling to just get over the line, because they have not been as good. And sometimes it comes down to a bigger macro, but for Koi specifically as well, that bot lane, they just got 2v2 kills quite often. So it was like both a team thing, but also some of the individuals at times really struggled to show up.
There's so much that could be at play here between kind of adjusting to the way the tempo is so high in this new structure, between the way that it was the same patch, and if you don't have it figured out from the start, maybe you're always just not able to catch up. It is interesting, though, that it is specifically the teams that were so good last year that faltered down to the bottom. We also have some outliers. I want to say Fnatic, who people expected at least a bit more from. All of a sudden, they figured it out. Apparently.
Yeah, I think it comes down to kind of how teams have struggled to, or at least have found kind of the fundamentals of how they want to play. So when you look at like a team like Mad Lions, like they'll look at Dragon Up setups and they go, oh, well, Niski's pushed underneath his own tower. We have no pressure in bot lane, but Oyoyo will start up the Dragon. And then it's like, oh, well, then we die at Dragon and kind of question mark why the hell we were doing this in the first place, right? Yeah. But then when you look across at someone like Fnatic, I know Goldberg's been a big talker about how good their drafts have been in trying to set themselves up for success when it comes towards like team fighting and the later stages of the game as well.
Yeah, and I also think like for a team like Mad Lions, it's not because they're not afraid to pull the trigger. I'd actually argue that they pull the trigger way too much, and when you just pull it like that, you're bound to shoot yourself in the foot, and that's often what happens. And from the side of Fnatic, I think they had good drafts, but in the beginning, they just really struggled to play out the good drafts that they had. So that was more so an individual thing. It's hard to say, oh, some of the bottom teams are struggling because of this one thing. They all have things they need to work on.
They do. Let's pull up the group's bracket. Win twice and you're in the playoffs. Lose twice and you're out. We have Astralis versus Fnatic later today as well, but we'll be kicking things off with Vitality versus Mad. Overall, these are how the groups have played out, and they are quite spicy. I want to say, of course, some of the teams could pick their opponents, but overall, do you feel like they're well measured, or is there one outlier that you say, okay, this is for sure going to go the way of X or Y?
I would have to probably go with G2 and Koi from what we've seen from them.
Yeah.
I think Koi is the biggest question mark to me because I was so used to them being very consistent, but suddenly they're not. You can go back and look at Winter, say, well, they got 7 plays and made a good run through it, but we need going up against G2, who in best of series has always been the best team in Europe.
I'm going to go and say that that isn't a risky opinion.
Yeah. So,
as you were saying it, I guess you realized, like, oh, actually, G2 are pretty good at best of.
Yeah.
I think the team that's standing out to me is SK. I really want to see what happens with this team. Like, I was really excited about them in winter. Like, you get Exakick and DOS coming in. They look absolutely fantastic. They're in the bottom lane. Mark Hoon playing around them fantastically. And then that magic seems to have just evaporated. I don't know what happened coming into spring. We're not getting that same synergy. And I think when you've lost 4 out of your last 5 games, this is where SK really need to step up against BDS. And it's not an easy opponent with the way BDS are playing. So I think that's the big question mark for me is, can we see the SK that we got at the start of the year?
Cool number I researched as well in the break was SK in winter in regular season, they got 9 2v2 kills from the bottom lane, but in spring, they only got 3. So it's just like, even some of the macro things you can say, like they started playing topside, whatever, but even from an individual point of view as well, something felt a bit lackluster. So it's really cool to look at these things in comparisons too.
And it's really nice to see, hopefully, how the teams will have improved coming into these best of threes. Now, the winner of the LEC Spring Split will also become our second team to represent us at MSI. However, in the event that G2 win, it all comes down to championship points. Here to explain championship points, we send it to our special guests. Take it away.
Hello! Hello! And welcome everybody to the Patronizing Show! Woo! Where we teach you things while using funny voices! Funny voices! Yay! Oh, my name is Sokias from the magical land of socks. I like to explain things. What's your name?
I'm Aaron Chamberlain. I'm 31 years old, and honestly, I've lost control of my life.
No, that's a different meaning. But let me slap some happiness into you.
Okay.
Slap some happiness.
My name's Steve.
Hi, Steve. What are we here for today?
We're here to explain championship points.
Yay! Championship points.
Okay. So now imagine you're in the LEC and you play some games, and you either lose or you win those games, unless you excel. Then, at the end of the split, you end up in a certain position.
You mean like upside down?
No, silly! We're not in Australia! For each position, we give out points. Less points for a lower place, and more points for a higher one.
Whoa, but why do points matter?
Well, championship points are important for MSI and for the LEC season finals.
Whoa, but wait a minute. I thought G2 were already going to MSI.
They are, you silly Billy. But if they win again, we don't know who our second seed is.
So that's why we use championship points. So, have the teams got points already for winter?
Yes, and you can see those points behind us.
That's just a green screen.
Stop burning the emotion! Stop it!
Wow,
Slap happiness into you, huh? Okay.
Wow, look at all the Mad Lions points. Wow.
Yeah, Mad Lions, I love the Lions.
Really?
My favourite's Mufasa. I can't wait to see him grow old with his son. They look so happy on the poster. Oh, so happy. Oh.
Anyway, as you can see, a team like Mad Lions MSI have lots of points from Winter, which means they could still get to MSI even if they don't do as well in Spring.
That's true. And a team like Fnatic, who didn't do that well in Winter, would have to win the whole split if they want to go to MSI.
Wow.
And they haven't won anything in 5 years.
5 years? That's how many fingers I have on my hand. Let's count together, everyone. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
So, let's summarize. If you win Spring, you go to MSI's first seed.
Yeah. And if G2 win, then the second seed is determined by what points.
Yeah, and you gain championship points from your position in both Winter and in Spring.
Yeah. Basically, Man have a lot of points, and Fnatic don't really have many.
Wow! So it's all about the friends we made along the way.
No, Medic, it's literally about championship points.
It's about friends.
Championship.
Right, well, we'll see you next time.
See you on the next episode of
The Patronizing Show! To hear more about the patch, let's send it over to someone who's very beautiful, stunning, so smart, the biggest of brains. It's Medic! Yay! Hi everyone, and welcome to another LEC patch rundown. With the LEC kicking off again, we'll be jumping from patch 13.4 all the way up to 13.6 for the rest of the spring split. Let's chat about what changes have hit the Rift during the break. To calm your nerves, the new champion Melio and the reworked Yuumi will be disabled for the entire LEC bracket stage, so we're not covering them here. Make sure to check out the full patch notes for more information on these champions, and we'll see them in summer. Well, hopefully not Yuumi.
Sorry, please don't hate me.
Top lane buffs abound with Rumble and Kennen back in the spotlight.
No way.
Not ADC Kennen. Sorry, Reckless. While Rumble's E Electro Harpoon now shreds enemies' magic resistance like butter, Kennen's Q Thundering Shuriken was given more base damage, a higher AP ratio, and less cooldown. There's one player I'm sure would love these changes. But here comes Odo! He slices through them all! But sadly, he already lightning rushed out of the spring split. Perks also must be pretty sad, as his most played champion Aurelion Sol has had his wings clipped, reducing his base stats, the damage of his Q, and the CC duration of his ultimate. Tragic. Analysts predict a heavy decrease in T-Tor's usage in Twitch chat. But fear not, Perks. After small buffs to LeBlanc's Q, dealing more damage to minions and refunding mana as well as some cooldown on target kill, you can deceive people into thinking you're in Worlds 2018 form, so we expect her to rise massively in priority through the rest of spring.
Here comes Perks! Perks blows up RNG!
In bot lane, we've already seen a bunch of Jinx during the regular season, and in 13.5, her attack speed growth as well as the W zap damage and slow have been increased. Seems like Arcane 2 is right on the horizon. Oh, also her ult now deals the same amount of damage to monsters as Smite, so good luck on your burger flips, junglers. On the other hand, Xayah has been plucking OP, so her Blade Caller damage has been lowered while the cooldown has been increased. I think I just heard Reckless breathe a sigh of relief. Finally, we have two system changes. In order to make top lane less of an irrelevant role, you get what I did there, most elemental Drake buffs have been nerfed by a small percentage, hoping to reduce the early game focus around the bot lane. Furthermore, nerfs to Legend Bloodline, Lethal Tempo, Navoid Quickblades, and Bloodthirster are aiming to stop the dominance of bot laners. Last but not least, the early game cooldown of the Sweeping Lens trinket has been increased by 30 seconds, meaning you can no longer ward then reset for Sweeper to deny vision on your jungler's start location. Also makes it a little bit harder to clear out vision in the early game. That's all for this episode of Patch Rundown. Thank you for watching and see you on the Rift for the LEC bracket stage on patch 13.6.
Thank you very much, Medic. You are indeed very stunning. So let's talk about which teams were buffed and which teams were nerfed by the patch coming into this bracket stage, because we did have some jungle changes. Medic went through them in the beginning as well. There were one change as well to one specific champion that some may remember from Nuke if you are an OG ERL watcher of Nuke, and that is Qiyana. The fact that you can have the counter pick, the hidden OP, I don't know, hidden OP, a hidden champion in the Kiana for Nuke could come in. I feel like that's a little bit of a buff, secret buff to BDS.
Yeah, especially since we're kind of seeing more of the AD champions starting to come into the meta in the mid lane. I think this is going to be something that you can have in your back pocket. So I'm super excited to see if we actually get to see that Kiana come out and have that, secret sauce that Nuke can bring to the table.
Well, we got more names coming up as well, and this is a Yike here as well. Dactha, what do we feel about Yike's chances going into this patch?
Everything but Yikes. They look absolutely fantastic. I think this guy's going to have a fantastic split at the moment, or at least rest of the split, because when you look at the changes that we saw to the jungle coming in, we actually have an opportunity to go for invades, where you got an opportunity to play more of a carry style and be more at the forefront and have lane support you. That just suits Yike down to the ground.
Great. I have another jungler here, Dactha. You talk a lot about counter jungling, clearing camps. What does that look like for Malrang then?
Not bad.
Oh, okay, so we're looking at a bit of a nerf here.
Yeah, it hasn't been the best of times for Malrang, I think, this split, and it doesn't really seem like it's going to get much better either, because unfortunately for Malrang, it has been a very rough time. The fact you're not going to be able to get as much experience off of lane minions means that he's going to be struggling a little bit, because that's kind of been his bread and butter.
Yeah.
He tends to fall behind.
Exactly. Now, we got a mid laner here as well. His name is Leader, and while there wasn't specific buffs to his champion pool, there was buffs to the AP top laners, the likes of a Kennen, the likes of a Rumble, and with that could open up some of these AD mid laners you already talked a bit about with Nuke here, which has very much been the style of Astralis as well.
Yeah, and the fact that you get to use these AD champions then play for early skirmishes just seems to suit Astralis down to the ground as well. So I'm expecting big things from Astralis. I'm looking forward to seeing what they can do today from that mid lane.
I got another one for Astralis though, and I'll be honest, he's been having a jungle playstyle a bit like Malrang, so I kind of feel like he has to go in the same booth with the fact he can't counter jungle as much with the style that we saw from them, but he also had a specific style in the DRLs before coming to the LEC.
Yeah, I mean, looking at him in LEC, I think there was one game I watched, he hadn't cleared his first blue buff for like 7 minutes into the game, so definitely a bit of a different style, but I do agree when we look back at him in the LFL, he was very much about, hey, I want to go for invades, I want to try and play this big carry style, so I think we might see him fall back onto things like the Viego that we're seeing pop up in LCK and LPL, and then try and take over once more.
We got another jungler as well. Shio, one of the junglers with the highest counter jungle percentage, meaning, oh, I can deal more damage to enemy monsters and I get more gold for it. I think it's self-explanatory. Has to go and be a buff for BDS too.
Yeah, especially when they've had so much control over their early stages thanks to strong lanes and given that opportunity then across to Shio to step up. I think it's just going to be a rinse and repeat. I think there's so many junglers now, they're going to see try and change their style and step up to be a bit more of that controlling style.
And next one we have...
What's that doing there?
We have Excel. I honestly don't know what this one is doing here, but if Excel were to be talked about on this patch, I guess we would actually call it a buff, a bit of the same Auto champions as well, with Kennen, with Rumble as well.
Yeah, true.
So it honestly would be really good for Excel.
Over here,
but we don't actually have them here, so it's... Yeah, next time. But going to a different team as well, Sad Lions, because they haven't really been performing as much as we would want them to, could probably be called nerfed, but we're nerfing the sadness and buffing the happiness with some of the jungle changes, which potentially could bring back some of the 2v2 mid-jungle we used to talk about for Mad Lions.
Man, I hope we get to see it, because I mean, Mad Lions mid-jungle was the strongest in the league for such a long time, and to not have that synergy there anymore is heartbreaking, honestly, to kind of see. So I'm hoping we get to see them step back into that role, playing towards Elyoya, working through Niski, and actually having fun with that once more.
And to bring us in to a bit of today's matchup as well, I do have
the Mad Lad.
The Mad Lad, the Mad Dog on leash, if you say so. Jungle changes. What are we expecting to see out of him?
I mean, we've already seen him trying to bring out in spring things like the Kindred, the Karthus, all these kind of things, trying to step up to be that carry. I feel like we're going to get this again from him. The fact that he already has these champions and was his playstyle in the LPL, it just feels like a no-brainer.
Well, there you have it. Let's have over to the analyst desk and continue with this one.
Thank you. And you're coming here. It was so formal, but you're just walking here, so it's great. I love that breakdown. I feel bad for, like, I don't know, 113 and Malrang, because everyone else went into the buff category.
I was kind of making the faces when I was going through it. I was like, hold on a minute. I could have probably created more negatives than just those two.
Shout out to John behind the scenes for making the sock puppets, and you actually cut out all the heads yourself.
I came in early today to cut those out.
To get a bit of a head start.
Yeah,
a head start, indeed. Let's see if Mad and Vitality get a head start as well in the group stage. This is the first match that we have in our best of threes, and it's not one that we saw in winter in the best ofs, at least. Now, when we look at the regular season, we see that Mad arrives here rather battle-scarred, I want to say. They actually barely made it. Vitality, 2 to the top end. I think a lot of people are ending up positive with what they've shown in winter, even though it wasn't that good by the end of the season. But it was the same going into spring, and in the end, it was Mad Lions who made it to the finals.
Exactly. Like, remember in winter, Vitality won the regular season and flunked out almost immediately. Coming into it, Mad Lions did still have some struggles, but not as much as we're seeing this spring split at all. But I think going into the matchup, there's a very clear favorable team going into it, and that would be Vitality with the way they've been played, despite some of the struggles they've had.
Yeah, I think especially when you look at Mad, just not having that identity anymore, it doesn't feel like they know it's playing through mid-jungle. We've seen a different champion from Niski almost every single game he's played this split as well. It just doesn't feel like they know how they want to play or what they want to do. And I think that's going to be a big struggle against a team like Vitality that is very certain how they want to play.
That have their priorities straight. Talk to me about what their priorities were this spring. How have they gotten their wins?
Yeah, it's been really interesting to watch, because when I looked back at them in winter, I was like, oh, this is a team that's, you know, we're going to forego dragons, and then we're going to play for big strengths around getting gold, getting towers, and just dominating through that respect. But now that we're moving into spring, it's been a very different story. We're like, oh, we're actually going to look for dragons. We're going to make sure that we're setting up correctly for these, playing more for team fights. And as a result of having an objective that they can fight for in the mid to late game, their games are like 4 minutes quicker on average than they were back in winter. So I think it's been a big buff to them. And also I think the fact that upsets come in has made such a big difference to them.
That is just a big difference, right? That is the reason why the goal difference is suddenly looking so good as well. You have a guy who's incredibly good with resources, but we also know calls way more for resources. So when you have a playstyle where you're not playing too much up towards the top side, but you play down towards the bottom side, almost by butterfly effect of that, you will have higher prior on the Drakes too.
Yes, and we've heard also from people in interviews, I think Perks was one of the first to say that he is very vocal. He really lets people know what he wants, and you can see that in their play. Goldberg, and you dove a little bit deeper into when Vitality look their best.
Yeah, so Vitality look their best when they have their triple threat composition that kind of works for them. So I went back to the first week that we saw, because that was actually one of the best weeks they had. In this scenario, it's Bo playing up towards the top side against Excel, and you can think to yourself, well, this looks pretty normal. And it is at the same time, but it's not just the fact that they're playing topside, it's the fact that they have perks on something that's self-sufficient in the mid lane and that can roam. So he gets the priority from the mid lane and will immediately move it down towards the bottom side, where you don't need your jungler suddenly to play for the bot lane. You can just have your mid laner be the one shadowing, and there's nothing the enemy team can do on the other side of the map, because you've already beaten top side. Mid lane is just forced to push in. Now he's going to be late to the roam down. They can already go for the dive, and it's just more gold into upset. The thing is, it's hard to get 3 prio lanes every single time. Vitality is a kind of team that's very adamant at forcing this style, and when they don't have the free prio lanes, they still try and go for it. In this instance, Bo was laid off a reset. He wasn't necessarily playing up towards topside. He was forced out by counter jungling. Perks still tried to go for the bot lane play that we saw earlier just in the Annie, where he's the one covering from the bot lane, so Bo doesn't need to do it, but they overforce, and that's been some of the struggles we've seen for Vitality. They're very adamant in playing this style. I think they are a team of 5 gifted individuals, but their macro, quite honestly, from what we've seen, has been quite mediocre.
And I think a huge part of that is because, as you can kind of see there is that a lot of the players are disjointed on this team, you know, especially in week 3. Like, you would see Bo trying to make plays happen, but there wouldn't be like Perks roaming from the mid lane in the same way, or you wouldn't actually have them trying to link up with the bot side of the support. It looked very much like 5 individual players playing against each other, and then you're looking at upset, who every so often make a call of we can do dragon, we can roam here, but not actually functioning together as that unit and actually cohesively moving around the map.
Yeah, and it's maybe giving us a different image than we would have expected after that insane start by Bo to the year, for instance. Now, you followed them for a long time. Can you summarize what you think about Bo in this current state in Vitality?
I think it's massively different from what we saw over in the LPL, because when he initially came through, it was very much a case of him working with Doomby, working with Chris, and going, hey, we are going to set up Bo as this carry on the Talias, on the Olafs. But instead now he's had to take a very different route, which is coming back in, I'm going to play the tanks, I'm going to take a step back and try and enable my laners significantly more, because I do have this triple threat that's there. And I think when you start to move then in towards now this new meta, maybe we see him fall back onto some of these more carry-oriented picks, but it's also been him very much playing a much more solo game where he's the one facilitating lanes rather than lanes facilitating him. And I think to see that big shift in vitality in this best of 3 would be quite strange if they suddenly mix it up. Yeah,
It might be indeed. They're up versus the Mad Lions, and for some more insight into the Lions, Frankie caught up with strategic coach Pad.
Thank you very much, Shox, and thank you, Pad, for joining me today. You just told me you've had the best week you've had all year. What was going on?
Yeah, I mean, I think we've managed to solve a lot of the in-game issues we've had, and through solving those in-game issues, we've managed to actually get a lot closer together as a team as a whole.
What was the key thing you wanted to fix last week?
I think when you have two big personalities like Elioya and Healy in a team, who obviously have Healy has infinite amount of experience, and Yoya has won 2 championships with us as well. Getting those two to meet in the middle, find that fine line between how do we want to play League of Legends together has been a hurdle throughout the year so far. But I think we've managed to crack it this week.
Do you think that was one of the things perhaps holding the team back in the regular season?
I think it provided, I think it was reason due to, for some of our inconsistency. But I also think that Mac and I have had some draft blunders on top of that. So I think it's been a bit of a mixture of everything.
So what were you trying to do with the drafts in the regular season?
So heading into week 1, I think I can reveal without saying too much, is we actually just had a different meta read from a lot of the other teams in the league, and we kind of showed up on day 1 with our Cho'Gath myth, and we had been playing that in scrims, and it's been going really well. We played 3 or 4 different flex champions, and we just been flex, and then we go in on stage, and it just makes sense that if this is the meta that other teams are playing, we cannot play this. So week 1 was a bit rough because on day 1 our meta read was wrong. On day 2 it was a bit hard to adapt on the spot. And I think by day 3 we started getting there, but it meant that we were basically just 2 games behind from the get-go.
And we're playing on patch 13.6 now. So what's the meta read for you now without giving too much away?
Meta read is probably biggest takeaway is probably that Azir is no longer the best go-to blind pick mage. It seems like it's a bit in the gutter with all of the nerfs it's received. Outside of that, honestly, the patch isn't huge. Annie wasn't touched, Olaf wasn't touched. There's a lot of champions that are still in the meta. It just some of the teams that was relying very heavily on Azir might be struggling a bit more.
And there's potentially more options for Elioya now as well.
I think there are some more options for Yoya as well. I think he has a champion Ocean regardless. So we'll see how that pans out.
There have been 10 champions so far played by Nisqy in this split. Are we going to see number 11 today?
Let me think. You might see number 11 today.
What's the direction?
Forward, chaos.
Oh, I'm very excited to see what you've got in store. So I think what we'll do is we'll head back to the desk to see what they're anticipating for this matchup.
It's Victor. Chaos forward.
Chaos Storm.
Well, yeah.
Oh,
he gave us ours, I guess. No, we don't know indeed. But I think you were both really happy to hear Pat talk about the perceived issues being the things that are in line with what you want to talk about right now. Draft, priorities, meta read overall.
Yeah, I think in general, we actually got some really nice insights from Pat here as well. And I completely agree with his own take of the team too. Draft blunders that we've seen has been unfortunate. With this one behind us specifically, I spoke to him afterwards. He was very sick. He was in bed. He was saying, oh yeah, I was watching the game.
Why were you there?
Well, I was spoken to him the week after. Spoke to him the week after. And he was like, yeah, I don't know what happened. I saw this. I went back to bed then. And yeah, at first when you look at it versus Fnatic, it looks like a decent, good composition you just throw in together. But then you play it into the context of what Fnatic has drafted over here. You pick 1-2 Nautilus. They pick Braum on 3 or 2, and then you have a Jinx as well that's just scaling with it. You go into the 4 and 5 bands, and you haven't taken away the Azir from Humanoid, and there's still a guy who deals with some of the CC that you would have to skirmish around here. It's just too difficult to play, and that's been some of the blunders that we've seen. This is just one example of a few, and I think not only that, when they have gone for some of their other drafts, we saw the one with Cassiopeia where they had to kite back, they played like a let's engage comp. So I think for Mad Lions, it's just been a bit difficult for them, not only to identify what they want to do going into draft, but also going into the Rift afterwards.
Do you have trust that they are going to turn it around? You've got 10 seconds.
I hope so. I mean, Pad seems confident, and I'll trust in Pad, I suppose.
We'll see, indeed. Well, let's get those best of 3 started. It is time to kick off the LEC 2023 Spring Group Stage.
A little bit shaky, but Mad will get the result they need, and they will make it into top 8.
We are the team that took the least break from one split to another. Emotionally, we were really tired, and that build-up, it just made things way harder than it should have been. We had 2 really bad weeks.
Here is the OLAP, and there go the entirety of Mad Lions. That's 2. He's looking for more. He's looking to make it 3. He chases Chasey underneath the tower. It's 3. Can he make it 4? It's 4.
I don't feel too happy. The way we qualified and the circumstances don't allow me to be happy. I think we played pretty bad, and the fact that we're in this spot, it's pretty shaming for me. I'm relieved that we made it, but can't be too happy.
Shouldn't be the first target for Vitality. He'll fall. It's a double for Perks. Pops the feathers, both hits him in the head. Vitality in the most one-sided game we have seen in a while.
We've been struggling for like a long time, like even last year when we won LEC. I feel really about our place because we're like 7th place and we always want to be at the top. Like we want to be first place. That's always our goal. And then not if we play like we do right now, we get knocked out instantly.
For the first time in BDS's history, BDS win the regular season.
It's been 1.5 years. But I didn't really taste LEC correctly, right? Because I was just perma-losing. Those were like a really hard year, mentally and everything, right?
Schalke are eliminated from playoffs.
BDS are out of playoffs.
Basically, this is your life, right? So if you're losing at your life, you cannot feel good. From the winter split, I just felt like it was my first split in LEC because I could feel that I'm improving and I just improved, right? So I was really happy, and this is the first step, right? The regular season. Now we have to aim for more.
For the regular season, your second seed will be Astralis.
I'm happy to be back. It's nice to play again because I've only been playing LEC for like 1.5 splits. People have been always talking about me, but I've never been here in a way.
Vitality, of course, losing out in their first best of 5.
Me and Finn are both super controversial players, so if we mess up this split and we don't do good enough, we're gonna go bankrupt in the leader and Finn stocks. Jungkook being an import, he wants to do good. 113, probably the most hated LEC player. Kobe as well, he's been around for a long time and now he's peaking. Our careers are on the line.
Leader, solar flame on the back line, though they're going for Mickey instead, and Mickey's already dead. Kobe doing it too. The win forfeited to Astralis.
Minimum must be to at least reach the playoffs for us.
Vitality claim 4th spot in the regular season.
I want to really work hard with my team on improving because I think we still lack a lot of team play aspects. We will definitely need to put in a lot of work.
SK trying to pray for a miracle, but in the face of heretics, your prayers mean nothing.
Our picks are probably not the best and we are not understanding how to play, and this leads to us losing confidence and then we stop playing the game like we should. When you are not as dominant in scrims, then you start doubting yourself and then it's snowballing, so we need to relax and take a step back to take like 2 steps forwards, right? And just start improving again.
He's gonna get knocked back, he's gonna get eaten alive, and the fight will keep going as Broken Blade manages to find the feast onto Irrelevant.
Oh, he's dancing! Hit him with it!
There has been some games, this split, where we are a bit shaky, but it's G2, right? We will always have our shaky games.
They want to make it to groups! Empress Divine comes out, but I don't think they've done it! It does not work!
It was a pretty tough journey for all of us. We managed to turn it around between the splits, and now we finally get the wins on the board as well, so the confidence is there. It feels great to have this kind of momentum coming into the next stage now.
Fnatic did a few more autos!
It's not dead yet! It's not dead yet!
About do it at the end of the final hit! Fnatic advance to groups!
We have a lot of experienced players on the roster, a lot of players who have won a lot of titles. Now that we see BDS and Astralis being top 2, props to them, you know, they made it and they deserved it, but we will be #1 in the end.
Silence there, sidestep back, the movement's clean, but not clean enough. He dances!
I think we'll go back into the winter split SK, who is willing to try anything.
Execute cashes out!
I don't want us to have this mindset of like we're just the best, because I don't think it's true. We should just keep the mindset that we have to improve, and I'm pretty sure we can go really far.
Oh, now trying to kick it, Crown, they want to lock group stage, they want to take out Vitality!
I hope people will start disrespecting us like they were doing in winter. We can prove them wrong.
Consistently is caught out. Unsummer solo leader takes it, Kobe in the end gets the kill.
People are saying I don't belong in the LEC, but hopefully I've proven that I do belong here.
Broken Blade in the fray of Fnatic, and he's going down as well.
He does it again!
Hopefully we can go really far.
It's more on edge than before. Every week matters more than before.
They take down Perks! The rest of the team have to swim away! Upset gets over the wall! Vitality turn it around!
A lot of adaptation skills come into play, and I think we have a lot of experience in our team that it will work out good for us.
113's running for his life, but Ayoya will chase him down with an Nimbus strike. 1, 2, 3 members of Astralis down. Mad Lions dominate
It's Astralis.
2 more weeks of practice and that we are able to show that we are not this bad.
Whatever it takes us to MSI, that's where I want to be.
I don't see anyone else being able to compete against us.
And welcome to the start of the LEC group stage here for Spring Split. I'm Medic, that's Vedius. And we are here for the first best of 3 of the day. Vitality taking on Mad Lions.
Yeah, and who would have thought that neither of these teams coming into the group stage as the first seed, Medic, neither of these teams really got much of a choice. It was Astralis that did choose Fnatic, who we'll get to see later on in the day. But Vitality and Mad Lions looking for a bit of redemption after what was a bit of an inconsistent up and down regular season. But I think we can both agree, Vitality definitely coming in as the favorites in today's best of 3.
Yeah, I think strong favorites. Overwhelming favorites, I think you could go for. We'll see how the patch has changed things, how the break week has affected our 2 teams as we jump into draft for game 1. Let's dive right into it. In case you didn't hear in Ready Check, Melio and Yuumi are disabled for the entirety of the LEC playoffs, so you won't be seeing it banned or picked. And if it's ever hovered, we can tut menacingly at the person that does it.
As the British do.
It's just disgraceful behavior. But there's the Annie banned away already. Gragas as well removed away from Nisqy. No surprises there. Varus as well taken out of the pool. A very red and purple theme going on so far, Betty.
And as a reminder to everyone watching, you can see that we are on patch 13.6.
The only region.
Yeah, the rest of the world have been playing their playoffs on 13.5, so we will get a glimpse at what is to come, perhaps at MSI. Regardless, let's have a look and see what else is taken off the board. Annie continues to be removed. As you mentioned, Medic, the Sejuani now being taken away from Bo. We know that Bo has shown both carries and tank performances. I wonder where Maokai has fallen back. After the nerfs, especially in Europe, everyone said, nope, bad champion now, can't play. But the rest of the world said, actually, I still think that this champ can be viable in certain compositions. So how much of a priority will there be? Things like the Vi has been a super high priority around the world. Xayah and Rakan, with the Rakan removed away, how important is that Xayah still?
We already see 2 of the junglers taken away, and there's the third Maokai. You talked about it, Betty, immediately locked in for Vitality. Can be flexed to support as well, of course. Does give you engage potential. You don't quite become as tanky as you would from the jungle, but still a very viable support option. Mad Lions now. Historically, it would be jungle plus AD or jungle plus support here. We'll see if 13.6 has changed anything up, but actually looks like Mad Lions might look towards a bit of a flex to kick us off with the Jace.
When we watch the LCK, we've seen Jace be an incredibly high priority, with Malphite often even hitting the ban table. We know that Photon is a proficient Malphite player. He's brought it out a couple times during the regular season. And we know Chasey is a player that last split we saw dominate on this Jace pick. The regular season wasn't quite as dominant for him, but still something that the Mad Lions have confidence in his ability to carry with.
And there is the Lucian once again. Kind of hoped that perhaps he would fall a little bit out of favor alongside the Xayah falling down the pecking order a little bit, but still wasn't really touched over the last couple of patches, so Lucian Nami a possibility here for Mad Lions. Would be the first Lucian Nami they played in spring though, so going back to an old faithful for them. Vitality now taking a few moments to ponder what their options are, and unsurprisingly, is it Zeri, Lulu, Lucian Nami again, Vedius?
May very well be, Medic. May very well be. Oh, what a surprise. They have the engage with the Maokai. Some things change, some things stay the same. Still, it's always a pleasure to watch upset on a champion that has an incredible amount of agency. We'll see if Kazi can have the performance that he had in the tiebreaker match against Heretics. The man really did step up for Mad Lions to help them secure a spot in the group stage. And eyes are going to be on him as he goes toe-to-toe with one of the best performing AD carries that we have in the league. So, a well-known bot lane matchup, something that we've come to expect. Top lane yet to be locked in for Vitality, jungle yet to be locked in for Mad. They're relying on Aljora's champion pool hit, but things like the Malphite you have to consider will be taken off the board. You also have to remember that Photon, not afraid to play carries, right? Things like Aurelia are things you have to be cautious of. Potentially something like a Gwen, the Jax as well also has to be taken into consideration. Photon, widely considered the strongest top laner that we have in our league right now, in in lane, he seems to be the most proficient, and his champion pool is definitely something that needs to be respected.
One thing I do like from Mad Lions, though, is by picking the Jace early, you show your decision to perhaps play a little bit more around the top lane in this game. It's something that worked really well for them in Winter. If they can get Chasey ahead, that tended to be how they were able to win games, and we haven't seen it so much in Spring. A lot of their play was through the mid lane into the bot side of the map, and perhaps Mad Lions will have rectified things over the last couple of weeks.
Well, the thing is, we've talked so much about this potential Jace in the top lane. You've got to remember that it's a flex.
Could be mid, yep.
And that's the big advantage that you do have with the priority on this Jace. So if something like a Malphite was locked in, they could move the Jace into the mid lane. You see that Tristana ban, it does suggest to me that Mad Lions is thinking about the potential option to put that Jace in mid. But also, Vitality want to try and create that damage portfolio spread, right? When you have the Maokai in the jungle, you often pair that up with an AD mid laner with some pushing power. The Sylas now taken away from Niski. I like this a lot, but Worlds last year, we saw Sylas be a very effective answer into Maokai because of your ability to steal away that ultimate, either use it as an engage yourself or a potential counter engage.
And here we see Mad Lions trying to rectify their damage profile, or correct it a little bit as well. With the Trundle, I expect either we'll see an AP top with the Kennen or Rumble, or it will be Niski taking something AP mid.
I'm really happy to see Trundle surfacing once again.
Yeah.
We've been seeing so much Sejuani and Maokai, and we've been seeing Sion blind come out from a lot of teams. And this is something, shout out to Yamato, I was listening to him talk about it on his stream, that he expected to be a high priority. We're very much aligned with him, and we're already seeing it here from the Mad Lions.
It's also great into the Malphite. Malphite and Yone immediately locked in for Vitality. Could, of course, be Malphite mid for perks. We saw Caps do it a few times. Doesn't have to be, but depending on where Mad Lions put that Jace, matching him up against the Malphite does give you a little bit of an easier lane matchup. Mad now looking for some magic damage to round out their composition. I wonder where they will decide to go. Ari, of course, a possibility. Won't be Niski's 11th unique champion. He has played this once before, and he'll crack it out again here in Game 1 against Vitality.
So Mad Lions have a very powerful side lane comp.
Yep.
They're really good at finding picks, taking advantage of people that are out of position, leveraging the fact that you have strong wave clear and tools to be able to answer things on a side lane. And the main problem that they have is Team Vitality's composition is very much about front to back, right? You've got a Malphite, Maokai, very effective at starting fights pretty much whenever they want to. The follow-up from Yone and Zeri is incredibly effective. Then the Lulu just provides so much utility. Vitality's composition is very straightforward, whereas Mad need to be very proactive in the early game. They have very powerful skirmishes. The 2v2s, the 3v3s, their top side of the map, bringing Lucian into these fights, getting those early items that you can often get on the Lucian is going to be incredibly important. Mad need to show that they can get ahead in the early game against Vitality, which so far this season has not been the case.
Yeah, it hasn't been Mad's strong point at all. Early game near the bottom of the table in most of the metrics that we do track. Vitality, on the other hand, tend to be up near the top. We'll see if Vitality can have a better group stage than they did in Winter, of course. They were able to pick up one win in the best of threes, but were knocked out eventually by SK. Mad Lions also failed their first best of three, but in the end were able to... Oh no, actually they beat Astralis in their first best of three, and then were able to beat Astralis again to make it to our top four. For Vitality, they need to make it up into our playoffs. Let's see if they can start off on the right foot today. Lights out, and away we go onto Summoner's Rift once again. Just for anyone at home perhaps is wondering, what stage of the season are we at? You know, everyone else is already into their playoffs on their finals weekend for LCS and LCK. At the moment, we are in the group stage. 2 best of 3s between you and a spot in our top 4. If you win both, you go through to the upper bracket. If you lose one but win 2, you go through to the lower bracket. In essence, every team can lose 1 series from here on out. If you lose 2 series, you are out of the LEC Spring Split. We'll keep you updated on that, obviously, as things progress. But right now, if you lose this, you are not out of the split. It's just a bit of a harder road for you to make it into our top 4.
3 weeks left of the LEC Spring Split, this week, next week, and then our finals weekend before we head on off to MSI. Starting to figure out who our other representative for Europe will be. But we are only just beginning of the group stages. So let's have a look Elyoya starting off on the bot side of the map, with Bo looking to do the same. Of course, by starting on the Raptors, he has a bit of flexibility with the direction that he may go. Medic so very kindly brought up the runes for those interested. You can have a look across the board. First strike, not that uncommon for the Lucian especially. This is something that we often don't talk about, but it's something I think that gives Lucian a lot of agency. The fact that you passively generate a lot of that extra early gold means that you can get to those item spikes just that bit earlier, and in the mid game, when you reach those 2 items, you're just so strong on the Lucian, it gives you so much more control. That is something Mad Lions will need to take advantage of. Niski doing a similar thing when going up against the Yone. Not too surprising, given that you are ranged into melee and you can really get a lot of value out of it during the laning phase.
Yeah, Bo as well deciding to go for the Aftershock here. We did see for a while First Strike Maokai when you had a little bit more magic damage in your kit. Now, he will still be able to... You can still go Demonic Embrace with Aftershock if you want, but it means that overall your damage is a little bit more muted than if you went full AP on the tree.
So both junglers pathing up towards the top side of the map, and this is advantageous for Elyoya. Remember what we talked about in draft was that he wants to try and look for these early skirmishes. He's down to go 2v2, 3v3s, because especially on a Trundle into a Maokai, you're going to get those early skirmishes going in your favor. So he wants to try and track Bo, make sure that he can contest him on things like the Crab, and then also offer support for Chasey, who slowly and steadily will be building advantages in the 1v1. Things start to get scary for Chasey once that level 6 rolls around, and already Elyoya looking for a bit of an invade with the pressure that he has generated in top lane.
Yeah, Bo perhaps realizing might be happening. Spotted perhaps. The sapling there does expire. Bo's looking up towards that top lane. Elyoya on his way up here as well. Bo actually flashed over the wall to get here outside of vision. Chasey trading onto Photon. Elyoya now in the bush. Will Bo go for it? Stepping forward, Twisted Advance to a minion. Elyoya can put down the Pillar of Filth and they continue to trade in, but Bo should be able to walk away from this one wounded, but still alive.
Wow. The fact that Bo was able to circumvent that invade from Elyoya, I wonder what he was thinking there, because it felt to me like Bo was predicting it. He was expecting this invade to come through. And if he was, just very smart decision-making. He wanted to catch Chasey completely off guard. Chasey's using the knowledge that his jungler is invading and keeping the enemy jungler busy. That means that he has the agency and the freedom to just push and bully Photon in the 1v1. But Bo then took advantage of that, snuck past all of the vision, and found a way to try and gank Chasey. Unfortunately for Bo, it doesn't quite work out the way that he wanted to, and Elyoya should still be able to gain an advantage in the jungle, as Bo just concedes that top side of the jungle.
Yeah, he's going to work his way down towards this bottom side. Has pushing bot, has a lane pushed in the mid lane as well, which means that Rift Scuttler, the Scuttle Crab for him, will be available. And Elyoya using that early skirmish pressure of the Trundle, especially with Press the Attack, just to steal away some of these camps. Bo giving him the respect that's due to a jungler like this. And Bo just has to accept that he has lost out a little bit in the early game. Perkz might be caught out here in the mid lane. Does have that flash charm from Niski, a possibility. Perkz gets the knock up. Flash forward, flash away. Perkz with the shield, the charm away. The Spirit Unbound, get him away. And Niski not quite able to get enough damage down.
Wow, Perkz played that so well. He held the flash for as long as he could, but Bo is now on the attack himself.
Kazi and Hylissang pretty low mana here, do still have all of their sums though. Kazi using the Piercing Light to try and clear out the way. The heal comes out early, Polymorph into the cleanse. Kai's attacking the tower. 2 shots, not enough to take him down, but the dive stymied, stopped by Mad Lions. They survive the attempt on their lives.
Very early heal from from Hylissang. My apologies. The cleanse as well from Kazi, mitigating the dive. See the Bo doing what he can, but nothing really coming off the back of it. But going back to that mid lane play, Perkz, he knew that he had the Q3. He wanted to wait for the pillar to come through before using it so that he could create space between him and Elyoya. He recognized that there was enough space between him and Elyoya that he didn't need to flash unless a flash was committed onto him. So he was waiting for that early flash. The moment that Niski flashed in, that was when he flashed away. And then he used his E to dodge the charm. Just really great play from Perkz to sidestep that gank and get away with his life.
Even using the W for the bit of shielding you get as you hit an enemy champion. Definitely helped him out. I'm not sure it was the difference maker in the fight, but definitely gave him a little bit more effective HP. Chasey trading onto Photon here. Level 6 to level 5. Obviously, on the Jace doesn't give you too much. Cresting over that level 6 mark, but Photon has been forced away. Hylissang's on his way up here as well. Shock Blast just wide. Photon about 3-4 minions away from hitting level 6. You can see that purple bar next to his champion portrait on the left, just ticking over. And there it is. One more will be enough for 6 for him. He gets it as Chasey continues to trade in. Niski's on his way across here as well, Veddy. You can see Bo trying to respond. Perkz now moving from the mid lane. Kaiser on his way up here as well. But in the end, it looks like it will just be a plate over to Mad Lions.
We talked about how Mad need to leverage their early game strengths in order to build advantages and kind of get these skirmishes going. And they're doing a great job so far. Nisqy just has stronger wave clear than Perkz does in the early game, and they're taking advantage of that. Nisqy burns the ult.
Spirit Rush coming in from Nisqy, but Bo can just Hex Flash across the wall.
There's no wave now. The dive isn't going to come through. Mad Lions, you can see that they tried to roam up towards top lane just as the wave crashed, but then they overcommitted here, I feel, because now Perkz is going to be able to get another wave in underneath that mid tower. He's also going to get a bit of a trade onto Nisqy, force him to go the long way around, and that's a whole wave that Nisqy's lost that he didn't need to lose. Of course, only a small disadvantage you can see in terms of the gold. It's not that big of a difference. The biggest thing is the XP. Medic already highlighted it earlier. I'll draw your attention to it once again. These little pink bars next to the portrait indicate how close the individuals are to their next level, and Perkz is going to tick over to 6. So he's now got about a 7 rather. He's now got about half an XP advantage over Nisqy, which in the grand scheme of things doesn't matter. But every time you make those roams, you take a gamble. Leader was talking about this in an interview. Every time you commit to a roam, you need to make something work. Otherwise, it ends up not being worth it because they can play for plates, they can play for XP, and small advantage ultimately gained for Perkz.
And also, Nisqy uses ultimate, right? It's half the way off its cooldown already, but that's another threat that Perkz no longer has to think about in the mid lane when you know that Nisqy can't jump in, can't chase you, especially with the Yone having burnt Flash in that earlier play. Would have applied just a little bit more pressure on the Vitality mid laner. For the moment, on is even in this early game. You can see a slight CS lead for Upset down towards that bottom lane. Part of that will be, Kazi and Hylissang having to farm underneath the tower when Bo came for that dive, but also partly, I think Upset just very good at farming on the Zeri.
Yeah, impressive stuff, the fact that he can just find these CS advantages. So far, he knows he needs to play safe because Bo is on the top side of the map. A ward will be dropped by Chasey, so they have information now. Kazi and Hylissang see this as an opportunity to trade.
I put the culling down onto Kaiser, but he can just whimsy his way away. Sapling catches onto Elyoya and Nisqy. Perkz trying to get him from the side here. Remember, ultimate available. Fate sealed for Perkz on top of force already onto Elyoya. There's the fate sealed follow-up as well, and Elyoya is popped where he stands. Bo flashes away from Chasey, but Nisqy dives in as well. 1-for-1 so far. Both the junglers have fallen. Perkz going to try and get away from this one. Remember, no flash on him. Charging up that Q3. Will be able to escape. Riftheld, patience, resets. And we'll walk all the way back into the pit. Mad Lions won't get anything out of the end of the fight.
So just a trade of junglers there. I think the positioning for Mad was very awkward. They were being collapsed on 3 sides. Bo, not quite level 6, meant that, well, same for Elyoya in the moment, but meant that there was no powerful ultimate that could come through from the Maokai. But the follow-up from Perkz onto Photon's initial engage was strong. You can see that this Trundle didn't really get an opportunity to move. I lied, actually. Elyoya did have the level 6, but he doesn't get a chance to use it. Knocked up into the root from the Maokai into the ultimate. Yeah, he's just perma-CC'd. The man doesn't get an opportunity to play. No room to flash. The follow-up CC from Vitality was good, but then you can see Bo flashes into the pit and there's no real way for him to escape, so Mad trade themselves a kill back.
One of those things where Elyoya has to flash the initial CC because otherwise you're just locked up for days, right? It's an airborne, into a root, into a fate sealed. And it was exactly that for the Mad Lions. Jungler Riftheld now started once again by Vitality.
Now you can see Nisqy never had an opportunity to back off the back of that, and Perkz really didn't lose that much in terms of the actual exchange. So he was actually able to push that wave in once again, and then offer support to Bo. So just great coordination between the mid jungle there from Vitality. Gain another advantage. Perkz should be able to push in one more wave. Nisqy doesn't have the TP yet. And can we quickly look at the gold, see how much Perkz is currently sitting on? This one? There we are. He's sitting on a what? I think that's 2.2k gold. That's a lot of money that he's got to spend. So he's definitely sitting pretty. Should be able to pick up the boots. Maybe even want to try and rush that early. Not Bloodthirster, Shield Bow is the item that you'll often see prioritize.
We all saw the double vamp scepter there for a second. Perkz realizes that instead he wants the crit cloak. Oh, I forgot that one automatically takes itself away, and we see the trade of neutral objectives in the early game here as well, Reddy. Mad Lions get the first dragon of the game. Of course, dragons ever so slightly nerfed on this patch, but still very effective to stack up those souls. Riftheld was picked up earlier for Vitality. Mad Lions trying to use some pressure to get down towards this bottom side of the map. Bo, a little bit over-eager here as Nisqy goes in. Looking for the charm. Nature Scar's coming out as well. Perkz with the fate sealed once again on Elyoya, who does still have the flash and is very, very tanky. Subjugate on Bo will cut him where he stands. Upset coming in from the side as well, and Upset with the lightning crash takes one. They tried to dash across the wall, but Nisqy, even with the flash, the Aqua Prism, not enough. Culling from the side. Kazi trying to put some chip damage back down, but now how can he escape from the clutches of Vitality? Perkz will slay him where he stands. A double for Perkz. Vitality 3-for-1.
And things are very quickly falling apart for Mad Lions in this early game. They needed to find early skirmishes. They needed to find early fights to try and get ahead in this game because the scaling from Vitality is so very strong. And they do a good job finding that pick onto Bo. They showed you what this composition was capable of, but then the collapse from Vitality's bot lane was so much quicker. The moment that Upset arrives, he's able to secure a kill. He gets himself a double buff, and then Perkz is able to clean up the fight. Level 9, about to hit level 10. And you can see, I question Mad here prioritizing, well, sorry, it's not Mad, it's Vitality actually prioritizing Elyoya, because remember, he's just stealing away all these stats from the Maokai. You'd think that the squishier target would be Niski, but they've committed onto Elyoya. They tried to kill him, and he just tanks it all up. He does not care. They get that execution onto Bo, but look at Upset very quickly collapsing. No opportunity for Elyoya to flash away. Niski, I wonder if he actually got interrupted there. It did look like that the knockup came through from Perkz, but I wasn't quite able to keep my eyes on it. Either way, Niski ends up falling, and then Perkz commits onto Kazi, securing himself another kill.
I think we'd have to have a look back at it, but in my eyes, he spirit rushed when he was just a bit too far away from the wall, so he couldn't get across. It did look a little bit jank, though, so I'm sure he will be ruining the fact that he didn't just immediately go for the flash and then spirit rush afterwards.
But Vitality in a great position right now.
Great position.
They have a very strong scaling composition. Things like the Trundle can always make it harder, but I guess well, I mean, it's one of those things where you've got both a Maokai and the Malphite sieging in front of your face. Like, which one do you want to prioritize ulting? You would assume the Malphite, but even then, what are you going to do with the fact that this Yone and Zeri is going to be immediately following up on those engages? Mad Lions, they're in a difficult position right now. They need to find a good fight, a small skirmish. Perhaps the next Drake will be that opportunity.
Up in 2.5 minutes is a Chem Tech Drake, which means we won't have a Chem Soul, thank goodness, Vedi. The most useless soul in the game, even though like you still have like an 80% win rate if you get it, but obviously a little bit skewed as the Unstoppable Force comes in the top lane. Chasey trading onto Photon, Photon trading back, slaps him around with those big granite arms, but Chasey with the range advantage will be able to force Photon back underneath his tower.
Felt like good damage there from Photon. Thought he would have kill threat, but decided not to commit. Bit of a trade from Perkz. Oh, Charm a little too early there from Niski. So you won't really be able to convert that into much. It does look like Niski's going for the Andres build. Personally a big fan of it on the Ahri.
Yeah.
Gives you a lot of cooldown reduction. Feels very nice to play on the Ahri. Also does relatively well into the tanks too. Ultimate now from Bo.
This thing has the flash, but immediately Upset jumps across the wall, knocks him back with the Bramble Smash, and that's enough for Upset to take his second kill of the game. Seems like every time Mad Lions try to step into darkness, Vitality are waiting there for them. Niski now working his way up towards the top side, but Photon's already started his base, and it's like, well, we're going to give up plates. We're going to probably give up this entire top tower. Plates not even because it's already past that 14-minute mark. Perkz TPing in means that they don't even lose the turret. And Vitality playing the map really well right now.
There were two moments in this early game where I think Perkz was able to gain so much more control over the mid lane matchup. That first one was the roam top, when Niski overcommitted, ended up losing that initial wave. And then there was the second, which was that fight around the Herald, where Niski didn't get an opportunity to reset, and Perkz was able to get a number of extra waves. That meant that Perkz could complete his shield bow and the Zerkus Greaves ahead of Niski, who's only just now been able to pick up his Leandries. And the fact that using his item advantage was able to then gain pressure and push in the mid wave, which then allowed him to move to the bot side of the map. And the fact that Perkz has been able to move and assist his team in so many of these early plays has been instrumental in Vitality's early success. The gold lead isn't dramatic, but it's where it needs to be. You can see Perkz with a massive advantage, Upset building a massive advantage as well. That's a lot of daggers that he's sitting within his inventory.
It's like me playing PoE. It's like, if I craft it enough, one of them will have a rare affix. I'm sure of it. But yeah, it's Upset just looking for all the extra attack speed that he can get. The next Drake that we talked about, perhaps an opportunity for Mad Lions to find a fight. Wait, let me just there was a lot of zeros on the screen, so I thought I'd add a few of us as well. All praise the circle.
All praise the circle.
Obviously, will
the circle be able to help with the upcoming Drake? Looks like Mad Lions are going to say no.
Yep.
They're going to abandon it. Vitality prioritizing the bot side of the map.
They just turn 360 degrees and walk away.
Indeed, a lot of zeros on our screen right now. We'll look to get that rectified as quickly as possible. But just know, Vitality ahead. Fnatic is not the team, Mad Lions is, and they are behind.
Yeah, I heard from our producers we're looking to get it rectified, so obviously we'll get it fixed as soon as possible. we do poke and prod, but producing is a hard life, especially when these
Fnatic
things
find a way, you know? Somehow.
I mean, they're in the next series. They play up against Astralis. Those are the other two teams in this group. Astralis actually picking Fnatic, which is a choice that I think a few people would have seen as a little bit interesting, considering Mad Lions have been struggling in winter so far.
You can see how much more control over the map Vitality now have. The carries being unlocked. There we are. A little bit more information on our screen now. As Perkz will assist Bo in securing this objective. And ultimately, everything looking good for Vitality in this early game. The goal difference, again, not that dramatic. It's not something that the Mad Lions can't claw their way out of, but compositionally, it feels very difficult. And look at what Vitality have drafted. The great thing about this Yone pick is it's someone that can match pretty much anyone on a side lane. He's one of the best 1v1 champions in the game. He scales incredibly well, and it's such a difficult champion to deal with. The only thing that something like an Ahri can do is wave clear, maybe find a charm, chip damage, but an all-in, Yone's going to win that every time. And Chasey, he's not going to be able to do much against this Malphite either, especially as more items continue to come through now, both threatening a dive onto Nisqy, and here it comes.
There's the Nature's Grasp. Nisqy clears out the way, Spirit rushes away, can Spirit Rush back, and here's Elyoya as well. Hex Splash across the wall, but it's stopped by the pillar that I think we saw in the middle of the wall there. Nisqy takes the kill. Elyoya stops Bo's retreating plan. Mad Lions get another kill on the board.
I think Bo actually just Hex Flashed into the wall, Medic.
That is possible.
I think it looked like that he didn't have enough range. He wasn't close enough to the wall to get over. He did end up losing his life. Really nice play from Nisqy. Uses the ultimate early to avoid the Nature's Grasp to then team up with his jungler and find a pick. Perkz now looking for Nisqy though, no ulti.
Nisqy straight into the bush, meets up with Perkz, does still have the flash, can use it to get across the wall. Charm going out with a Q3 from Perkz will chase Nisqy down. Nisqy shut out of the game. Unstoppable Force as well onto Hylissang, and that's another one to Vitality. Anything Mad can do, they can do twice as well as they pick up another couple of kills, and they're looking to push in this mid lane tower.
The only Kazi left to defend. Well, actually, the wave isn't that big.
They
He's
have
holding
Rift
it for
Herald
the time
though
being.
in a second when Bo joins.
Yeah, and they're likely just going to drop that as Perkz continues his onslaught in the top lane. That kill onto Nisqy as well, the solo kill, is going to be so detrimental to the matchup. Vitality just have so much more control over the map right now. You can feel how strong this team is as they're now looking to siege. I think they can continue this push. Two members have been committed to the top side of the map from Mad to try and slow down the pressure from Perkz. They should be able to push this Herald into the tower. And the damage is done. The Vitality in game one of this best of three looking clean and sending a very clear message that they're looking to remove some of their inconsistencies from the regular season, and they're looking dominant so far.
They really are. And for Mad Lions, it's more of the same from Spring Split. Just a struggle to really find what works for them. We did wonder if they play a little bit more around Chasey in this game. They did a little bit, but even though he's 40 CS up, it really doesn't give them too much in terms of composition. You talked about it, Vedi. And Vitality will be very happy with the state of affairs right now. 2 items on Perkz. Vedi, somewhere in Berlin, Nymira is so happy right now. He is so happy. Double needlessly large rod. It's a rabbit on second for Nisqy. It probably still isn't going to win them the game, but it will do damage.
I mean, yeah. I mean, personally, I don't know if I'm a massive fan of Deathcap in this space. Right now, you need, like, damage in the short term. Deathcap's super expensive.
The extent of my knowledge on Nymira's Ahri builds is he likes damage, so I saw damage and I said it's good. He can quite possibly say it's not great as the TP does come in. Perkz looking for Nisqy here. Elyoya across the wall as well. There's the charm. Pillar goes down. Nisqy has the blast cone to escape and will be able to dodge his way out of that one. Elyoya dashing back away from the Ultra Shock laser. And for the moment, Mad Lions able to keep their mid laner alive.
We'll get away to safety. So, next objective Vitality should be looking at is the dragon spawning relatively soon. And all they need to do is get that mid control once again. They are clearing out some of the vision that was invested around the Baron. Remember that it's really easy for Vitality to gain space. Even if Vitality are on the objective first, they have so many tools that they can just face check with. Send Photon in first, send Bo in first. They're happy to do whatever.
You can even send Perkz in with the Soul Unbound.
If you really want to.
Chuck him in with the E, comes back out.
Nice little trade there from Kazi to chip away at Upset. But yeah, ultimately, like, and you can see how easy it is. Vitality, they invested their vision topside and they don't care about the vision bot. They'll just move into the river and now they'll gain control over the space. Mad moving back towards the Baron. I'd be surprised if they threatened it.
Bo has the ultimate back up. Pillar of Filth does come down. Huge amount of damage onto Bo, as you say. Elyoya able to walk away from this one. Unstoppable Force onto Chasey. They're looking to burst down the Jace, and and they will do exactly that. Kaiser takes it. Fate sealed as well, catches Elioyo and Niski, and that's 2 already for Vitality. Photon low, Bo 2, but Photon walked away wounded, able to survive in the end. He takes the Leandries, but here is the chase, and it's a Zeri moment if I've ever seen one. Double kill and triple for Upset, a 4 kill for Naught. On the side of Vitality, the quadra for them, and Baron instead of Dragon seems to be the name on the menu.
Perkz can tank this without any problems, and it's a clean ace for Vitality. While they lost their front line, this is the ideal outcome. Deathless are the 2 carries for Vitality. And props to Hylissang. He did everything that he could to keep Perkz out of the fight. He threw the ultimate, he threw the bubble, but he could not stop the onslaught of Perkz. They'll wait. Oh, they didn't wait. 1 more second they needed to wait for Photon to be able to get that Baron as well. A little unfortunate there.
He doesn't need it. He's a rock. He's fine.
But now he's stuck in a hard place.
That's true. That's true.
Regardless, when we get the replay up, we can do a proper breakdown of exactly how that fight played out, because it looked really good initially for the Mad Lions. Kazi did so much damage onto Bo, and you'd think that, oh, maybe this is a good situation actually for Mad to reclaim some space. Maybe they can actually threaten the Baron themselves. Like, look at the damage here, the pillar as well. And the ultimate, though, lands onto the Jace, and Photon sees the opportunity. Upset with the follow-up, he stays right behind, and then you can see this bubble onto Perkz, but it doesn't matter. The follow-through with the ultimate means that Elioyo gets locked down, and then it's just a chase from Upset. They can't stop him. Good route onto Niski from Bo, means that it does cost him his life, but then the 2-man knockup from Perkz. The carries are on form today from Vitality as they clean up the fight.
It's decimation for Mad Lions. They are 4,000 gold behind. Dragon, though, will be taken for them. They're second of the game, but Vitality now with Baron buff remain in the driver's seat. As you say, Upset in a commanding position on this Zeri. It's played 3 games on it so far, 2-1. It looks like it's going to be 3-1 pretty shortish. And I think this game is kind of going to expectations. If you looked at how the teams were performing in spring, I think a lot of people would have looked at Vitality as one of the favorites to make it to the playoffs, if not to the finals, and they're showing exactly why that faith is very much justified in them as a team.
Yeah, I mean, very little to criticize from Vitality this game. It felt like Bo had such a great awareness in the early game of what he could and couldn't do, and he never gave Elioyo the opportunity to find those early skirmishes. Mad were never really present in the early game. It was a very dead even game, and it was Vitality that was really dictating the pace. The ultimate now comes through from Bo. Chasey is forced to flash away, and Vitality, they secure themselves another tower. Ping's coming out onto the top lane. Perkz is going to go over there. Should have his TP up any second, and so they can start playing this 1-4 setup. Photon there to assist. The tower top lane drops. Ooh, the flashing from Elioyo.
And Elioyo, look for Kaiser here. Photon able to stay around as well, and Upset is in the area. TP comes out from Perkz towards the mid lane. Bo can join them soon as well. Unstoppable force across the wall. Kaiser with the wild growth. He'll survive. Lightning crash out from Upset, and now in a 1v4 he's forcing them away. Perkz has the ultimate as well. He'll look to catch them. It's 2 as Upset steps forward, but the Pillar of Filth will block his path for the moment, and Kazi dashes back in. In the end, Vitality save everyone after Elioyo flashed forward, and Mad Lions realize even at a numbers advantage, they can't take the fight.
You can see Elioyo is just, he's trying, right?
Yeah,
he's just looking for something. You don't really have many ways to turn this game around, so you've just got to try and find these very small windows where you can punish your opponent, and that was one of those windows. Kaiser was backing disjointed with the rest of his team, and so Elioyo, the second he saw that opportunity, flashes over the wall to try and get himself a pick. You can see how much Mad committed to trying to get that play. They get the flashes out from Photon and Kaiser, but they can't really convert it into a kill. Vitality walk away. TP invested bot for Photon. He wanted to try and push in that wave, but it doesn't really end up being a whole amount. Now the Baron should be falling off of Vitality, which means that their siege will continue for a little while longer. Mad Lions will be given more opportunities. We'll see how things turn out. But right now, it feels like Mad will need to find some miracle pick or a crazy team fight to be able to turn this game around. Otherwise, it's done and dusted for Vitality. Perkz now hitting level 16 on the Yone.
And just in such a strong position, and the composition suits them perfectly as well, right? Bo puts down the Nature's Grasp, you have Fate Sealed and the Unstoppable Force to follow up. That's why we saw Chasey flashing away, even though he was almost a full screen away from Vitality earlier on. And then, after that follow-up's happened and those people have been chunked out, they retreat from the fight, and Upset's just there full HP. walking at the enemy team. It's like, how on earth do you manage to battle against it? And we're going to see exactly that once again. Perkz dashing forward, Nature's Grass coming out as well. Gets one route, there's the fate sealed. Upset can now just start walking forward and dashes towards the back of Mad Lions. He's a little bit isolated, but it really doesn't matter, because he is Zeri, and he does exactly what he pleases. Upset with the rune as Prox going forward once again, flashes in. Can't quite take down the Mad Lions, but the chase continues. Perkz looking for Chasey. Photon coming in as well, does still have that unstoppable force. In the end, though, Vitality won't be able to find their kills, but they do find Mad Lions very much hurting.
Well, Matt, they were the team that walked away with a kill. They were able to pick off Bo, still very squishy on this Maokai, and they were able to melt through him as the engage come through. One of the downsides of Yone is that when you start with the E, the problem is you then can't commit to the fight. You then have to walk all the way back to re-engage. So Vitality were at a numbers disadvantage, even though Perkz was there at the start of the fight. So you'll see he's charging up his Q, he's trying to get a knock-up, doesn't quite land it onto Ayoy. The ultimate comes through from Bo, and the moment that it does connect, he throws out the ultimate, but then Perkz immediately has to disengage. Now it's a 3 versus 5. Bo is left to the mercy of Mad Lions, and they show him absolutely none. Kaiser looks like he's about to fall stuck. But look at Upset here, man. He is just 1v5, effectively. On this Zeri. Oh, and yeah, okay, Hylissang died. But wow, Upset's positioning, and he knew he was safe. He had the QSS. I believe he had the barrier up in that fight as well. He wasn't afraid of anything. Hex Flash? Oh.
Okay, Bo just can't do it today. Yeah. It's the second time we've seen him not quite manage to get over the wall. Nature's Grass comes out. Just feels like one of those, look, I tried to flash, I might as well just chuck this out as well. Press all the keys and hope. For the moment, though, Mad Lions able to have some sort of grasp on the precarious position that this game does stand in. Dragon coming up, Mad Lions will take it. Vitality for that will take the Baron.
It's one of those games where even if Mad get the soul, I still wouldn't be convinced that would be enough to bring the game back. It's like one potential win condition, but compositionally it feels like that Vitality have such an edge now that we're so late into the game. The Zeri has 3 fully completed items with a QSS. You know, it gives him so much safety and agency, and then he also has Kaiser offering support behind. And I think the Vitality can just leave Perkz in a side lane right now because no one can kill him.
Yep.
He is an unstoppable force with both the stopwatch and the QSS. He knows he has more than enough damage already. And they can draw pressure towards him, which will then make it easier for Vitality to siege elsewhere. TP comes through from Perkz. I like this a lot. He was a little disjointed with his team. If he'd had to walk all the way to lane, that meant that as they're pushing in that mid wave, it would have been a little bit too disconnected. So he's now going to push in bot, and I expect Vitality to continue their pressure in mid. And I genuinely think that unless Trundle's there, I don't even think they can 2v1 this Yone.
Currently Mad Lions sending all 5 down towards this bottom side of the map. Perkz now level 18 as Kazi dashes forward. Perkz dashes out with a Soul Unbound. Vision control for Mad Lions now cleared out by Vitality. The wave crashing on the inhibitor in the mid lane as Mad Lions try and defend. 4 players strong. You can see Chasey not quite here. His poke damage not available to Mad. Nature's Grass comes out. Elioya tanks it. Perkz goes forward once again, but this is all just a play for the tower. And Vitality will secure it. Upset down to about, 2/3 HP. It's not really going to matter too much. Has the Immortal Shield Bow, has the shields from the Lulu, has the Redemption as well from Bo, and that will top him up.
So the siege is inherently strong when you have the Maokai ultimate. You can see how easy it is to force your opposition off a tower. But now I think Vitality have overcommitted too much on this bot lane. If you're just kind of running up when your only real tower threat is Upset, you're not going to effectively siege when there's so much additional wave clear on the side of Mad and the extra poke that they have from Chasey on the Jace. So they need to create this 4-1 setup. You can see them now sending Perkz over to the mid lane. The waves are a little bit disconnected. But as long as they can keep this cannon minion alive. Oh, but look at this. They're actually trying to keep aggro of the cannon minion so that it's not hitting the tower.
Smart.
Well played there by Mad. And again, this is going to slow down their siege a little bit. They are getting chip damage slowly but surely, but this is your ideal setup for Vitality. Keep them pressured on 2 lanes. The only downside is Mad Lions have the ability to, now we can move to bot lane, clear out that wave, move to mid lane, clear out that wave.
It's the issue of not quite having those waves as synced as possible. Perkz going in there, unstoppable force, and immediately Niski is popped. The root going down onto Bo as well, but he's tanking it up to tank that tower for days. Mad Lions forced back to their Nexus turrets, and Vitality didn't really care about the waves. Instead, they dived in, and they'll find 2 inhibitors off it.
Yeah, Vitality recognized that they were just so much stronger and said, screw it, let's just dive. They're able to one-shot Niski, and now they have 2 pushing waves looking to end the game.
Kazi dashes forward, dashes back. Perkz cleanses, stopwatches, just everything to make sure he survives the redemption as well from Bo to top up that life pool a little bit. Now Vitality work their way down towards the bottom side. No Baron. Oh, actually, one Baron remains. Now has expired on Kaiser. And Vitality, after taking double inhibitors, will just retreat from any further action. 10,000 gold in the lead, Betty. Their only risk is Mad Lions take the Soul, but even then, as we've said, I don't think Ocean Soul is going to give Mad enough power to overcome Vitality.
Yeah, I mean, Vitality are playing a very patient game right now. They chose not to overcommit in the enemy base. They know that they scale better. They know they're winning the fights. Bloodthirst are now completed for Upset. If he wasn't unkillable before, I can promise you he definitely is right now.
How much health do you think he has? Like 2,800?
2,800 is a guess?
Yeah, that's my guess.
His health is 2,830.
That's a lot of health.
Yeah.
Photon has 3,200, and he's a tank. He does also have 400 armor, which is obviously, you know, making him a little bit more tanky.
But also Upset has the health you're not taking into account, which is that shield health.
Yep.
And I'm not sure if I can actually, yeah, I can't see on my client how much the shield additionally gives him.
We'll just say a lot.
Yeah, it's a decent amount. Yeah.
You can actually count it, like each bar is 100
Do you want to count
usually.
it? Is that what you want to do right now, Medic?
Gonna take off the sock again. Also probably about an extra 500 health or so. Maybe up to 600 off that shield. And the Bloodthirster from the overheal. Bo puts down the Nature's Grasp. Elioya rooted up by it. Vitality stepping forward once again. Redemption coming out. Bo low. Perks force towards the backside. Unstoppable force doesn't hit anyone. The charm underneath the tower. But look at Upset. He's full HP. He's got the whole shield to deal with as well. And he gets to... Another goes back over to the Mad Lions, but it's all done for the Nexus falling. Kazi forced away. He'll fall as well to Perks. His delayed damage from the Soul Unbound. And the Nexus is calling for Vitality. Hylissang the last standing. And Vitality aren't really that happy with that. Hylissang forced back to the fountain. Vitality go 1-0 up in the best of 3.
I mean, very little to criticize on the side of Vitality. They played the early game well, mitigated a lot of what Mad wanted to do. I think their draft was superior, as long as they didn't fall behind early.
And they didn't.
And they played the fights well. Yeah. They didn't overcommit onto these early Drakes, which, when you think back to it, that was probably the biggest area with which they could have fallen short.
Yeah.
Trying to fight things like the Lucian, the Ahri, the Trundle as well. Like, that's a scary place to be able to go to this fight, so they didn't bother. They took Herald so they could to invest more plates into their carries, and I think they also punished the roam timings of Niski very well. So overall, very impressive game one from Vitality. This is going to be a very difficult opponent for Mad Lions to overcome.
Or a very easy opponent for Vitality to overcome, depending on how you look at it. We're going to hand it over to the analyst desk who are ready to break down that game.
Thank you so much. Thank you. We are going to break it down. I love the word you used there in terms of punishing, and I feel like that's what we watched in that last game, Dagda. A lot of Vitality simply saying, oh, you are here, well, we're gonna kill you, and making sure that they make their advantage snowball off those picks.
And it's kind of weird, because at the start, I actually kind of liked what we saw from Mad Lions, because one of the big discussions we had was, hey, do we get mid-jungle working together again? And I felt like that's what we got to begin with, and they were going for good invades on the top side up until, 5-6 minutes, and then the whole thing kind of started to fall apart.
Yeah, because initially there was a really cool skirmish where at first Vitality sees Elioya down on Drake, so they start up the Rift Herald. Elioya comes up and he's got a level advantage, and it looks like they are actually going to take the skirmish on Mad Lions, but they unfortunately falter with the execution. They still try and look for some of the skirmishes, but then they still fall behind, and when you can't get the mid 2v2 rolling, which was your wheel in the early game, it all just falls apart afterwards.
And I think a huge part of that did come down to where they'd have the mid party, but it'd be the side lane party that kind of faltered for them a lot of the times, right? So when you look at that play at the 8-minute mark at the Rift Herald, it was, oh, we don't actually have top priority, so Photon gets to move first and Malphite, and they get to make the play. Then we had this pick at 11 minutes as well, where they try and invade onto the bottom side, and they have mid-prio, looks good, but they kind of forget about bot lane, and it kind of felt like they were just... That last little bit was all they needed to make the difference.
The last little bit, how much of it starts in draft? And we didn't really see anything, I want to say, revolutionary in terms of patch shifting. Not at all. And the one thing that you both were most frustrated with, I believe, is the bot lane pairing. Okay, Nami Lucian is something that over here in the LEC is very controversial, but I guess it's especially in combination with those bot laners.
I think especially when you look at how much was still available there for Mad Lions to pick up, right? You look and it's like, okay, we'll prioritize Lucian. Zai is still open, the Zeri's open, the Aphelios is open. I mean, hell, even if you think, oh, we're going to leave open like an opportunity there, you can still go for something like a Jinx and go for long range.
Do you not think that the Zaya nerfs warrants her
No,
not
I
being
definitely
left on
not.
the
She's
bench?
still massive in every region. Yeah.
And I also just feel like when you see the bans coming out from Mad Lions, Sejuani, Vi, they still first pick the Maokai. I'm like, if you take away Vi, that means you're looking for Seri, because then they don't have lockdown for Seri. You don't take Seri, enemy team has Seri, and you draft a composition with no lockdown whatsoever. Who's actually going to touch him? In this game, Perk kind of ran away with it on the Yone, but even if he didn't, Upset was still going to be so much more reliable, and you still did not have tools. If that was an issue, you also had to deal with.
I think as well, when you look at like other regions seeing the high priority and obviously the Vi that's taken away, usually it defaults to Wukong then, with Sejuani gone as well. Letting the Wukong kind of slip through the entire draft. I like the Trundle into the Maokai, but it still felt weird for Vitality to high prioritize this Maokai in the first place as well. I think there was a huge amount of things that you could have done different in those opening picks, but even then as we continued through the draft, I think you have that flexibility in the Jace there for Mad Lions. I'm surprised we didn't just put the Jace into the mid lane and go, hey, we're going to go AP top lane. Like we heard, like Gulberg was talking about it, Cage was talking about it backstage as well, taking something like the Gwen. I think personally, Kennen would have been fantastic.
Yeah,
Kennen is
buff.
so good on this patch.
Yeah.
It's actually disgusting.
Crazy.
And the fact that we haven't gotten to see that kind of adaptation from Mad Lions isn't boding well for the rest of the series.
I mean, I guess especially in a conversation that we had with the coaching staff, but also with Pat at the top of the day in terms of, oh, our priorities weren't right, our meta read wasn't right, etc. Is it results-based analysis? Because I feel like it wasn't that bad when we were watching the draft. Or was it? You said, oh, Trundle's actually good here.
I think it comes down to at least some of the last picks that come through, like, as he just said, the fact that we didn't see the flex Jace is where we can see the value of it in the beginning, where it's like, this is a flex. You can use this to gain a favorable draft. And then when it does not happen, then at first, it's just not what you want to see. For me specifically as well, I thought with the first picks from Vitality, I thought to myself, this lacks priority. Proactivity in the early game. Mad Lions have had huge success with proactivity in the early game when they went for full standard early game composition. So I thought with the Lucian Army, that was still what they tried to do, but it just didn't happen with the rest of it, right?
Exactly. Results-based analysis for a reason. You know, if you pick the draft, it's got to work out. Otherwise, you'll get judged on it. Let's talk about Perks a little bit. As we said already, going for Yone, we've had times in his, I want to say most recent development, that sometimes he has taken the more supportive angle, you know, the roaming around the map, etc., which he does now as well. But now it is to get kills for himself.
It was really lovely to see this side of Perks again. The fact that he can be the kind of, often say triple threat team of Vitality. He can be that 3 of the teams in terms of finding that. And I think in skirmishes like this, you can also see Mad Lions, they're trying to look for that 2v2 with their mid and the jungle, but it's just not working for them. And when they overextend and they start giving over kills to Perks so he can just run away with it on the Yone, who's very snowball effective, that's why it just becomes even more difficult for Mad Lions to come back into it when they don't have the, CC tools. They can find a pick with the Yari, but outside of that, you won't really have any locking any one of them down.
I think as well, like Perk's decision-making in the middle of these fights was next to none. Like the fact that you see, oh, I'm waiting to use my ultimate for the Nami bubble that's about to hit, immediately hits 3 people with the ultimate. His decision-making on how he was going to snap back, when he was going to go in, we even saw it in that first gank, how well he played to avoid that initial pressure. That's what I was really happy to see, because I think when you're on like Aurelion Sol or any duty, you're not going to get to see really the mechanics shine, but Perks really did put his name forward on this Yone, and it's great to see him like that once more.
Yeah, we only saw one mistake off of him, and even then they're so far ahead it didn't really matter.
Ooh.
But yeah, he was really trigger happy.
It was crazy.
He's a long boy.
He's a long boy. But yeah, he had some flack thrown his way, Perks, I think, at the end of the regular season, right? Maybe not the performances that he would have hoped to show, but this is completely different. You talk about triple threat teams, maybe it's even quadruple sometimes if everything is going well on a Vitality, but upset on Zeri, you know, they're just doing upset on Zeri things.
But I think it makes such a difference, right? Because I think a lot of people, myself included, were worried for Vitality coming into the bracket stage, because we're like, look, let's be realistic. They didn't look too hot in winter when we got to this point. So the fact now we get upset fire in all cylinders, Perks looking fantastic. Look, Bo, not gonna lie, fairly shaky game.
Yeah,
but at least he's getting covered by the rest of the team at the moment.
I was sad to see him on Maokai. After we build up what we did, you know, I bring back the Kindred. We saw Shun have success with that, and the LPL as well, although he couldn't take the series. But even then, like, the fact that we see aggressive picks work in the jungle, and we see Elyoya versus Bo, I was more hopeful for something that was a bit aggressive between the two.
I was also more hopeful, but in general, I feel like the expectations that we had in terms of the Mad Lions and the fact that they really just limped their way into this bracket stage, they seem to ring through so far. And Vitality should be a better team, and they are for now.
I think it's hard to say at this stage what the plan is for Mad Lions, because it feels like once more, we heard it from Pat at the start of the day, like, I don't know if it's a bad meta read or what the story is, but the drafts aren't really it, especially when you've had so much time to look at other regions like LPL, LCK that have been playing on 13.5. You get a decent idea of, where the strength of these picks lie. And if, again, we're kind of seeing Mad Lions not willing to go towards a lot of the power picks, in my opinion. And I think if you're looking at like Yone's coming through and, Photon being able to and willing to play things like the Malphite, I think you're going to struggle here as Mad Lions if you're not able to fix just your basic draft here.
Well, surprise, surprise, they're going to the blue side for the next one. The first adaptation they make is?
Yeah, I'm actually not too sure. I think the first adaptation will be the bot lane, but I was a bit surprised because I thought they would use red side to extend their support counter pick and get more value of putting Helisang on something with engage, but we didn't really see that. So I was thinking in my head as well when I read they're going blue, what is it really that they're prioritizing? Because going off their red side, I wasn't really too sure. The only prior they really had at first was the Jace. Maybe it's going to be an old Mad Lions classic as well with the Gragas, but that was banned too, right? So it just feels like it's being shut down.
And it's only a best of 3. It's not a best of 5 in which they usually thrive. So let's see what happens for the Mad Lions. And if you're into Teamfight Tactics, make sure to check out the Golden Spatula Cup on twitch.tv/Teamfight Tactics, where the best players in EMEA I work in the region and I can't pronounce it. EMEA look to showcase their skills and continue their climb towards becoming the best TFT player in the region. This is the final stop on the road towards the Rising Legends Final, which is a pinnacle of the EMEA TFT esports. The Golden Spatula Cup starts on Friday, 3:30 CEST, followed by more action on Saturday and Sunday. You can find all the information you need about the tournament in the upcoming action in the EMEA TFT esports on risinglegends.gg.
I'm the GOAT.
Yeah, I'm the GOAT.
Yeah, I'm the GOAT.
Yeah, I'm the GOAT.
You're the GOAT. If this goes on my show, people will think we have like serious ego problems. Upset is the most humble guy in Vitality. You won't believe it until you hear it.
I actually am, I think. For sure, bro.
Hans Amadesh's once wrong on lane with Lucian. This guy's so bad.
Keep going.
Yeah, nice.
Nice. Get a ball. Nice.
Flash stop.
Go, get a ball. Nice, upset.
Nice.
Yeah, upset. I hit Q flash. Nice, upset. Yeah. Hey, focus. We need to focus.
Okay.
to the LEC group stage for Mad Lions versus Vitality. Vitality 1-0 up in the series. Benny, are you ready for a joke?
A joke?
Yeah.
Okay.
Why did Adele cross the road?
Why did Adele cross the road?
To say hello from the other side.
I hate you. I'm very upset right now.
That was a good one, though.
How's your knee?
It's really bad.
Do you want to take a seat?
No, not right now.
No, it's fine. No, look,
I'll
take a seat.
Okay.
It's fine. Look,
Yeah. So for anyone who doesn't know, I had knee surgery when I was 24 because I tore my meniscus.
Yeah.
And I've done it again.
So we have chairs now.
We have chairs now to chill on.
Yeah.
Yeah, they're just normal chairs. Normal chairs.
Why is my chair
some weight, Benny?
Why is my chair doing this? Okay, well, welcome to Game 2.
Representative of your league skill level, I think, is the general rule with the chairs.
We're getting ready for Mad versus Vitality Game 2 in our best of 3. Vitality dominated Game 1, and a lot of it largely came down to the draft. We sat down now. We're about getting ready for draft of Game 2. And we're excited to see how things change. I can very much see that Mad Lions have moved over to the blue side, which means that they will have first pick. But frankly, you have to bring into question what the game plan was from the Mad Lions in Game 1. Largely because when we think about it, it felt like that the Malphite was very telegraphed. It felt like that the Zeri was going to be the answer to the Lucian. And it felt like that Vitality didn't throw any curveballs. Outside of maybe the Yone, there was nothing in there that was really surprising. We've seen all of these champions played by Vitality before. This is also incredibly meta. Like, I'm kind of surprised that Mad Lions took this approach. And then
Goldberg was saying the same thing on the desk, right? It felt like they didn't really understand what they wanted to do on red side. And obviously, maybe blue side is the change they need, Vedi. We'll see.
But again, like, I understand the idea from the Mad Lions, but it was, I think it was one of those situations where they needed to execute near perfection in the early game, and they just weren't able to do it. And we'll have to see how things change up. As mentioned, we are getting ready for the draft of Game 2. I can see that the vast majority of the players are ready on stage, so once we're ready, we will let you know. But yeah, I have to bring into question, like, what will be the priorities? Something like Desire. Is this something, maybe even the Zeri will shift over in priority? We know the Kazi can play. He had a great performance in terms of the tiebreaker, where he was able to stand out and help Mad qualify for the top 8. But yeah, other thing that we haven't really talked much about, well, earlier, if you did check out Ready Check, we did talk about championship points. Yeah. For a quick TLDR, Mad Lions have a lot of points. Vitality, not actually that many.
No.
Vitality ended up losing to both Koi and SK in the winter split. Whereas Mad Lions finished second, which means that Mad Lions sitting on about 100 points right now. Even if they finish 8th, Vitality have to place incredibly high. They need to get like top 3, top 4 to even stand a chance of being able to qualify, assuming G2, of course, win the split.
That is the assumption that we're making when we talk about championship points. Otherwise, whoever wins the split will be our first seed to MSI, and whoever comes G2 will be our second seed if they do not win. I'm sure there are lots of people out there thinking, please, Mad Lions, we want either you to start really performing a lot better than you are right now, or we want to see you get knocked out early so that one of the teams on form at the moment can take that second berth at MSI.
Yeah, I mean, it's very surprising, you know, to see a team that finished second in the regular, well, finished second overall last split, to find them in the position that they are right now, fighting for their lives already. And especially when we look at the performance of teams like Astralis, Fnatic on the upswing as well, they will be the best of 3 that follows, of course, Vitality versus Mad. So we'll see what level that they're going to be bringing in our next best of 3. But yeah, right now, based on Game 1, obviously, it's a very small sample size, but Vitality looking like a strong contender already in the group stages. And I just hope that they can keep this level of play up. I hope we can see them perform to the same degree, because I think consistency has been one of their biggest issues, and it's something that teams have been able to exploit, at least during the regular season.
We'll see what they can do over the course of the next couple of weeks. Of course, still 3 weeks left of the LEC Spring Split, and then 9 days before we head off to good old Blighty for the King's Coronation and for MSI.
Excited for some bangers and mash, mate. Perhaps some fish and chips.
I love fish and chips. Is my favorite food.
Cuisine.
Yeah, it's so British.
Yeah.
That chicken tikka masala as well. I love a good Chinese takeaway. I love my British cuisine.
Oh, I love chicken korma.
It was one of the T1 players said, I can't wait to go to England to try the food. It's just like, does he know?
Does he know?
I don't think
he
can't remember who it was.
I did. Faker's answer to that is, why are you excited to go to the UK to win MSI?
Yep.
Which I think is the Giga Chan mindset that we expect from the greatest of all time in League of Legends. Just past his 10-year anniversary playing the game, and we are into draft for Game 2. Zeri, take it away! Shock horror! They realize that perhaps upset on Zeri is something you don't want to have to deal with.
I'm kind of surprised that they chose not to prioritize it themselves. We'll see how things evolve. But the Annie and the Rakan also going to be taken away on red side. So it does seem that Annie red side ban is definitely the go-to right now. Vitality were the team that banned Rakan game 1. They're going to keep up that Rakan ban game 2, showcasing that respect to Hylissang. The Maokai going to be taken away from Bo. They believe that team fighting tool is far too strong. So how will Vitality round things out? The VAR. So Vitality largely just sticking to their game 1 bans with the addition of the Annie in there as well. Sejuani, Vi, all up and available, and it looks like Mad Lions will prioritize that Vi. Vitality, of course, have a lot of freedom here. They can look to prioritize their bot lane. Perhaps they don't consider the Xayah that strong. Of course, Caitlyn did get a small nerf, but it's something that is still very strong in the hands of Upset specifically. But the hover, there it is, the Xayah. Excited to see it back in Upset's hands. Of course, the man is very competent on a number of different champions. Cheeky Karthus hover, remember that was the champion that ended up, well, I'm not going to say knocked Vitality out last split, but it was the last game that they played before Vitality were kicked out of the group stages. Bit of a conversation going back and forth between Upset and Bo right now, debating what jungle they want to prioritize. Wukong would be the most expected when we look at global pick trends. And the Lucian once again for Kazi.
Lucian Nami, a possibility for Mad. Niski can, of course, go to his Gragas here. It was banned out against him last game. There's the Nami. Let's see what Vitality want to round out their bot side with. Expectations are that this will be support. If you're Kaiser, you could look towards something like the Lulu once again. You could go Thresh as well. Depends really how you want to play the game as it develops. You're not really going to be able to beat Lucian Nami in lane too easily.
I was going to say Nautilus feels like the best pick here. And it looks like the Vitality agree. So, nothing too crazy once again. It seems that the patches didn't really change much, Medic.
Yeah.
At least not for these two teams.
I mean, it took a few things out of, like, the meta. You know, Aurelion Sol I don't think we'll see. Azir I don't think we'll see. But as you say, these two teams are pretty comfortable. Bot lane continues to be...
Gragas, you already talked about it. The flexibility that the champion provides is something that Vitality don't want to deal with. The Malphite ban. Typically used as an answer into things like the Jace, but with that removed, brings into question what else they could be thinking about. Kennen. So, Vitality is clearly blind picking their top laner. And whatever it is, they're saying, well, we don't want to have to play... we don't have to play into what looks to be like a lot of AP, so maybe the Scion Blind is something that they could be considering.
Yeah. Could, of course, go for something safe like the Gnar as well.
Jax is still open as well.
It's true.
I think Jax is something that they could definitely take into consideration here. Renekton, of course, I think it's fine. Don't love it, but it's fine. Camille is something that we saw a lot from Photon, but I don't think he would blind that. There are a number of things that can answer into it. The Ahri, I was about to say, with the Lissandra ban, that suggests to me that Mad Lions are actually looking for an Ahri pick, but I think Ahri Wukong is something that Vitality could actually just blind, and they're going to do just that. So perhaps their plan initially was that they wanted to blind the top lane, but after seeing the Lissandra, they've said, well, actually, with Lissandra gone, maybe we actually just blind the Ahri pick now. It's pretty safe. Offers the ability to roam, and also just synergizes pretty well with things like the Nautilus and the Wukong. So that's exactly what they'll do.
Sylas currently the hover for Mad.
I love that a lot more.
Veigar instead.
A typical answer into the Ahri. The cage can be very effective against her because of the small delay between the dashes. If you can, the cage just gives you a lot of control and space, kind of forces the Ahri in terms of maybe you catch her in the cage or maybe you force her to go in a direction that she does not want to go in. So I think it's good. Relatively safe lane, scales very well, and also against a lot of dive, it can be very effective. And the Olaf locked in for Photon. We've seen this in Europe a lot, the Olaf as an answer into the Cassante, and it's something that often goes in favor of the Olaf. Yet to see Photon on the champion this split, but not surprised to see him bringing out Adam being a big inspiration here in Europe for the pick.
And of course hasn't been touched over the last couple of patches, so continues to be that rampaging Viking that we've seen at the end of the during the entirety of the spring regular season. Let's talk a little bit about how these drafts want to work here. Very Mad Lions with some zone control, some ability to dive in and poke and prod with the Vi engage. The Vitality, on the other hand, I mean, they seem to have a similar composition. You know, you've got good CC, you've got good lockdown. Team fighting, you can front to back as well with the Olaf just running at the enemy backline.
Yeah, I would say that Mad have a lot of single target damage. They're pretty good at finding a single target, bursting them out, and then kind of relying on Kazi to then create, well, play around the space that Elyoya and Chasey can provide for him. But the front line of Mad, I think it's easy to circumvent when you're looking at things like a Wukong, an Ahri, and an Olaf, who can basically just ignore what should be the front line, which is this back line could be in a lot of danger. Olaf also incredible value against the Veigar. Like, there is nothing you can do to stop that man
when
from
he
running
gets low,
at
you hit him with the primordial burst.
I mean,
that's about it.
Yeah, I guess too. But yeah, it's. I think when it comes to the fights, once again, I think Vitality are in a pretty good position. We'll see how things pan out. We're jumping into game 2 between Vitality and Matt.
So in a whole 2-game sample size, we've worked out 13.6. It's very similar to 13.4.
Yep.
Not too much has changed as of yet. We are back to our old overlay, which means I can crack open the runes early on. Unsealed Spellbook for both the mid laners. We have seen, I think, Faker on Kassadin switch to Smite, steal a Baron. So there's always a possibility as the game goes on.
You know, I think you could use the sentence, I've seen Faker do, and it can be anything in League of Legends, you know? I feel like...
I've seen him die to a brand mid lane.
I knew you were gonna say that. Oh, man. I wonder if we'll ever find out who that mystery brand player was.
It was me, Smile.
Well, you mean like everyone else in chat?
Yeah. It had to be gold, though, so it's a bit too high elo for you, right?
No, that's actually perfect.
Oh, nice.
I'm very happy.
Cool.
Yeah, no. Anyway, let's have a look. Ward invested early on. Right here. And we've also got a ward here. And we've got a ward here. Oh, aren't I good at spotting the wards? Basically, this is its sole purpose is to give information as to what the junglers are up to in the early game. Nothing too crazy. Things that we've seen multiple times before. But ultimately, what does it mean and what information does it give for both sides? As Bo starts on the top side of his mat and he looks for a full clear largely towards the bot side, wanting to try and play around upset and Kaiser, maybe even threaten a dive. Xayah has incredible damage in the early game, and the CC setup from Kaiser is effective enough that it could be something that they look for. Meanwhile, Elyoya wants to path up towards the top side of the map. Perhaps he just does not want to get into a skirmish with Bo. Maybe wants to contest this, or doesn't rather want to contest this bot side scuttle. And also you can see that early ward invested to make sure that Elyoya isn't up to anything sneaky in the early game. Nisqy, unsurprisingly, getting pushed in the early. You can see Photon doing the same top, and Vitality doing the exact same bot. So they have 3 pushing waves, which gives a lot of agency and freedom towards Bo. Once again, the blue will be spotted out by Photon. Ward will be dropped in the river. And Vitality using their control very well. Elyoya, though, circumventing the vision.
Doing what Bo did last time, just trying to work his way all the way around. Expect it up towards the top side. Guardian prop down towards this bottom lane as Kaiser and Upset look to trade in. But Elyoya has taken the long route round here, Vedi, towards that top lane. Photon has Ghost and Flash. Knocked back with the Intofu strikes. Stepping forward, undertow, gets the shield, but Chasey continues to trade in. There's the Ghost away as Photon spots Elyoya on the minion wave and can just run his way down towards this bottom side. Make sure he's out of range of the gank, then paths back towards his lane. Perks now moving from the mid lane. The push you mentioned earlier, the dive possible. Kazi with cleanse, Hylissang with heal. Kaiser will tank the tower, ignite out, cleanse immediately away from the ignite. Kaiser tanks another shot. The charm coming in, Kazi low, first blood over to Vitality. Upset though, caught up with the event horizon as Nisqy TP'd in. And in the end, Vitality will be able to walk away.
Just a really clean play from Vitality overall. What more is there to say? They stacked the waves, they leveraged the fact that Perks had the priority in mid. They get the TP out from Nisqy, but they still get the kill onto Kazi, get all of his summoner spells. Now Mad trying to make a cross map happen top.
Photon does still have the flash, can use it on the Vault Breaker. TP comes in, Chasey low. Elyoya has to get the hell out of there as the Undertow continues to find him out.
He's going in.
Photon flashing forward, the knockback with the Pathfinder, but now Elyoya, the worst for wear, flashes away after losing his top lane.
The second that Mad hesitated after seeing the TP was the go signal for Photon to secure himself a kill. Flashes in to secure it onto Chasey. The man demonstrating dominance in the top lane. And we're going to see the dive once more. You'll notice that Kaiser's able to tank up, I think, 3 tower shots here. Waits for everyone to be ready, lands the root, forces the flash cleanse out. Then he's going to take that first tower shot. Meanwhile, look at all the freedom that Upset Bo. The root comes through from Upset as he flashes in to make sure that the feathers land. Perkz is able to secure the kill with the Q. Then Kaiser's able to walk away. And the aggro never swaps to another member of Vitality. Just a beautifully orchestrated dive. And on the contrast, not quite so beautiful for the Mad Lions. Immediately forced to retreat as the TP comes in from Perkz. Photon, knowing that he has the shield and the damage from the Q spam, is able to secure himself a kill, and already Vitality looking dominant in game 2.
Yeah, already 800 gold ahead, Vedi. They're in such a strong position. You can see Mad Lions looking to try and isolate Photon. Last time they played this out, they lost out the 2v1.
Just gonna kill him again.
Undertow does connect onto Chasey. Elyoya coming in as well. Photon just needs another Undertow into the auto. Underneath the tower, he'll get it. Trades his life for it. The Undertow coming out, but no. For a moment it looked close, but in the end, Elyoya able to take that kill. We'll get reduced XP from these minions, of course, with it being pre-14 minutes, but a little bit of extra gold in the back pocket of Elyoya there. Meanwhile, in the bottom lane, Kaiser chunked out a little bit, but he should be able to walk away from that one. And Vitality, once again across the map, winning out.
Damn. You know, if Photon's axe was a little closer, he would have gotten that kill. Ooh, wall physics getting in the way there. Kaiser lands the hook, but doesn't secure the kill. Oh, look, Perkz on the roam again. He gets spotted on the ward, doesn't care. Has the level 6, has the ultimate available, and they're going for the dive.
Kazi has no flash. The charm, though, trying to predict it, and immediately Mad able to walk away from that one. Bo already used the clone to get into this one. Vitality dashing back forward. Perkz looking for a bit more damage. Elyoya here. Niski on his way down. No vision for him in the tri-bush, but he can perhaps knock them down a little bit as Kaiser goes forward. We'll have a reduced cooldown on that Q. Niski now all his way around, and now Vitality will spot him. The event horizon goes down. Flashing forward. Bo ignited, ticking. Falls in the end. Niski goes down as well. Kaiser dashing in, and Kazi takes him out 2 for 1. The root comes out from Upset to stop the advance of the Mad Lions, but Mad able to get something back on the board.
Really, that was best case scenario for Mad. Kazi can still catch the wave, and he gets himself a kill, so he's back in the game after all of this investment to the bot side of the map. Perkz isn't quite
He knows
done
he's a mid
yet.
laner, right? He's not playing with caps anymore. He doesn't have to play bot. It's continuously just trying to apply pressure here.
So much time is being spent from Perkz. They need to find something here. He's just going to lose a lot. Recognizes he needs to get back to the wave. Elyoya should be able to spot him out. But all right, the wave, not too bad. So it's actually not the end of the world for Perkz. Has secured himself 2 kills. Feeling pretty strong right now. Kaiser has his eyes on Niski.
Niski no flash. Event horizon goes down. Hex flash forward into the dredge line, but the stun onto Perkz. The charm's still in range, but they don't have the damage to follow up. Even with the orb of deception, it's not enough. Niski still half HP in the mid lane.
Perkz actually walked into that stun. I think he was trying to get around the minion so he could land the charm after the hook connected. But either way, even if he landed the charm, as you rightly said, without the ultimate, they don't really have enough damage. So really, it's just chipping away. But let's look back at this dive. So a lot of predictions were made Vitality that didn't quite connect. Keep your eyes on Bo here, because Niski's commitment, good damage, but then after getting the heal, Bo realizes, I'm dead, let me just draw tower aggro and do as much damage as possible. It actually goes over to Kaiser. Bo lives way longer than he thinks he's going to, but thanks to the damage and turnaround commitment, they're able to get a kill back. Now Niski's in danger, or is Bo in danger?
Bo gets locked up, the cease and desist enough to end his life. Bo now 0-2. And Mad Lions equalize the score at 4-4. They were 800 gold behind a couple of minutes ago. Vedi now honors even between these two teams.
Yeah, well played there by Mad. A good punish from Elyoya. And all of a sudden, Mad are back into the game. Perkz looking for a run. Will be spotted out on vision once again. Mainly wants to offer a bit of protection as Photon is looking for that plate. He should be able to secure it. But wow, what a back and forth game. Early on, Vitality had advantages all across the board. And just like that, Elyoya now finds himself with a small gold lead. Kazi in the same position. I don't think LEC's going to try anything too crazy here. Do want to draw attention to our viewers at home that if you want to keep track of the stacks, you can see them on our overlay. We have them for Veigar throughout the duration of the game, along with his XP. Have been made aware that not many people are aware that they see the XP bar, but it is there on the icon as well, that small pink bar. Infernal is up, but with Bo on the top side of the map. Not something that Vitality is going to look to contest, but once Mad Lions see it drop, they may very well go for that objective themselves. Niski will get charmed. Good trade there from Perkz. But no first strike, no electrocute means that Nisqy not going to be too phased by that damage.
Already has the Catalyst of Aeons as well, so has a bit of extra health and mana to keep him alive. You've seen this Elioya going across towards the Dragon, as you said, Betty, seeing the Rift Towers down means that he can go and secure this. Mad Lions, though, are not on the right side of a reset here. They do have the Serrated Dirk on Kazi, but Kaiser has had the option to go back, get himself double Ruby Crystal, already has that Sightstone upgraded as well, or the warding trinket as the root goes down onto Hillisang. Doesn't have the flash, does have a heal, but doesn't really have anywhere to use it. And Vitality, even though they lose the Dragon, will still find themselves a fish in the river.
Bit greedy there from Perkz. He committed the ultimate to try and steal the kill. Ended up going over to Bo, but now he doesn't have that. What does that mean? Elioya can look for a play.
Perkz locked up, cease and desist coming out. Perkz pops the stopwatch. Flashes and escapes the charm under the tower as well. Nisqy will tank an extra tower shot.
Damn! That was clean, Perkz. That was very clean. The stopwatch reaction into the flash sidestep Q from Nisqy. Yes, he's going to lose a plate, but the advantage is gained bot lane. 2k gold is now the lead for Vitality after getting that Herald and dropping it bot. Once we get an opportunity, we'll have a look at the gold difference. Actually only 400 in favor of Upset after securing all of those plates, but regardless, Vitality sitting in a very comfortable spot now.
Obviously that gold shared across Bo and Kaiser as well. Bo putting down the Rift though means that he will have picked up some of those plates, and you can see he's about 500 gold ahead. Top lane very much in Photon's favor. We haven't really looked at it much since the early ganks that did happen, and now Photon will switch down towards the bottom side with the first turret being taken, and it will be Upset's duty to catch the way
no
up
joke.
towards top. Yeah.
One thing you could consider doing is actually putting the Olaf mid into the Veigar and actually sending the Ahri bot.
Just sprinting it.
Yeah. JC, I believe he is unseen, but Upset not the type to fall prey to silly things like tower plates. He's going to play cautiously for now, and Mad will not be able to convert this into anything. But what we're going to see a lot of now, with the bot tower gone, is Photon unlocked on the map. You see him in the bot lane, pushing in that wave, moving into enemy jungle. And all of this vision that's invested into the bot side, these wards, provide him with a bit of extra safety. Ideally, they want to move vision slightly deeper so that he can feel safe if they want to start threatening the tower. But all Photon really cares about is making sure that these waves are pushed underneath the tower, and then he can start moving up into fog. And every time he moves into fog, Mad have to be cautious of where he could be on the map.
It's the same thing with Perkz, moving so often from the mid lane, pushes it in, moves across, applies a little bit of pressure. Yes, you don't have to go for the dive, you don't have to look for the kill. It's just making it a little bit more difficult. Event Horizon just short there from Nisqy. Kaiser able to dodge back away from it. Hillisang looks for the Aqua Prism, does find it. Kazi has the ebb and flow on him as well. Will blast Cone forward, but Kaiser going back in. Depth charge on Kazi, used to be teammates, but now the Cyclone coming in to lock him up. The Aqua Prism as well that climbs away from Kazi as he tries to escape, but Perkz is dashing in and lands the charm once again. Bo able to kill off Kazi. Flash forward by Bo, dash away from Elioya. Vitality will have to settle for only a single kill.
Now, that flash may have looked ridiculous, but he was trying to intercept the Q from Elioya. Elioya, though, a great amount of patience as he holds it for the time being and then able to use it to get away. As Photon steals away the red buff. Great charm from Perkz, though, in the midst of the chaos, able to find a good one onto Kazi. Frankly, I think Kazi, he should have, well, I mean, going for this play I think is greedy in and of itself. I don't think his intent was actually to dive over the wall here. I think he really just wanted to chip away. This is then what surprised me that he then commits afterwards. Kaiser then looks for a hook, throws out the ultimate. Kazi doesn't flash at this point, which I think is too late. A good ultimate from Hillisang to buy time, but Kazi's chain CC'd. It's only here that he then chooses to flash away, but the damage is already done. Now look at this charm from Perkz. Predicts the sidestep, able to land it onto Kazi. And then you'll see this flash trying to get in the way, but turn around from Elioya and is able to use it to get away to safety. Well played from Vitality as they find themselves another pick, and this is the beauty of their composition. They keep moving into the darkness, keep looking for their opponents to try and find punishes, and we will unfortunately find ourselves in a pause. Once we have more information, we will let you know. I can let you know that it was Vitality's pause, but the reason why, I have no knowledge of, I'm afraid. This means that what was a pretty intense game, a lot of kills, 10 so far at 13 minutes. Vitality dominating though. 3k is the gold advantage that they find themselves with. Vitality looking to go on a dominant run. I think it's important to remind people though that Vitality did get a pretty convincing, what was it? Well, I say pretty convincing, it was a 2-1 in their last best of 3, and then they went 0-2 to Koi, and then they went 0-2 to SK in Winter. Who was the first team that they beat?
Heretics.
It was Heretics, yeah. So
a 2-1 against Heretics. Like,
and then a loss.
Obviously, in Winter they were in slightly different form, but.
But but remember they finished first at the end of the regular season, and I think one of the biggest questions that people had around them was, how convincing is this Vitality squad? Because a lot of their wins, they arguably shouldn't have won. Like, their games were quite chaotic. Consistency really didn't exist for them, and then they were really punished and exploited in the best of 3s. Here, though, they feel like a different face. You know what I mean? Like, during the regular season, something that we heard consistently from the team, specifically Upset, was we haven't really had time to build as a team yet. You know, we're just kind of 5 individuals that are really strong, and we're communicating actively and doing what we can, but like, we're going to fall short in some areas because we just haven't had that opportunity to build the synergy that many other teams had already had to build in Winter. But now, with the week break and them really being able to focus on the things that they wanted to fix, meanwhile doubling down on the things that work for them, I feel like that we're seeing a fresh face for Vitality. Some of the over-aggression definitely still there. That bot lane tower dive definitely went on a little longer than it needed to, and you could see them doing the typical, well, I predict that you predict that I predict this, therefore I'm going to throw this here, and then they don't do anything, you know? So they end up not being able to find much off the back of that, but still, this early game has been very dominant from Vitality as a whole, and they continue to look good, whereas Mad, still question marks around their drafting. Their early game, it feels like that they're trying very hard to play around the top side of the map to very little success, and questions continue to rise where this top style of play was very beneficial to them last split. So far, this split, it hasn't really worked out.
And they haven't really been doing it either, I think, is the difference between the two splits. At least on examination, they don't spend that much time around Chasey. They're not like forcing into trying to get him ahead. Here, obviously, they did do that, but into an Olaf, it's pretty tricky to get your top laner ahead. And I think the question for Mad Lions is, can you rectify things for the next series? Because you've got to play either Astralis or Fnatic, whoever loses that series.
Signing them off, are you?
I'm like, no flame. But they don't look like they're going to win. This is halfway through The Lion King, not the start of it. You know, a few things have happened. Some people have died. There've been buffaloes. You know?
Just to update people, Vitality are experiencing some peripheral issues. The settings are currently being adjusted. And the second that it's sorted, we will continue with the game.
So yeah, this is the Hakuna Matata phase, right? This is understanding your loss and dealing with it.
Well, I mean, Mad Lions, we talked about their comp. We talked about how if we have an opportunity and you can bring up the draft, then we can talk a little bit more about it. But one of the problems that they have is Olaf. And while you look at the Veigar pick and you look at Cassante, it was a safe blind initially. And the idea behind the Veigar is it's really good at controlling things like the Ahri.
Sure.
But the second that you get into these team fights, neither of those champions do anything to stop Olaf. And then all you're relying on is Kazi's mobility to create space between him and Photon, who's going to be looking to dive him. And that's all well and good in theory, but he's not the only one. Ahri, going to be using her mobility, creative flanks, the incredible potential of the ultimate to potentially look for a flank, and the same thing for Bo. Like, they have so much dive and threat onto these carries that it's going to be very difficult to play. And also, they only do a lot of damage to a single target. So I think that Mad Lions haven't really set themselves up for success when it comes to the fights, and so far in this early game, things are not going well. So as you can see, the issues have been resolved. We are now back into game. Vitality still control the lead, with Dragon spawning in 55 seconds.
Yeah, if we have a look at where everyone is in terms of gold in this game, I expect we'll see Vitality leading the way. Bo, Upset, and Photon all higher than anyone on the Mad Lions. Only Perk's a little bit behind. That's because he's been all over the map. He hasn't really been laning. Hasn't been getting that injection of plates, that injection of gold that the rest of his team has been drip-fed so far. Elioy looking for something up towards this top side. Kazi and Hylissang against Upset and Kaiser so far has been very much in favor of the Vitality lads.
And you'll notice with Perks' build as well, it's very much about that follow-up CC, tying in with the pick composition, not about him making sure that he does as much damage as possible, but the moment that the knock-up comes through from Bo, he can follow up. The moment that Kaiser's ultimate connects, he can follow up. Feathers connect, he can follow up. Yep. Or maybe he can set up for all of these other things as well. There's a lot of flexibility where his role and responsibility is to be the facilitator on his team. Game one, he was the Yone, he was the carry alongside Upset. This time it's about setting up the rest of his team to be those carries, and we're getting to see the different versions that Vitality can bring to the LEC.
At the moment, this version very much superior to what Mad Lions have shown us. Photon going to be able to take this dragon by himself.
Why not?
He's already got the Ravenous Hydra, 11 stacks on it. Get that up to 40 and you are pretty much unkillable, especially in the 1v1. Mythics across the board now for everyone but the supports, as per usual.
Wow, Bo, not cool, man.
And I know it's cool because he needs to give treats to his Moss Stomper. Like, if you had a pet, you'd want to give it some treats.
Still yoinked gold away from Photon, I'm just saying.
Yeah, Photon doesn't need the gold, you know. Bo needs that 1.5k ahead.
Well, right now, Vitality are saying they need that Herald. Pings are coming down. Mad, though, initially have control over the river. This Event Horizon, maybe to try and catch Perks off. I thought he was trying to hold the wave, but the wave hadn't really been pushed in yet, so... Either way, Vitality now get the push and move over to the Herald. What will Mad Lions do? It is a pocket of vision where they see nothing. And they're going to move away. They're not going to contest.
Obviously, second Herald not as impactful as the first, but does still give Vitality the option to crank through the mid lane tower.
And that's the big one. Yep. Because when you're sieging against a Veigar, one of the challenges is that Event Horizon. You get a little too close, and he can stun you up. The Vire comes through. One pick leads to potentially another pick, a good team fight, blah, 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 blah. Herald gives you the option to break that mid tower without having to deal with this Veigar's Event Horizon. Of course, it can still stun Shelly, but unless they can get that kill, it's not going to stop her from charging.
Credit to Mad, though, even though they did give up the Rift Herald, they came in, they stole away the blue buff, and they got the push down towards the bottom lane. You can see Elioya and Niski actually waiting to see if Perk steps up, but they've done this a few times. We saw Elioya do it to the top side, we saw Chasey try and do it to catch her upset. It seems like Vitality have had drilled into them. You push the wave, and then you don't step past your tower. In these situations, just play weak side, play back, and let the rest of your team get advantages on the rest of the map.
It does look like Perks is also going to go for the Zhonya second, so he's going to make his survivability his highest priority while mainly providing utility. His damage going to be a little lacking.
Yeah, but you have a lot of damage on the rest of the team.
But again, like, you look at Olaf and you remember, oh, true damage, right. Yeah. Also, REQ, true damage, right. Yeah, okay, cool.
Also, Bo, you know, already has the Divine Sundra building himself up towards Black Cleaver as well. Vitality will not lack in terms of DPS. Bo caught out a little bit here, but can always just clone across. You see that? Him stutter stepping. It's the basic clone. Perhaps Aquabism going out. There's a cleanse as well. Kaiser trying to go in as Kazi jumps away. Elioya able to escape down towards the bottom side. The Ragnarok coming out, but you can't get over the wall. Terrain still stops the Olaf. Niski almost roots up Upset, who doesn't have a Feather Storm and doesn't have a flash, and has to use the Gale Force to dash to safety. In the end, nothing exchanged. Bo, you're behind enemy lines here, and Chasey could catch him out a little bit. Bo does still have the flash. Riptail does get the charge in. There's Pathfinder. Bo dashes across the wall and escapes any further confrontation.
Did cost him his flash. A couple flashes burnt off the back of that exchange. Photon used both the summoners, but wasn't quite able to get that kill onto Elioya. The Herald was dropped mid. Didn't result in a kill, though. Perks even TP to bot lane to try and catch this wave. And Vitality mainly just trying to reclaim control of the map, clean the map up effectively after Mad Lions used their window to try and find a pick. Kaiser, though, on the hunt once more, won't be able to convert it into anything. You look at all the ultimates, every single ultimate used, largely from both sides, outside of Chasey's and Niski's, where they couldn't quite find anything. Vitality still in control of the game for the time being, and you expect that next neutral that Vitality is playing for is this mid tower. They've pushed bot wave all the way in. The second they spot Niski out, I imagine that they'll look to try and play to this tower, but with the resets coming through, looks like that they're not going to go for it just yet.
Niski does also have the TP to get towards the mid lane if that does end up being the case for Vitality. Still 3,000 gold between these two teams, and next Drake up in a minute's time. Cloud Soul, not the most impactful Soul, but when you do have something like an Olaf and you're ulting and you're trying to run at the enemy team, it can help you out. And even something like the Wukong or the Ahri.
Yeah, I was going to say, like, Ahri, big fan of Cloud Soul. I think Olaf also a big fan of Cloud Soul. The extra movement speed that you get is incredibly valuable. I would argue that Chasey also gets a lot of value off the back of it. In any case, Soul still quite a ways away. That top tower continues to be chipped away at by the minions. Photon, though, wants to use this window to group up with this team in mid. It looks like the Dragon will be the main priority. Kaiser and Bo already in position. Niski paranoid of what may be laying in wait as the pings come through. The flank collapse from Bo. Kazi playing safe, though.
Needs to. Has to step back from this wave, attempting to try and get forward and clear it out before it really does get past that halfway mark, but Once again, it looks like Mad Lions willing to give up this dragon. Only second of the game for Vitality, so it's not too important that Mad have to fight it. You know, you're not getting them onto a soul point or anything, and if you can take stuff on the other side of the map, that is a trade deal worth taking, it feels, for Mad. They'll get a tower in the top lane. Chasey pushing in. You can see Photon taking the long way around to get towards that turret as well, making sure that there was no one lying in wait for him as he roamed through his red side jungle.
Yeah, I was debating for Vitality if they could have committed more to things like the top or the mid tower. Obviously, you can see Mad largely overstacking in mids. They've been kind of abandoning bot wave for the most part, only catching it when it really gets up to their tower, which does make sense because you're at risk of getting picked off. Vitality, though, going to disengage with this dragon. So, like, this is what confuses me a little bit. We saw the Photon push top wave, chose not to go for the tower because it looked like he wanted to be able to rotate over to mid.
Hilly. Perks going forward. Everfrost just wide. Alongside the charm, Hylissang did have to burn the flash to get away. Dragon secured 2 towers, though,
So
for
now
Vitality.
Earlier, I felt like the Vitality could have prioritized these neutral objectives in exchange for the dragon, but it seems that they used this window here in order to try and capitalize. Now they're going to keep pushing in this top tier 2. I quite like this. As I say that, they're going to immediately disengage. I feel like when you've got Nisqy solo pushing in bot lane, there's a big window here for you to threaten. But in the same vein, when you've only got 1 member bot, that means that multiple members can actually respond to the top side and potentially slow down the push. They're looking for Kaiser, though.
The support's being caught out so far. Cease and desist coming in as well. Kazi dashing forward, but there's the depth charge, and Bo is on the flank. Upset there as well. Kaiser already down. Chasey trying to get onto Upset. Feather Storm possible. Upset dashes up. The Cullen coming out as well, and Bo's already cut off 1. Kazi will fall, and Yoya chased up towards the top side. Upset also down in the fight. Perks trying to trade in. There's the charm on Hilly. Photon rooted up for a second. No Ragnarok left on him. Primordial Burst not enough to cut through the Vikings' health bar. Bo dashing back in, and Leoya smacks him around the head. The shield coming out. Bo low, and then Horizon once again as Chasey puts them in the midst of the meat grinder. But Bo and Photon low. Perks gets the Spirit Rush back up. Nisqy takes 1. Perks going to look for a little bit more as he goes down towards Chasey, off towards the bottom side. He'll get another. Perks diving forward, and Leoya and Nisqy on the wrong side of the rift here as Kaiser's on his way back up. And Leoya, Vault Breaker charged up. Nisqy trying to get in between the towers here, but Kaiser should be able to flash. Hook and flash away from Nisqy. Perks, flash available. Event Horizon down. Perks flashes over. Misses the charm. Misses the Everfrost. And Nisqy, with the heist of the century, gets out.
Wow, Nisqy able to get away with his life. Perks missed a bunch of charms in that team fight. But let's look back. This all starts with Mad Lions catching Kaiser out of position. He's isolated, sitting on top of a ward, and Kazi there to follow up on the engage from Aljoya. This is where things get pretty hectic, because Upset thinks that he can commit to the play onto Kazi, but it's Upset that gets collapsed on first, uses the heal, and then is able to connect the feathers so him and Bo can actually get that initial kill. Then so many resources invested from Photon onto Aljoya, but he can't lock him down, so we can't keep the Ragnarok going. Perks on the flank, but you can see he's not doing that much damage and isn't a real threat, especially without his ultimate. So the rest of Mad are trying to lock down Photon and Bo. Bo goes in 1 versus 4 effectively, tries to get that kill onto Aljoya. He gets the shield back, which means that he's able to walk away with his life. Then Bo and Photon end up trapped. They're stuck in the cage, and Nisqy's doing what he can to get the damage off, but Perks' ultimate comes back up. Bo ends up then finally falling to Nisqy. Perks then prioritizes killing Chasey so that he can get a dash back off from Perks, get his ultimate, get the Spirit Rush back. And then this is where we see the fancy footwork from Nisqy. So the flash comes through from Kaiser. He tries to land the hook. Then Nisqy flashes away. And then look at the bonus movement speed he gets from the Cloud Rift. Sidesteps the charm. Then he sidesteps the Everfrost. And Perks, he was trying to predict the direction that Nisqy would go in. Like, that was largely a 50-50. Perks went one way, Nisqy went the other. The additional movement speed that he got definitely helped, but now the Baron has been started. Upset will be spotted.
8 seconds on Chasey's TP, up in 5, 4. Kaiser goes in with the depth charge. Elioya's going to Vault Breaker away. A good Event Horizon will stun up Kaiser as well and take him down to 2/3 HP. TP in by Chasey.
Get what they want though. Vitality, they get the flash out from Aljoya and they get the TP. Now they just need to reset, go catch bot.
No.
Perks will have to be sent to a bot lane. Doesn't have the TP up just yet. But you can see Mad trying to cut off the return route from Vitality. Aljoya could be in danger here, but has the Q back up already. And now Mad Lions looking to threaten the mid lane tower.
Bo.
Flash in from Bo.
Wasn't able to get there in time. May look a little bit weird that Mad pushed so far into that red side jungle, but it's all about cutting off easy routes for Vitality to the mid lane. You can see Mad trying to take this mid turret, couldn't quite get it. But now with 5 members strong, as Perks has to go down to that bottom lane, as you said, ready to catch the TP. A possibility. Nisqy, Event Horizon, there's the TP in. Demolish available for Chasey, but he doesn't have enough time to stack it up. And Perks invests his teleport to make sure that Mad couldn't get much more. Chasey dashes away and Event Horizon again lands onto Perks. Primordial Burst won't be enough to kill him off. The stopwatch coming out. Bo trying to train onto Elio up towards the top side. Perks with the Spirit Rush way down towards the bottom side. Hillisang's already dead and Chase is going to chase as well. Bo down as well. 1-for-1 trade so far as Perks lands the Everfrost. There's 2-for-1. Vitality coming up trumps in the fight so far. Niski though trying to back away. The undertow hits Kazi. The cleanse away. He's trying to dash. He's trying to dive. He's trying to duck away from any damage. But instead, Upset takes him out. Niski answers with 1. But Hillisang and Elioya and Chasey fall alongside Kazi. And it's all on Niski. Halfway off cooldown with the Primordial Burst. No jungler here. Hex Splash out. Upset tanking up the Baron for now.
They can't
Vitality
do it.
will realize they cannot do it for now. As you say, too risky with Niski in your face.
So let's look back at this fight. It all starts with them trying to catch Perks off. A great Event Horizon. They're trying to get the burst damage down, and you can see it is a lot. Forces the stopwatch out from Perks. He's immediately forced to dash away rather and use the heal. Meanwhile, Bo is getting isolated on the side as Hillisang is also getting collapsed by Upset. Bo does what damage he can before Kazi, and well, it ends up being Niski actually secures the kill. Meanwhile, Chasey kind of isolated as the chain CC comes through from Vitality. Then the chase comes in from Photon. The axe does land, a follow-up, and then look at the damage from Upset. Nicely done. The damage from Niski is good as well onto Photon, so we get to kill back. And ultimately it ends up being, what, 4 for 2 in favor of Vitality.
And after having such a disappointing game in Game 1, Niski now 5-1-0 on this Veigar. Rabadon's death cap finished, Seraph's complete. Hillisang going to be met with Bo here. Cyclone coming out, death charge on to Kazi. Flash forward, Ragnarok as well, the other toe. Kazi already dead. Hillisang down as well. And Niski really can't do much in the face of Vitality. Unstoppable as they go in with the charm, the Everfrost, the root. Niski lands an Event Horizon, but the feathers fly. And Niski dies, shut down by Vitality. And they will turn towards the Baron.
Photon could not be stopped. Mad Lions did what they could, but we talked about the dive. And we talked about how there's not enough peel for Kazi. The second that Photon decides that he wants Kazi to fall, Kazi does in fact fall. Great team from Vitality, turns into a Baron, and the consolation prize for Mad is a Cloud Drake.
We'll put them on soul point if they can get it before.
They can't even get
Vitality are here, but they can't do it. As you say, we'll be 2 apiece now. Vitality, 2.5 minutes left on their Baron buff. A 7,000 gold lead, and we'll see Photon cries for Valhalla as he dives in here.
So Bo with a great initial engage, CC's Kazi long enough for Kaiser to get in range to land the depth charge, and that is the go signal. Bo is able to sidestep the Event Horizon and just look at the Olaf. Flashes, axes first, flashes in to then pick up the axe afterwards. Like, they didn't even have Upset and Perks with them. Just the 3 versus 5 of Kaiser, Bo, and Photon was enough. The dive is just so powerful. And then Niski gets collapsed. The shutdown goes over to Perks. He gets a Banshees, right? No damage, Ari. But it doesn't matter. Yet to die this game. The CC has been solid, and I say no damage.
He's putting out enough.
He's putting out enough, and that's all that matters.
So, having a very good series is Perks. Pathfinder out there will dodge the depth charge, cease and desist as well. Bo with another Cyclone of Vitality, the one's collapsing first. Chasey left to the Wolves, and Vitality will gobble him up. Another kill over to Bo, now 5-4 on the Wukong. Vitality with the Baron buff for the next 90 seconds can push in. Could try and catch 2 waves instead, just playing on 1 right now. Mid wave not in the best of shapes for them, not in the best of positions. Niski pushing in the top lane, trying to get an objective bounty back, but for this, their inhibitor will be forfeit as a Vitality start to demolish the base of Mad Lions. Are they going to look for more here?
Of course they're going to look for more. They're so far ahead right now. The charm lands.
Everfrost going out as well. The Ragnarok being used. There's the dredge line as well, and Niski slain where he stands. Buried under his own Nexus. The Nexus Tower is now the target for Vitality. They'll take it as well. And they look for more. They look for it all as Vitality sweep away the Mad Lions in dominant fashion. They will end up 2-0.
A deathless series for Perks. A single death on Upset. And a commanding victory once again. We saw a bit of over-aggression from Vitality at times, but they played the fights beautifully, and they dominated Mad Lions. There were no questions in this series. Vitality were the stronger team, and they demonstrated that in clean, and dominant fashion. Excited to see this team progress. They will be going up against the winner of Astralis versus Fnatic, which is, of course, our next best of 3.
That it is. Yeah, a good one to watch, I'm sure. See Upset giving Nisqy and Hylissang a hug, obviously, where they won that Fnatic team together last year. And it was a bit of a struggle for Mad Lions all around, Betty.
Of course, this doesn't mean that Mad Lions are done.
Nope.
We have the double elimination bracket, which means that they will move down and they will face the loser of Astralis versus Fnatic.
Lose 2 series from here on out and you are out of the competition.
Yeah.
Mad Lions have a 1 in that loss column.
And it's important to remind people that Mad Lions have a lot of championship points.
They do.
Even if they're able to get 6th place, assuming that G2 win the split, there's a world where they can still qualify for MSI. So if you're a Mad Lions fan, things are definitely not down and out for the squad. But I think based on what we saw from this team last split, they're going to feel frustrated at their current level.
Yeah.
And there's a lot to catch up on if they want to go toe-to-toe with the top dogs in Europe right now.
And Vitality will be feeling very happy about how the way this series went. 50 championship points for them so far. Your player of the game vote at LEC on Twitter includes 3 of their players, Photon, Perks, and Upset. So your nominees. Yeah, I think, especially Perks, after he had a bad week 3, I think he's really stepped up again coming into the group stage. Unkilled this entire series, 5-0 on the vegan Ari. Cool.
I mean, it worked, right? He did everything
Can
that he
you be a
needed
vegan
to.
if you're killing people? I mean, you can still murder people if you're a vegan, I guess. You just can't eat their bodies. But that's cannibalism.
Right,
and that's,
true.
That's an entirely different thing.
Nice pivot there, Medic. Beautiful.
Is it cannibalism if you ate Tom
Anyway,
Kench? Because that's just a frog.
Anyway.
It's a French delicacy. I know it's catfish, okay? Don't you tweet at me being like, oh, it's just catfish.
Vitality
Unload
looking
the toad.
great.
Disinhibit the ribbit.
Very excited to see the direction with which Vitality go in moving forward. But they, like, Astralis have also looked good. I'm really excited to see how they shape up after the week break. But this week break seems to have done wonders for Vitality. And yeah, we saw straightforward front-to-back team fighting in the second game. We saw a lot more lane dominance from the side of Photon, got to see what he was really capable of, and a lot more skirmishing. And overall, Vitality looking good.
And that's it from us for now. We're going to hand it over to Frankie, who's sitting by with Upset.
Looking good, Veddy. I think they're looking great. Upset, thank you so much for joining me. Talk to me about what happened in that second game. The first game looked almost flawless. Second game, was there a little bit of overconfidence, should we say, in the early game?
No, I think we did all the things correct except our skill shots, probably. I think we did all the good macro moves, but when we were in between the towers, we were just missing a lot of things. So it looked pretty chaotic because we need to hit our things to go in. But otherwise, we played pretty well overall, and we had a pretty clear game plan on how we want to play fights, and it worked out pretty well.
So what were you working on then during the break week? Because there was a lack of consistency towards the end of the regular season. I'm guessing that's something you wanted to look at.
Yeah, I mean, we still need to work on our communication a lot, obviously, because we are not all speaking the same language. And this is always when a team is kind of new. I mean, I joined this split like 4 weeks ago, 3 weeks ago, and the others also have not been playing together for too long. So just on general team play, getting on the same page. And then the other side is always just trying to get in good shape individually and playing a lot of different champs to see what fits us well and what we want to play in official games. So that was kind of our process in this time.
What do you think fits you well at the moment?
I honestly think we can play basically everything because our mid laner is very flexible. Photon can play weak side and aggressive too, and I can do the same. And our jungle can carry and play tank. So everything fits us right now. I think it's just figuring out the meta, I guess, the patch, what is the strongest on the patch, and just getting really good at it.
And Xayah still looks really good, despite the fact that she had her E nerfed.
Yeah, Xayah is still pretty strong, I think, for sure, yeah.
So talk to me about what it's like playing in this format now, because this is your first time playing in the format change, obviously, because you sat out last split. How does it feel to be, I guess, in what's essentially a GSL group stage?
It's pretty exciting, and it feels a lot more higher stakes, I guess, than another week of regular season. Of course, the regular season games are important too, but with this new format, every week is a super week, and now we play best of 3, so there's a lot of excitement because the prep is much longer, and if you lose, you're out, basically, if you lose 2. So I enjoy it a lot. But it's also, of course, a lot of stress compared to the other format where it's more consistent, the level of stress you have. But yeah, I like it so far.
Do you think that Vitality is a team that's going to cope well with the stress of this format?
That's a good question. I don't know the guys for too long, but I think we have a lot of experience in mid and jungle, and our top and jungle are also like trying really hard to get better, and they seem to take the things well that we do. So yeah, I think we seem stress resistant for now.
Is there anything surprising then that you've discovered about this team since joining them?
Not necessarily. Actually, everything is pretty much as I expected it to be. I'm just happy to be here.
One of the things we noticed during the series today was Perks getting to play more of a carry role again, because he's played more of a supportive role in mid during the split so far. Was that a decision that was made by Perks himself?
Yeah, we struggled a little bit knowing exactly what we wanted to play in the regular season, or maybe he was just trying to to expand his champion pool. But he definitely wants to carry the games as well. So I think we don't tell him really what to pick. So he, of course, basically decides what he wants to play. So today it was a little bit more carry oriented, and he did amazing. So yeah.
I mean, you're also on the team, so it must be hard sometimes to balance things out because you're always carrying.
No, it's. I actually feel like this team is really good at understanding what the AD carry should do or how we should play fights around me. Sometimes we go a little bit too much, but it's nice. Like everyone can carry. I can trust my teammates to do their part well if they have the resources. So it's more of a relief, really, than just feeling like you are the person that has to carry every game.
Looking ahead now, I know that this is only the first day of the group stage, but obviously MSI, there's a spot that you guys are in contention for. How confident do you feel about potentially booking a space in London?
Well, I'm not quite certain about how the point system works exactly.
What do you mean? Did you not see the patronising show at the start?
No, sadly not.
You might want to watch that one, my friend.
And my team sadly was 5th or 6th in spring. In winter, so I don't know exactly what we need to do, but I feel pretty confident that we can go all the way in the final and potentially win the split. So I guess if we do that, hopefully we are qualified for MSI. So I think we have a good shot, yeah.
Upset. I know you've been back for a while, but it's really nice to get to sit here and talk to you today. So thank you so much for joining me. Congratulations on the win. We'll see you playing again on Monday. But right now, we need to throw to a break. And after it, we're going to have Astralis versus Fnatic. However, we want to find out a bit more about this guy. So let's hear more from Upset on his arrival in Team Vitality.
To be honest, when I said the statement, I'm way too good to never have won a split, I didn't think it was controversial at all. Winning spring would mean a lot for me because obviously I never won a split, and I think I'm way too good to never have won a split.
Who would have thought a 3-0 in favor of G2?
I still believe it, of course.
Based on his pure skill, he definitely deserves it.
Difficult dive, Cleanse coming out, the Ignite ticking away, DOS flashing away, Upset on the chase, Upset will get one.
He's trying to hold off Upset. They take down Perks. The rest of Team Upset move away. Upset gets over the wall, gets another.
I think it's a lot about timing, about luck, about effort as well, and having that all at the right moment to be in that best group of players.
So him not winning a split is for sure criminal, but I would say that with Vitality we have a good chance to make it happen now.
The absolute ceiling of this team is definitely a world-class team or world's class team, but right now we are pretty far from that, I think. We are not a great team yet. I think we need to put a lot more effort into playing together.
I think our ceiling is, winning Worlds. I think you always have to be a little bit delusional in order to make it work,
Winning my first split would definitely take some sort of pressure off myself. It's always about being in that right team, being in that right environment, and hopefully it's this place, and it definitely can be.
moving. When did we stop doing it? When did we settle for technology that keeps us still?
So move me, baby, like if nothing left to prove.
The Kia electric range. Technology that moves you. Kia. Movement that inspires.
Where legends have walked, and even bigger legends will continue to make their name.
on to the LEC. It's time for Astralis to face Fnatic. I gotta say, I thought the first series might have lasted a little longer.
We did have a pause in it.
We
to help out.
Yeah, that helps. That made it a little longer, but overall, yeah, quick work by Vitality.
Yeah, I mean, they looked absolutely fantastic. I think drafting definitely a big issue coming into game number 2 still again, and Vitality just have to play through the strengths of it.
Yeah, and I think once again, like at first they're like on the first game they had, Mad Lions were red side, they were banning the Sejuani and the Vi. Maokai came through, they still opted in for Lucian Nami. No lockdown, they could have gone Seri. Going into the second fake game, they banned Seri themselves. First pick Vi, which I am heavily against when the likes of Saya, Sivir still exist, and even Tam Kench, as we've started seeing in the East as well. I think it's a trap that you can't allow yourself to fall into, because even if you do get ahead with the Vi, it becomes so difficult to play the game.
And completely outplayed both in draft and in game by Vitality. So now we're going to see who is going to play Vitality on Monday, the winner of Fnatic versus Astralis. Now, Astralis had a choice here. They could pick to play Mad Lions or Fnatic, but they picked Fnatic. I wonder if they're going to regret it after they play today, and after what they saw from the first game.
It's actually kind of interesting, because when you watch Fnatic and Astralis at the end of week 3, I thought Fnatic actually had a pretty good read of Astralis. Like, they were actually... One of the things Astralis does a lot is they will drop a wave and just play off of 2 or even 1 lane and just very quickly look to overload it. I think Fnatic did a relatively good job of like trying to counteract that at times, but then they got the lead and then it fell apart in the mid-game. So maybe that's what's given Astralis their thought process.
The fact that the mid lane macro was so poor from Fnatic when they were playing against them, they essentially refused to take Herald, couldn't open mid lane turret, and couldn't play the side lane composition they drafted for themselves. And when you play against Astralis, you want to be able to win a side lane win condition, because leader is playing Zed, all these champions that's popping up there. But I also think, in terms of the names we're looking at, I think Astralis might have been anticipating that during a week break, who's going to improve the most, Mad Lions or Fnatic? And I'll be honest, I thought Mad Lions would have looked scarier in a week run as well, compared to Fnatic that had been struggling but was ramping up.
We'll see if it's a poison pick from Astralis or if they had the right read. But let's talk about Astralis a little bit, and the fact that they ended up at the top of the table thanks to the introduction of Leader, someone who has had a couple of tries in LEC already or in the EULCS in the past, but now has found a fantastic performance within Astralis that has seemingly elevated the whole practices of Astralis.
It's definitely kind of shaped how Astralis want to try and play their early stages. I love the fact that he's taking these aggressive picks in the mid lane, and then we're seeing, okay, let's just look for skirmishes. Let's see if we can find fights at Dragons, at Heralds, or even if we can get Leader to come topside with us. And it means that for Astralis, they're starting to get their foundation in the early stages that they can then propel themselves forward into, as Goldberg was kind of alluding to, like Leader playing these side lanes.
Yeah, that's the thing as well, because it's not necessarily the fact that Leader now needs a lot of resources. He's still getting them from 1-1-3. But in the past, there's like, we have to play for Leader in the mid lane, we have to get him on Aurelia, and we just have to make it work. That's not the same Leader we're seeing now. We're actually seeing a Leader who can be adaptive with what he's bringing to the team. And I think that's really been the big redemption story for him coming into LEC again.
Oh, absolutely. I love the video we had, the hype video for this week, in which Leader was saying there's a lot of people here that have so much to prove, and I think 1-1-3 is a great example, who, you know, we need to give credit to the coaching staff as well, the way he's developing as a jungler. The example of Kabe, who is someone who's been here forever and is now peaking again,
Phenomenal.
which is crazy. Like, everything has to go right for that to happen. And of course, Leader at the center of all of it. We have some insane Irelia moves from Leader in the clip we're about to show you in general from solo queue. But yeah, it's the way some players can evolve and work in a team atmosphere, whereas to some just stay stagnant.
I think the big one is kind of Goldberg was saying, is that we can get him looking absolutely fantastic on his picks we expect from Leader, right? The Zeds, the Aurelia in this clip. But I think the fact he's bringing in things like the Annie and kind of catching people off guard with the fact that he can bring out these control mages and still have massive impacts, I think it's kind of putting to bed this whole Leader only plays melee assassins. It's like you can
this play as well just went completely viral too, and that's the thing, right? Because in the past it was a liability that this happened. Now it's suddenly a strength that the enemy team can no longer just say, let's have a control mage because Leader will bring this out. And you can't just lock something in expecting Leader to go for what, but you still have to fear it. And that's what we so often see against Astralis.
And of course, one of the big things we were talking about earlier is the fact that, well, now we got AP top laners. Now you got Rumbles, the Gwens, the Kennons that can come through.
Yeah.
And if Leader wants to go for these picks, he's only facilitated even more by the fact that Finn can bring out some of these stranger picks in the top side.
Yeah, indeed. Also, the patch is helping them out, perhaps. And I love that we're talking about Astralis very clearly as favorites in the matchup against the Fnatic. A Fnatic that had A very dramatic split, we have to say. Started off horribly, 0-4, then 1-4 in a row, eventually ended up losing to Astralis, but still making it actually quite comfortably if you look at the scoreline to the group stage, something that they weren't able to do back in winter. So what improvements did we see, and are they going to stand in the best of threes?
I think one of the big things was kind of the drafts we saw coming through. I think that was something that Gubert was kind of talking about extensively earlier on. The fact that they were able to read their opponents and then bring out a lot of these answers very quickly.
Yeah, I think one thing as well was suddenly teams started giving Fnatic their comfort picks because Fnatic has been kind of easy to read. And I'll be honest, when they first started their win streak with the first game they won against Team Heretics, that gameplay was actually terrible. It was not good, but it was enough for them suddenly to come together, get some confidence, and then continue with it. They kept building on their victory after victory to the point where they could even go up against G2 and take that game. So Fnatic actually quite quickly developed as a team.
And I think the drafts definitely helped them out substantially in reading how they could try and fight against their opponents and then play around a mid-game where they could look for team fights at Dragons and all this. But I definitely want to put a bit of a break on this to a certain extent as well, because I still think we're not seeing a huge amount of proactivity from them, and I think that's where I want to see something a little bit more from Razor coming into these drafts.
Yeah, so actually I made a Fnatic ideal team composition. This is not a team comp they have played, it might have been, I didn't really check, but this is when they looked their best, okay? Oscar on something that can either be someone you play for or self-sufficient. It's these AD bruisers up towards the top side. In the jungle as well, you have Razor with the Vice, the Juani, Wukong, level 6 power spike that allows you to be aggressive.
Humanoid just as here.
No, so the thing is, this is interesting, right? Because Humanoid is the best player that can play everything, but for the team for Fnatic, they struggle when he's not on a control mage that allows them to play through the priority he gets in mid lane. That's what we saw against Astralis when he played the LeBlanc last time. They couldn't really get through it. For Reckless, an AD carry with self-heal and wave clear. And at the end, get the man on engage. This is Fnatic at their best, and they've been very good at drafting towards it.
Also, just on the Azir pick, 13.6, we saw the Nashor's Tooth buff. His W net max is now actually really, really strong with that Nashor's Tooth rush. So I'm curious to see if we do see a bit of a mix-up if we get that pick for Humanoid. But I do agree. I think the fact that, look, leave Humanoid to have the scaling pick in the mid lane, but make sure you can actually get some proactivity around the rest of your lane.
And the question is, Astralis, who picked them apart when they played them at the end of spring, will Astralis be able to do that again, or do Fnatic have enough aces up their sleeve? Let's find out with Kadril and Dracos.
Thank you very much, Shocks. I'm excited to find out as well. Welcome to Cash Desk. As Shocks mentioned, I'm Dracos. This is Kadril. It's been a while since we've cast. I missed you on Euphoria.
How long has it been? 2 weeks?
2 weeks. That's a long time for us.
It is. Normally we see each other every day, every other day, every weekend. We spend our weekends together.
It's true.
At the caster desk.
Yes, we do. And it's a great thing to have. Fnatic and Astralis now going to spend their weekend together as well.
Do you know what happened in the pregame lobby?
Yes, I do.
Johnson
I do. I want the secret juice that only we as casters in this lobby can share with the world.
Finn linked a YouTube video to Fnatic.
Yes.
It was a 1-hour version of Malphite saying, "You will lose." I know.
We'll find out if you can make good on that commitment. It's time for Picks and Bans.
Straight after that, they all called each other handsome, so I don't really know what's going on here.
It's mixed signals. Just like, never mind, I can make that reference.
Yep,
Anyway, here we go.
From Humanoid, yeah, one of his favorite champions. Azir is also a champ that's been taken away. Humanoid has 8 games on Azir. Everything else, he's got 2 maximum. But of course, Azir is really hard to play at the moment after the nerfs. So we'll see what direction they decide to go in. No bot lane bans just yet, other than the Annie Flex. Zeri still open. Vi, there's the Vi taken away, which means maybe Astralis is looking for a Zeri.
A lot open at this particular moment. And I think when you look at this matchup, Kabe and Younghoon, I think favored on the bottom side of the map. So see what Fnatic want to take away. For now, it is just the Rakan, leaving the AD carry pool up and available.
Wow.
Xayah, remember, not only was she nerfed a little bit, but also core itemization nerfed in the Nabori quick plates. Despite that, you saw in the previous game, still incredibly impactful. But that means giving up the Varus, generally considered the strongest laning AD in the meta right now.
We are going quick here, aren't we? And Varus actually pretty good into Xayah in terms of lane because you can poke her out. Astralis need to look for some kind of gap close here, some kind of engage on that Varus you have to expect. There's a Sejuani that would do pretty well. Oftentimes you see things like Cassante here flexed on 3, but we've got Astralis, and I think they lean towards more assassin-type champions. With Jace taken away, that hurts this poke idea that Fnatic are trying to incorporate. Maybe they'll pick support on 3. Could be something that helps bot lane.
Could try front to back with on-hit Varus, but against something like a Yone with so much range, with so many tools to get onto the backline, that doesn't feel quite as good. Like seeing the Yone come out blind for leader, normally pretty risky, but you've seen Yone just generally strong on the patch, synergize as well with the Sejuani, makes a lot of sense.
And that's the reason they banned LeBlanc, I think. They wanted to pick Yone on the 1-2-3. Jax picked up here for Fnatic. Oscar can target ban out Finn if he wants to remove things like I don't know, the Gragas, perhaps, to stop the nullifying effect, even a Sion if he just wants to get more of a melee bruiser matchup. Malphite does fit the bill. Astralis need to get a couple more melee champions here. That Yone could be a flex, but I do expect it going to leader's hands. Finn has got a plethora of melee AD champions. He can play top from Renekton to Fiora to Cassante. Don't think he'll struggle to find it. I wonder if Astralis might lack a little bit of ability power.
Certainly could be the case. Yone does a small amount of magic damage, but not nearly enough to take the role of a traditional mage. And with the Maokai already locked in on the opposite side with the Jax as well, two champions who can get very tanky very quickly as the game goes on. It's something to worry about. The Braum now taken off the board as well, so limiting front-to-back options for the side of Fnatic.
I wonder if Kennen is a good ban here for Fnatic. They've gone for the Gragas instead. Actually, Kennen's already banned. Yeah, nice point out there. I didn't see that. So they're targeting AP champions in the top side, and the one that's open is Gwen, but Gwen really struggles against Jax, so I think Fnatic knew that going into this with the Kennen ban, they were going to pick Jax on 3, they were going to ban away 2 AP champs if they pick an AD mid, and now I wonder what Finn can dig for.
And interesting that Astralis obviously had the opportunity to take away any of the answers into Yone that they were worried about, but instead opted for 2 support bans. So giving a lot of that respect over to Kobbe and Yonghoons. Decent option, but what is the support pick going to be here? Will they blind support or save last pick for Advian? Would love to just see a mid lane answer here.
Feel like with Braum banned, Nautilus is actually a pretty good blind. Looks like they're going to go Lissandra into it. Looking for a lot of team fight here, Fnatic. Now Astralis. The biggest question is how do they round this out? Do they go for melee support, something like Nautilus or something like Thresh to help get in there? Could even go towards something like Leona, also works. Don't want to over-index too much on heavy CC.
Yeah, definitely Merc Treads are already going to feel fantastic against this Fnatic lineup. Not a ton of knockbacks or knock-ups, but a lot of CC that is vulnerable to tenacity. So
GP,
wow, could be a big Merc Treads game. But there's the GP locked in, so something to kind of punish, I think, this Varus pick overall is an immobile AD carry. He's incredibly vulnerable to barrel chains and to Gangplank ultimate as we get later into the game.
Yeah, I don't think there's any sweat in picking Leona blind here because of the Braum ban. That's normally the counter, and I don't know if they can pick a range support here, Fnatic. It just feels like the game is going to be way too skirmish heavy. Tahm Kench is something they could look into. I think LCK has been playing a lot of Tahm Kench. We've seen Delight and Gen G. Keria was playing it as well. Yep. It's risen in priority as something to protect your AD carry because I feel like the meta right now is your top side 3 champions of top jungle and mid are just all dive heavy all the time. It's very rare you see mages. It's very Lissandra, Ahri, LeBlanc meta. So you do want to have a support that can help you out. Astralis, really good team fight, really good scaling as well. Couple of losing lanes, yes, maybe, but they'll look to start skirmishes in the river around 5-10 minutes in the game. Fnatic, great team fight as well. A little bit of poke with Varus, but they lack DPS if Oscarin falls. I feel like they're more of a burst-heavy comp otherwise.
And we'll have to see what Reckless wants to build here. I'm inclined to think that it has to be lethality just because there's not going to be a lot of room to auto-attack. I feel like if you have space to auto-attack as Varus, you've probably already won the fight from the side of Fnatic, so would love to see that poke as much as it's been nerfed over the years so consistently, but need to see what the execution is going to look like early to mid-game. Ready to see if the Tahm Kench is going to be the answer that they need to keep Reckless safe, as well as what they need to keep pressure in the lane. Obviously, can out-trade the Leona, but can't really out-engage her, especially as we get past level 6.
Yeah, junglers is where I need to keep our eyes on. These are 2 most proactive junglers we've got here in the league. So they're definitely going to be looking for early plays. Wouldn't even be surprised to see some kind of level 2 gang top in that matchup. Gonna have to be careful, these top laners. Just about ready to get into game here. And nice little important game to boost one of these teams into the next round. Of course, if you lose 2, you're out.
Yeah. Ready to see it. You said it. 1-1-3 versus Razork in the early game. We know how quickly these games get out of hand as early as level 2. Have to keep our eyes on both sides in both jungles to find out where the pass will take them, which lanes they want to focus around, which lanes they want to support here as we get ready. Astralis versus Fnatic. Well, the Berlin crowd seems to have picked a side here in this matchup. Have to see if their faith is well placed as we get later into this game. For now, on the top side, a bit of battle of barrels as Finn and Oscar are staring each other down.
Yeah. I think GP just wants to trade really heavy early with the Qs, of course, running the first strike, not the grasp. GP got a little bit hit with the grasp changes to his Q, which made him a little bit less oppressive, but still can do so much damage in the later stages. I think GP is always good against immobile AD carries, right? Varus, Xayah, Jhin, these champions that can't really get out of your ult, and you can gap close much easier with a slow.
And that's not a comment. That's not a Hail of Blades. That's a lethal tempo on the bottom side. And while a longsword start could still indicate poke, I'm suspecting that we're going to have an on-hit Varus here. So again, if Reckless gets the space to work and he has the items to do damage, he is going to shred through the entire Astralis lineup. But this is not an easy team if we get to 5v5s to get space against. There's so many long-range tools to stop you from being able to just fight.
So the reason I don't like it, I'll hold my breath for a second, as Jonghoon is trading with that VN. The reason I don't really like it much is because they've got very hybrid damage sources. Jax, Maokai, Lissandra, Tam have a lot of AP damage sources. I think having a lethality champ fits in nice, but this does give them a bit more DPS when it comes down to rushing. Barons, flash forward.
Full confidence there as they go in on Advian. But trading Flash and Ignite for just Flash. If we get jungle attention down here on the bottom side, that could be a big advantage for Astralis. But right now, they're just down a summoner. They have, however, gained a bit of lane prio.
So Jonghoon there was just trying to force Advian back so they could contest the wave, so they could get level 2 first, I think. Wonder if he's going to go for an Hex Flash on this next melee creep. Look for an all-in. But yeah, no Flash. See if they can get jungle down here. Here comes a level 2, and they can match Fnatic on the level 2 as well. I think that's what Jonghoon was afraid of. Eyes on 113. He's going to finish the Raptors, get level 3, and then probably move into bot side jungle. Maybe he knows it's warded there, so the Q over the wall here can do wonders.
Here we go.
In terms of getting into Razork's jungle. Now, what damage can he do? There's a ward that'll spot out Jonghoon on the move.
The 113 emote of the week, dabbing Penguin. Is he going to be dabbing after this one, though, as Jonghoon goes forward onto Reckless? Gets the cleanse out and the flash.
That was way too defensive from Reckless. He didn't even know what Xayah had there. If she had the pullback, he could cleanse it away. I feel like maybe a bit too scared. 113.
Take the camp, get the stun, instant follow-up. Razork now going to be in trouble, zooming out of there. Courtesy of the phase rush, otherwise he might have just died.
Yeah, he's really low. He wants to get towards his blue.
Just keeps coming.
Big pressure from 113. Advian's leaning to help, but both bot lanes have no flash, so if they go too deep, Jonghoon can collapse. He's ganking them behind. Is he hiding
But this is a damned if you do, damned if you don't sort of situation. He can just walk up here and they have to walk away from the tower and they can't approach the wave. This is so obnoxious. And Reckless, where's he going to go? He doesn't have a cleanse. They're just going to burn him down on the bottom side of the map. That is first blood for Astralis.
What an absolute disaster. He's lost so many minions now, Reckless. That's 2 or 3 waves down the drain. His summoners are gone. He's level 2. First blood to the Xayah. It's almost 800 gold lead. 1.1 in total in bot side in the first 3 minutes. It's not gone right there, but you can see Astralis fighting to get the push with that early flash.
And if this feels familiar, it should, because the last time these two teams played against each other, Kabe was a monster. Kabe was a big problem for Fnatic, and despite some early success on the top side of the map, he ended up being unstoppable in this game. And here we have it, just like it was in Week 3, Day 3, that once again, the bot lane of Astralis taking over with the help of their jungler.
Definitely probably one of the best AD carries we've got in the league right now. He's just performing so well in this Astralis lineup. Top wave stacking for Oscar. See if they want to look to crash it and try to dive. It would be really hard to get that wave in. It's in a good spot for him. No need to overforce. And Razork will put a pink down and back away. There was pings on one of the waves. This mid wave coming in now, there was pings from Astralis. I wonder if a leader was saying, I need a help on this wave, or Humanoid needs to push this out. Can we look for a gank? But as Humanoid steps up, the jungle support are running towards the bot side of the map instead. Maybe the Sejuani Leona can look for a kill onto the Varus. Look for a dive. It's not been spotted yet. No summoners, only Ignite up for Advian. See if they can get the wave in, because he must be calling for something here.
Rinse and repeat. Oh, falling behind like this.
He's going to Q over the wall, I think. He's going to get level 4 off of this and maybe look to Q over the wall. See if Razork spots him. I think the wave's coming into Astralis, but they've definitely got a play set up here. Just depends if the Maokai sees him.
And this has to be so frustrating for Fnatic. We talked about it on Euphoria, you weren't there, but they talked about how 113, crazy pathing the early game. Reckless and he used to be teammates, he knows all about it, and despite knowing all about it, once again, he's managed to pull it off in the early game where he's just living on the bottom side of the jungle. And while these are two of our most active junglers in the league, as we see a bit of trading here, notice how far behind 113 falls, and it's because he's willing to just sit in enemy jungle and go for these crazy kind of plays, and it's paying off in a big way. And while his numbers are suffering, you can see how much bigger Kabe's CS differences are going to be, how much bigger the XP difference is going to be just because of the time he's spending on bottom side.
It's so obnoxious. I remember playing in 2019 against a jungler called Mowgli who played for Vitality. He would just do red buff, walk into your jungle, and stand there and look at you for 4 minutes.
Yeah, we called it psychopathing on the desk because he would literally just, fight you at every camp.
And then he won Worlds as a coach last year, so, I mean, he instills that mindset. 113's definitely got that gameplay. You can see he just does a couple camps, runs into your jungle, puts walls down, shows a few times, it makes it look like there's a play happening. And what happens is your laners get worried, so they come to you to help you out, and they lose the push. So what you're doing is you're being a magnet for the enemy laners, and it gives your laners the push, so they can just keep mid push, they can keep bot push, and they're constantly scared of this jungler just sitting there.
Yeah, and now you can see 1K individual gold lead for Kabe. 30 CS leads 6 minutes into the game. This is a disaster, and you have to wonder if the uncertainty on that bottom side of the map is why Reckless on that first engage forward or second engage forward from Jonghoon immediately flash cleanse. Maybe expected 113 to be there, you know, maybe just scared of what was going to happen. Ultimately, burning both those sums ends up being a death sentence in the end. Now they get the Drake, and the thing is, bot lane's smashing, and top lane is scaling, so you're just living your best life.
You really are. Wave's gonna crash. Big CS lead on bot side right now for Kobe. And I wonder what they're gonna do with this, because Herald's up in 1 minute. Do they move up and try to look for a lane swap? They have GP ult that's already been used now. I think he just used it top to get that wave in. Oscar is gonna be able to hold it just outside the tower range, so that's gonna be nice. Razork's gonna get this blue buff. Not close to level 6 just yet though, but you can see Jonghoon is moving up. Will get spotted.
Oh. 113 now walking forward. Jonghoon, as you highlighted, has been spotted. Sapling will spot 113, so not too much concern here as Humanoid can just get the Frozen Claw out to safety. Leader just getting a bit aggressive. And Humanoid on Playmakers, you know, I've gotten used to seeing on the Azir, as we've highlighted so many times. But on Playmakers, he can be the guy who builds these leads, who starts to turn this game around. I think the struggle is, when you look at the mid-jungle here, they don't have a lot of upfront damage, you know, compared to the opposite side. Yeah, like Leader on one item, he can kill Razork and Humanoid with a combo if he's got the backup.
Yeah. Same damage share mid-jungle really stings. Normally with Lissandra you want Wukong, Lee Sin.
Yep.
You want like a Vi, something that can follow up, get some nice burst in there. But yeah, Maokai Lissandra is not great in locking down a target.
And the good news for them is that Leader went Berserkers. And it makes sense because, again, this is one of the best times in the game for either of the brothers, Yone and Yasuo. But if he had Tenacity, he would actually be unkillable in that lane.
He would. And that's the problem. I think Fnatic's damage share is a little bit all over the place. If they didn't have the lethality on the Varus, we'll see how it pans out. They do have a lot of DPS, and they will shred through neutrals. Just the question is, can they get to those neutrals? Right now, Oscar's doing a great job, though, being able to get that CS lead in top. He's going to be forced to run back now, though, without that teleport, so Finn might get a plate or two.
Positive sign to shift the gold lead, and GP, obviously, gold numbers are kind of fake for this champion because part of the strength of his kit is that he just gets more income. But despite the CS advantage that Oscar has been able to build, the plate and the additional gold from the creeps from the parlay and the first strike. So he's really just making money here.
Yeah, he is. 400 gold lead. I think there's a big play in the next minute for Astralis. What will happen is 113 will get his top camps down. He'll either base or he'll run bot side. GP ult as well. I think they have a 4-man dive angle with a global ult and a Herald on Fnatic's bot lane if they're not careful. Their window is before Tahm Kench hits level 6, obviously. So we'll see if Astralis find that. Leader's just trying to push Humanoid back right now. Has no TP just yet, and of course he can afford to do things like this because he has lifesteal.
Yeah, now is where the lane gets very obnoxious for Humanoid. He does not have the luxury of the same sustain. They're probably going to donate this fruit over to him. And if you can't kill him in the all-in, you're not going to outpoke this champion in lane.
Fnatic are aware of this 4-man bot play with the global. Razork trying to defend it.
Ulti now going forward. Leader ready. At a moment's notice, he can just leap in and ult, looking for the lineup. Now dashing forward, but he's not going to connect whatsoever. Do they have enough damage to burn through the Yone? They do not yet. Leader now going in, going to finish off the kill. And just like that, Avian in the midst of everybody. They can't quite burn himself far. Reckless over the wall. Reckless could be massive. The kill back. Will it be enough? 113 now chasing onto Humanoid. Humanoid flashing out to safety. Just getting a bit of a slow back onto the remaining members of Astralis. So far, 1 for 1.
Oh, Fnatic managed to respond, but the health bars are blinking. They get out. Humanoid will be able to catch this wave. Leader will lifesteal and has the red buff to regen, so might need to be careful here, Humanoid. Advian's wondering if there's some kind of dive happening, just trying to cover his mid laner. But Astralis... Oh, here it comes, Leader.
No way. Damage, auto Q. Easy!
Easy does it. Leader showing up once again on these playmakers. Disrespect from Humanoid. He's there to punish it. That was a 1-2-3 Yone in the draft. No fear whatsoever. Just blind picks it and it's working.
And the counter coming out, while it's good at surviving, obviously not great in those individual duels, so a bit difficult here. Full confidence from Jonghoon.
Yeah. Gets the Glacial Augment down. Razork tries to flash away, stuns him on it, and then Leader misses the ult here. I think he didn't have E up, so
he didn't. He was on cooldown.
Yeah, he was on cooldown, but I think about here it comes up again, so he can E flash Q auto, gets that kill, and then Advien's over the wall, thinking we need to get something here. Reckless comes around the side, misses the Q onto Jonghoon, but manages to get the kill with the E anyway. So it's not the end of the world. Cobbe used his ult for avoiding that. Humanoid flashed away. A lot of summoners burnt on both sides, but you can see Astralis is just etching ahead now. They've still got the Herald, and Cobbe is going to get another plate.
And this is big. Again, not only is there a massive advantage on the bottom side of the map, still Cobbe holding onto 1K despite Reckless getting that kill, just the difference of plates and CS at this stage, but Leader also wildly far ahead. They can full commit here, but he can just instantly go back with the Unstoppable. Now they need to follow up. They need to burn everything to take out this Yone. Kill the Yone is the name of the game, and they are going to make it happen, but Humanoid has now been locked up. Swallowed up, though, and he will not go down as Advien is there to save the day.
Shut down onto Leader. Advien picked it up, which stings a bit, but Fnatic managed to get that kill. Astralis were hovering for a bot play. It looked like they wanted to put the Herald down, but 113 and Jonghoon move up. Maybe Leader wants to all in on the wave, wanted to take the 3v3, but ultimates are on cooldown, and they weren't up for the exchange. Fnatic come out ahead. Cobbe is still going to get this bot tower, but I think this was the play from the very start. 113 still not dropped the Herald. Maybe he's going around to place it just to make sure he's safe, the Herald's safe, and they can get this first tower blood, but it does make Cobbe a bit unsure whether he can walk up.
8 seconds on his ultimate. Would be more comfortable to approach that. Reckless already has his ultimate. You've got 2 members hovering around on the bottom side, but as long as Astralis aren't going to try to pull the trigger on the dive, it looks like Fnatic are okay to just let them fight over the CS.
Ooh, Reckless, no ward in that bush. Hex flash over. Might have to use this flash here.
Spotted out ulti. Is going to connect. Instant cleanse. Yep. Quick reaction there from Reckless. Not going to get taken out.
No Leon ult. Can't land the slow, so he'll get out alive. Does he get the Herald down?
Oh no, he mistimed on the auto.
Auto didn't come out in time. Didn't manage to get it down. Astralis will get the dragon off that. 2 dragons, 12 minutes, 30 seconds in the game. They could be looking at a soul in around 10 minutes time. It's only Cloud though. We'll see how they move their bot lane around the map now. They could put GP towards the bot side. Let's watch Finn on the minimap here. Looks like he is running down there, so they're going to swap the Xayah top and try to force down this next tower.
Oh, what? Whoop. That?
Happy little accent.
No one saw that, Leader, don't worry. No one saw you E into the wall, Q into the wall, and then walk back to lane.
Fnatic didn't see it, so as long as he keeps playing with
they
confidence,
have no idea.
They don't know that he's made these mistakes. So now here comes the shift up. See what Fnatic does about it, because Reckless is pushing out bot. See if he decides to take a base and match, but Oscar's been getting a small CS lead. Hasn't really mattered though, like you said, first strike in the plates are enough to put Finn ahead.
And normally, if we kept this 1v1 going, maybe he would be able to pull ahead in this. You know, Divine Sunder are a lot more laning sustained than something like the Essence Reaver, but they've swapped the lanes. They put Cobbe up in top lane against Oscarinen, and it's not really so easy to go in onto that Xayah. It could be a death sentence if there's anyone else waiting in the darkness, and there is indeed, as Jonghoon and the rest of the team setting up some vision control on the top side.
See those 2 pinks on the entrances are just doing so much work for Astralis right now. And I need to group up and sweep this out, but Reckless is still bot. Need him to base, get Oscar down there, get Reckless back up here and get rid of these pinks, but looking for a cheeky play there. Oscar is going to dodge the stun.
Follow up, they're still going to go for the play anyway, just try to burn through the Ignite already ticking. That's so much damage, there's so much follow-up, look at the confidence. All of Astralis stepping forward, but Oscar staying alive for now.
Jonghoon is going on the first target that appears in his sights. Whether it's Razork, whether it's Advien, whether it's Oscar, he's just jumping straight on top of them, dropping the Ignite and forcing them back. Manages to get his flash. Has the TP here, Oscar, so he should be able to get back to bot tier 2 in time. I wonder if he TPs to it. That's a pretty big wave. Underneath the tower, Cobbe still has the ult though. Reckless no cleanse. Looks like they'll have a bit of control while 113 clears out his camps.
Yeah, good for Cobbe. Able to step up here, despite being at a man disadvantage just because he has all the summoners and the ulti up and available. Even if he did burn the Gale Force on the previous play. Got Oscar in his flash, which is a big deal.
So what's the next play? Looks like Herald is. Fnatic trying to get some vision around it. 113 is going to start it up. That ward doing a lot of work to spot out the jungle support. It'll now get pinked. And now Oscar needs to be ready for the TP. Very close to that level 11. He probably wants to push out another minion before he does. TP in. Astralis needs to be clean on the turn here. Jonghoon doesn't have ult for another 10-15 seconds.
Leader Q stacked, waiting to use it. Ulti now coming in just to create some space. Finn throwing down his ult on the backside. Leader waiting, fishing for an angle here. He's going to go in, he's going to connect up to 3. Leader immediately now fishing for the follow-up. Humanoid going to ult himself to try to stay alive. The stun, is it going to come through in the final moments? 113 going to land that one, and now immediately to turn and burn back. Oscarinen and the rest of the Fnatic backline standing strong. Not getting caught up in it, and that's the kill back. Razork, he smells the blood in the water. He wants more for the team, but it's Cobbe versus the world now. The flash backwards, trying to finish Oscarinen, but just ticking health bar, blinking as he goes sub 100 health, but manages to survive.
3 for 1 for Fnatic. How did they pull that out. Jonghoon and Leaders engaged, looked really good on the backline, but there was moments almost where you could take a breath where nothing was happening. Fnatic's health bars weren't going down. Let's look at it again. Finn drops the ultimate, tries to look for barrels off to the side. Watch the turn from Jonghoon and Leader here. How many targets they landed on? Ult comes out onto Oscar from 113. There's the E-flash, there's the ult.
Only hits one.
And now watch the health bars of Fnatic, because you think, wow, the divers are on top of them. Kobe gets a great ult and a pullback. Surely they should all just get melted here, but it's just Jonghoon dealing damage. Leader gets pulled back as 113's rooted and does as much burst as possible. Finn flashes forward and stopwatches to buy time. Then the only remaining damage is Kobe. Oscar drops the E. Make sure he's alive. Razork re-engages it, and then front to back they win. Again, Kobe can't get Razork. Then he tries to get Oscar with the E-flash, but he also lives on 1 HP, so unlucky for Kobe not to pick up a couple kills there. Maybe a few more crits, and he had it.
And right there, I think we saw a lot of AoE just coming out from the Fnatic composition. Reckless's ult hitting so many people, and while initially it looked like Leader had a good ult, ultimately I think he only hit Humanoid, who's immediately able to self-ult there and stop any fallout from coming through. And that's a pretty big deal because, again, if Reckless can get ahead, if Oscar Inning can get ahead, those are really the tools that you need to win this game.
And theoretically, if you're diving onto these champions, the more people around Jax, the more resistances he's going to get. The Lissandra has a self-ult and probably a stopwatch soon. Tom Kench can eat Varus.
And yeah, on-hit Varus is essentially a DPS check. You either one-shot him or he's going to kill everybody. This champion does so much damage with this build if he is left unattended in a fight. And Astralis burned everything they had just getting into range of Reckless, but the second Leader's ult didn't connect. They couldn't stop Reckless from just auto-attacking throughout that entire fight.
I think Astralis need to look at these team fights and try to problem solve it a bit. It looks like diving onto the carries is a mistake. One has a self-ult, one has a Tahm Kench. I think they're going to have to burn through frontline, you know? They're going to have to dive on top of the Tahm Kench and Maokai and then play off of just single kills and take it slow, because right now this dive just feels really hard. Unless they catch someone sleeping, they have got the chain CC for that 10 seconds on the Dragon. We'll put them on soul point. Finn's moving down without the TP. Oscar is as well. Leader's off to the side. They're popping in the Herald, but I'm not sure if that's going to crash. Fnatic might be able to stop that, looking at Razork's position if they walk up a bit.
They run it off to the side. They're just trying to zone the way. Everything in on the Humanoid. They need one shot before he gets a chance to ultimate, but no, Advian is there. They take him over the wall with the Yone ult. That means Humanoid makes it out to safety. Herald will charge through, but that is frustrating for the side of Astralis. The CC layering not quite perfect.
This could be a big mistake here for Astralis if they think they can fight this Dragon. Humanoid has TP and he still has ult. I wonder if they remember that the ult wasn't used. Need to be really careful here. Kobe, no cleanse. He could get chain CC'd and melted through, but they tried to dive onto Lissandra. They don't have the damage to get him down. Here's the TP. Here's the ult.
Coming in. Jonghoon knows that they immediately have to pull the trigger, trying to burn through the Tahm Kench. Oscar then off to the side. Counter-strike, getting ready to come out now. It's Humanoid right behind Kave, ready to line up all the damage, but no one's there for the follow-up. So for now, Kave stands. Kave still throwing out autos left and right, but it does not matter. In goes Oscar and in go Fnatic, and the snares are beautiful, but they will not finish the job as Leona not quite going to come through on the Frozen Thrall.
They fell for the bait. Fnatic gave up a little bit of mid-push. Astralis thought they could take it and move into the pit with Leader's TP and force another 5v5, but Humanoid TP's behind them, still has that ultimate. I think he even misplayed it a little bit. He could have just straight up ulted Kobe, but he went for himself just because he was a bit scared of the burst coming through. But either way, they get the kills they wanted. No shutdown on Kobe yet, though. See how much he can do when he gets that second item in base. Leader's going to TP and get that top tier 1 as a response. Gold is now evened up, but you can see the way these team fights are going. It's so hard for Astralis to actually find the right target. Oscar is just really fed now. That makes it even harder to find Jax. So everything committed onto Humanoids, but not enough damage.
Watch Leader's ultimate here. This sucks for Leader because he takes him over the wall into Advian's range.
Yeah.
That is so frustrating.
I think if Advian got to the wall, he'd have the range anyway, but it also took him out of the Leona E, so Jonghoon couldn't get on top of him to stun on top of it. A couple of seconds there maybe would have changed the fight, but here Astralis think, well, Lissandra's base, no ult perhaps, TP's right behind them. Kobe has no cleanse. They think they can turn away from the TP because they don't have enough time to run. And here, Flash W, ult comes from Kobe. I think Humanoid could have just ulted Kobe here, but he was a bit scared of getting bursted down. The slow was enough, not to get him, but to get the other two next to him. Good knock-up. Finishes the kills.
Massive. And of course, once Lissandra finds that first kill and these thralls start coming out, it could be big, but here we go. One more engage in the mid lane. Jonghoon now locked up. Humanoid falling left with a little bit of damage, but Leader now looking for the ult to the backside. He's not going to get the connection. He's going to be forced to leave immediately. 113 taken out, but now it's Oscar! Into 4 members, straight into the back line. Unkillable as Razork wants to keep the play going, but I think he's overextended. He's overstayed his welcome. That final tower shot, not quite enough. Lock it. Coming in clutch. It is neck and neck in these fights. The gold dead even. Yes, Fnatic are winning in kills, but now everything is tied up.
The amount of times Fnatic have gotten away with a slither of health under 5% is incredible to me. Astralis, are they going to force a Baron here? They have the damage for it. I think they are probably threatening it to keep Fnatic on the map. Not going to go towards it, though.
Shield bow plus the BF sword. You've got Navori for Kabe, maybe, but I just don't think it's an option at this stage.
They were trying to catch Fnatic sleeping, right? You think that the 4-man is going to base, that's it, the play's over. But if they could get to Nash without Fnatic having vision, that would have been an easy sneak. They would have lost mid tower for it, but it was good to try. Needs a base now, though. But you can see this Tahm Kench pick is doing so much work for Fnatic. Even when Humanoid ults Jonghoon, he's still fine against leader.
Yeah, but you want to talk about picks, I want to talk about players. Because while the pick is doing good, there's one man who continues to impress, and that is Oscar on the top side of the map. Yes, his week 1 was disastrous. Yes, he's been getting better, but I did not think he could continue that trajectory forever. But in this game, he is playing so incredibly well. We can see why they didn't prioritize immediately counterpicking mid lane, why they prioritized taking away that cannon just so they could secure this Jax for him. Absolutely paying off. Those are just his week 3 stats, but if they're anything to go off of, this game thus far, his week 4 stats are going to be damn good as well.
And that's what you need from a player when you commit resources in the draft to them. If you say, pick me Jax on 3 and give me 2 bans, I'll be able to win my matchup no matter what, then having that trust and then having the execution is all you need from a rookie in the top lane. He's only 100 gold ahead though, so despite Finn being down 0-2 and down in CS, the GP, the first strike, tower platings are helping him keep even. He will lose the 1v1 though. I think those Jax items are a bit absurd at the moment.
Definitely very strong. And it's really interesting when you look back to the game that these teams played in week 3, because while the bot lane was suffering, as they were in this game, Humanoid was on a tear with that LeBlanc. Part of the reason I think we saw it banned away ultimately was Fnatic, I think, over-forcing in that game that cost so much of the lead that they were to build for themselves. And now we're in a similar situation where it's Astralis who I think are the ones over-forcing a little bit. And I think this is a good read from Fnatic to say that we know Astralis are a team who like to be super aggressive. Let's draft the tools that can mitigate so much of these more aggressive picks and aggressive plays.
Definitely. I think this Tahm Kench is a huge thorn in the side for Astralis' champion pools in the way they like to play. I wonder if it's something they, even if they win, take away in the next game. But we'll have to wait and see. Kobe is sitting on 2 items right now. Reckless matching it, but he's still down almost 2,000 gold. Dragon in 130. Both teams looking at this Baron. Kobe doesn't have flash yet, so it becomes really hard for him to walk up into this river. Fnatic have a lot of chain CC, and I think Leader needs that second item. Needs to get towards that BT.
Yeah, BT could go IE as well. I mean, 2 items really for the Yone is where he's going to be strongest relative to the composition as we get later and later into the game. Yone doesn't fall off, but he's really reliant on hitting 3 4-man ultimates, because you can't just rely on out-healing or out-damaging in 2v2 or 3v3 skirmishes anymore.
I think ideally for Astralis, what they've realized now is maybe we should slow it down. We're taking too many fights. We're playing GP Yone Xayah. It's not going to hurt to give us a bit more time, get QSS on the Yone, get a couple more crit items on him as well with the GP too. So they're just trying to slow it down. They know Fnatic can't do Baron. They have got 3 blue orbs, so what you do as a team when you're behind is you invest more in blue orbs. They've got 3 now. They should be able to track the Baron pretty easily if they rotate them well. And they use Jonghoon as kind of like a face check when they push out these waves.
Yeah. I think the struggle here now is as we get later and later into the game, there's a world where Astralis, if you can find a pick onto Oscar, if you can find a pick onto Humanoid or Reckless, these fights get so much easier for you. But while Oscar's new, Humanoid and Reckless are such veteran players. They're good at playing side lane. They're good at not giving anything up in a lot of those instances. Now we see 1-1-3 overstaying a welcome on the bottom side. They're going to force out the flash, but traded for 2 ultimates now on the side of Fnatic.
Bit of a confusing move there. Trying to get vision on his own. Doesn't even have that many wards in his inventory. Doesn't have any, actually, unless he placed it down and it got removed. By the way, Reckless ult and Humanoid ult is down. That actually means Astralis can fight.
Window of opportunity, forcing out the flash from Advian. So at the end of the day, 2 ults traded for 1 ult and a flash traded on both sides.
To be honest, I think this gives Astralis a dragon. That walk in and that face check, the fact that they lost 2 of their biggest ultimates in the fight, does that mean that Fnatic just give it up? I think it is. Just going to push out top here as Humanoid.
Oscar's
could TP in though if Oscar... Yeah, he's TPing in. Actually, they do want to fight.
They're going to turn and burn. They know that the counter-strike is gone. They just want to give him a bit more space. That Maokai ult is not doing a whole lot. A Leader coming over the wall, trying to follow up, trying to get all the burst damage down that they possibly can. Razork now taken out. Oscar is so damn tanky. Can't they finish the job? Kabe now stepping forward. He's all on his lonesome. The shutdown. They've isolated him. Kabe now walking forward. No fear whatsoever. Advian trying to back up. Advian trying to keep that AD carry healthy, but there is nothing left for them in this play. It is Astralis' dragon all the way.
2 big kills and they'll get the objective they came for. Soul point for them, but you have to wonder why Fnatic wants to fight that. They could look for a top tier 1 on a cross map. They don't have Lissandra ult, they don't have Varus ult, they're split. A bit confusing to walk in and try and contest. It's not like it's the end of the world. They can play for the next dragon. Didn't have great position, but yeah, Astralis quick to punish. They won't get a Baron off the back of it. You can see Advian stayed on the map to put wards down just in case, but I think the 5v5 contest without ults can work if you're together. But the fact that they weren't together and they didn't have the ults just means nothing really came as they may have expected it. I mean, Humanoid TPing behind, but look how long it takes for him to get there. By the time he arrives, his jungler's dead, his top laner's in a 1v4, and he doesn't have ults, so he can't really threaten Finn.
And I mean, there's just no room for them to play. Kave setting up feathers onto Advian. Reckless has to face check a GP. He needs to auto-attack those barrels or they will take him out. And this is just much better positioning from the side of Astralis, punishing Oscar for being on that side and punishing Fnatic for overcommitting to that play. Now we'll have to see how Fnatic respond to this one. 5 members, or 4 members in the area. Oscar has TP, but Astralis are shredding this objective.
I think they want to fight here. TP coming in from Oscar. Looks like Astralis wanted the TP and wanted the disengage. Tank of the ult coming through. I think Fnatic might want to look for a fight. Reckless has the ult, tosses it out, misses onto Jonghoon. And Astralis, I think they do want to fight. You know, Reckless doesn't have flash. They burned all of these
Reckless
summoners.
no ult, Razork no ult. Maybe an opportunity for Astralis. I guess they don't want to risk it. I guess they're happy with just the TP.
Yeah, that allows Finn to just go bot and kind of sit by his lonesome. There's no real threat of losing their bot tier 1 as well now. Because if Oscar overextends down there, Finn can TP up and they can 5v4 a Baron start. Maybe they're going to track the bases here. Need to get rid of some of these wards. And now we'll see how Astralis play the map out, because they do have this TP advantage. And it can be pretty big.
What are they going to do with it for now? As you called, Finn being sent to the bottom lane. And Fnatic maybe hoping they can find a pick here, but there's not really a lot of angles at this moment in time. It's once again Astralis. Oscar's on the top side. They could contest this, but Fnatic...
Oh, he's basing though. If he cancels that base, they can maybe contest this. Yes, he does. What's the health bar though?
TP now being matched. Are they willing to full commit on this one? They've burned the advantage that they had for getting that GP kill. There's so many feathers. I think they could just finish this. It's not really a 50-50 if they burst it at the same time. They're going to get it. Leader going to stop the play from coming through.
Oh my god. That stop right there from 113 and Leader and Jonghoon was perfect. The solar eclipse from Leona straight on top of the ultimate of Yone. Chain CC'd Humanoid and Razork, and they couldn't even walk in. So as much as it looked like a 50-50, Astralis, cool, calm, collected. They had that under control. Within a minute and a half time, they managed to get themselves a Baron, just forcing it in Fnatic's face and playing over windows.
And credit to Astralis for kind of righting the ship, for figuring out, hey, we're playing a little too aggressive, for slowing the game down, as you highlighted, for waiting for these windows of opportunity. One of the strengths of having double AD threats, in this case the Yone and the Xayah, triple if you count the GP as well, who wasn't on the take, really, is you can stretch that objective so quickly, leveraging that strength really well, punishing Fnatic for being uncertain around those plays. And this is something that, again, we talked about on Euphoria, where Astralis are a team who, if you're ever caught sleeping for even a moment, if it's to catch the wrong wave, if it's to position in the wrong place on the map, Astralis are a team who will try and punish you, and they have more than successfully punished getting this Baron.
They are very aggressive, aren't they? Even when they're down in kills, they just keep forcing and forcing and forcing, and if you give them one window of tempo or you just take one bad base, they're going to take an objective, or they're going to take a fight with the numbers advantage or force a TP. And now with this Baron, we'll see how the siege unfolds. Leader's pushed out top, has the TP. Looks like they're moving 4-man into this bot side jungle. Fnatic looking to contest, perhaps.
Death Rush. Leader nowhere in the area.
Yeah, pushing in this bot wave now. Pretty big. The next one is going to come in as well. They could use GP ult to zone them or the Sejuani one.
Trying to burn through Razork. Razork very squishy with the phase rush, but CC not quite all connecting there.
Pressure point is mid, though. I think Astralis are just buying time. If Fnatic go in, Leader will TP. If they don't, they'll get a tier 2 mid. It's a win-win for Astralis, and Fnatic are going to have to back off. They're going to lose the bot tower as well. Maybe they can defend this mid one, actually. Leader not confident enough to step up. But it's a real dire situation.
Taking their time. Slow, controlled game. And that's the thing about the Fnatic composition is if you misengage into them, it's so incredibly strong, but Fnatic have to be really careful about pulling the trigger on these engages. Leaders in the mid lane. Oscar has found the angle. Oscar, can you find the backline? Stepping in, looking for an opportunity, but there's no one there to back him up. They've peeled back well so far. Now they're going to find one kill and be happy. The TP coming in from Leader. Leader going to fish for an angle onto the backside, but Razork is doing everything he can to keep that Yone away from his carry, and he will succeed. Leader trying to get something done, but Reckless is firing back. Leader now making it out to safety. Fnatic do their best to hold the line. Astralis only losing Jonghoon in the process.
Yeah, Humanoid and Oscar on 1 HP. 20 seconds on this Dragon spawn. I think Astralis' position means they can rush it down. The question is, does Fnatic want to commit TPs? Yes, they do. 10 seconds on the spawn. Soul for Astralis. Can they get here in time? Razork is way too far away and has no smite. 113 trying to slow them down.
Ready to go over the wall. Leader no ultimate, but
Reckless has ult in 4 seconds. He could be the game changer here.
Q stacked. They're backing away. I don't think they don't even need to flip this. This Drake does not matter to Astralis. Fnatic, 5 members in the area, should be able to take this one.
He has Q and he has Flash here, 113. He can play for steal if he wants to. Leader's just trying to be a nuisance.
Going over, harassing, but that cooldown won't be up again. Oscar waiting over the wall. They're now just going to focus on Advi, and the Drake has been taken down by the side of Fnatic, buying themselves a bit more time. Oscar in no man's land, knocked up. Blast Cone. A little bit weird there, but he is going to make it out to safety. Oscar with the clean sidestep, but it will not be clean. It will be clean enough. The man's movement just does not stop, but where's he going from here? Ulti not going to connect. He just keeps sidestepping. You can't hit him. He's juking, you can't hit him.
You can
hit
sub
him.
as well.
You can hit him. They can hit him. Yes,
Yeah, they can hit him. No more jumping there. No more wards left. Couldn't escape. Looking for Reckless. Got his cleanse on the slow. So Astralis weren't even focused on that dragon. They were focused on the fight. They got a couple kills off the back end of it. Not the end of the world to give Fnatic that second dragon, but they won't translate it into any objectives. Oscar trying his best to run away. Fancy feet. But we'll see that again. 113, just look at his positioning. You can see Dragon at 5k, 113 engaging onto Tahm Kench, Qs him as well, so you know that they're just playing for fight. Leader's trying to commit with the flash as well. And I think Leader here with the Blast Cone looked a little bit funky, but what he's doing here is just taking it away from Oscar.
Yep.
Actually, as I say that, Astralis are still sieging.
Continuing to step forward. Humanoid is barely able to make it out of there. Leader's going to be forced to snap back there on the Soul Unbound, and Astralis gonna have to back off on this push, but breaking that inhibitor tower makes it so easy in the future.
Interesting. I mean, they were sieging for about 3.5 minutes there, Astralis, on and off, including the Dragon. Finally backing away. They must have a lot of gold to spend for Kobe and Leader, but both of them lost Flash in that last fight. See if Fnatic can make wonders out of it. 1 minute 30 seconds on the Baron. Means our flashes won't be up for a 30-second to a minute window. Maybe they can look to punish that.
Oscar getting stronger. Looks like Zanya is potentially the next item to come out, trying to punish the very AD-heavy nature of this composition. Something that we did talk about in the draft, but of course Razork opting for no real tanky items here. Means he's not able to do too much outside of the Mythic there.
Kobe melts through Oscar, you could see in the last fight, so he needs to be careful. No flash. Fnatic setting up a trap. If anyone walks up that pink, they're about to get the chain CC of their life.
It's great. Generations of Fnatic players brought together by the Fnatic Death Brush.
There it
or
is.
Death Wall in this case. As they start to step forward, Oscar in locked up before he can find his way into the backline, and immediately the turn comes out. Devour has been burned. Leader fishing for an angle forward, not going to connect on the Q there. Is going to hurt. Triple Barrel comes in, throwing a little bit of damage down as Humanoid. Going to make his way out.
Yeah, really low HP here. Fnatic have to catch the waves. No TP on Humanoid, but he has to recall. Maybe Astralis want to go towards this Baron in 30 seconds, but Humanoid should be back in time for that. BT really close, being picked up here for Reckless. A couple of ultimates used on the side of Astralis, but the Tahm Kench saves the day for Oscar. But you can see how squishy he is. Yeah. Instantly melt through. Leader went all the way to top and got that wave out by the looks of it. Made it so it's slow pushes, but I think they're looking for round 2 here, Astralis.
113 relatively low, all things considered. Does still have access to the Redemption as well as the Aftershock, so not too concerned. But Fnatic coming in, have to be careful about fighting in this choke. That goes for really either side.
Yeah. Jonghoon ults up in 5 seconds.
113 still stepping forward. I think almost begging for ults to be baited out. Jonghoon on the flank. E forward onto Razor. Going to lock up one. Now Leader goes into the backside, but the ult does not connect onto anybody. They're trying to burn through Reckless. Reckless locked up. Reckless taking out. They know there is no Tahm Kench Devour, so there will be no reprieve from the onslaught that the Astralis are bringing into this jungle. Fnatic running for the hills. It was balanced on a knife's edge, or so it appeared to us, but Astralis had the trump card up their sleeves the entire time. They baited out the cooldowns. They made the play necessary, and now they will take game 1 in effortless fashion.
Yeah, 30 seconds on the respawns. There's nothing Oscar can do here. He's 1v5 with his ultimate, so I'll just jump in and try and get the wave because it's as good as over. There was a massive layer of chain CC onto Reckless there with no cleanse. I think it was Jonghoon with the ult, so great bait out. Managed to get the kills. Nowhere for him to go. Couldn't even flash. And Astralis just so aggressive in this first game.
Yeah. And I mean, massive game 1, very back and forth early game. Absolutely the Astralis show on the bottom side of the map. Mid-game, Fnatic firing back, punishing Astralis for getting over-eager, but then Astralis taking a breath, slowing things down, playing it out so cleanly, forcing Fnatic to respond to them, and it worked out. And at the end of the day, the second that Tahm Kench Devour was gone, Jonghoon found the flank, they took the fight, and it just shows you how tense games can be against a composition like Astralis, is where if all their abilities are landing, your entire team is just dead.
Yeah, I think that Dragon fight where Fnatic just walked in without the ults, and the TP behind was really split, that really put them so far behind to the point where it was really hard to recover. I think that they had the game in an even state where they could start fighting back, but they just can't go for those kind of plays. Astralis just punish you for it.
Yeah, and it's easy to feel like when you've gotten the flash that you've won out on the trade, but if your ultimates are down and the next fight happens in the duration of those ultimates being down, especially when that ult belongs to 113, who overall is not the most critical member of the team at that point, it's just you didn't trade up until those ults are off cooldown again, and I think that...
And they were so split as well.
Yeah. Difficult.
Messy. A lot to think about though. Fnatic, I think their drafting was okay, maybe a bit more of a different damage share, but I expect them perhaps to go towards blue side now.
Yeah. Overall, I think perhaps our time here is done as we send it back over to the analyst desk for a thrilling breakdown here.
That was so dramatic.
I don't know why I did it like that.
It's like
you're excited.
I hope your time is not done. Your shirts, they look really amazing, by the way. What also looked amazing was Leader on Yone. Well, for the most part. And then not for a second. and then again. And I think that's a great way to describe just the game, Dagda.
A little bit hit or miss, to be perfectly honest. Like, I loved how, like, at the beginning, I think Astralis played really, really well. We saw them get that bot lead, working really good for them. They're using that to get early skirmishes and kind of like playing out through Astralis want to. But I think then we got to see what Fnatic's composition could do into them, where the Lissandra was keeping herself safe. Advian was on fire in these early 2 fights. Like, the fact he was so consistently able to devour key targets to keep them safe was insane. But then the wheels started to come off the cart, where I think that third dragon, they went in with 2 ultimates down, and it's just a completely different story.
Yeah, but that's why it worked in the early game. The enemy didn't have level 6 yet. There wasn't the Lissandra ultimate for Leader to be scared of. There wasn't the Tom Kenshaw for him. So it worked. They found the early skirmishes. Insane bot lane setup in the first 4 minutes of the game as well from Astralis. The way that Kave and Jonghoon once again played really elevated the early game for Astralis. And you can also see it here. They just skirmish so well as soon as they get bot lane priority.
Yeah, the Yone, I was asking you guys in the room, like, okay, well, nothing really happened with Yone, but the champions that usually are picked into them getting nerfed, of course, as the Azir, but there's not really that many reasons. It might just be perks and leader popping off today.
Yeah, I think it is just a pick that when you get these opportunities to bring it out, can do incredibly well, especially if you don't have someone that can push him out of the wave in mid lane. And leader being able to find these early skirmishes, got those 2 early kills, made him an absolute threat in these fights. But as you kind of rightly pointed out, Shocks, the fact that we kind of got to see these missteps from him at times as well, like ulting the was it the Lissandra over the wall when they were trying to pick them off. There was just little missteps that were still there from Astralis that helped Fnatic capitalize. But unfortunately, when it got to the stage where it actually really mattered, it was Astralis who were coming out on top. Very similar to what we saw from the regular split as well.
And for a while there, it looked like it would be the inverse from when they last played, when Astralis was able to take over from Fnatic in the mid game. What were the tools that Fnatic had? You already called out Advian, but what did they do that made the mid game team fights, the 2 that they won back to back, we're going to take a look at, go in their favor?
Yeah, well, first of all, I actually think that Fnatic's team fight or team composition going up against the team fight composition that Astralis had was really good, because you had 2 things. Astralis wanted to be the aggressor, and Fnatic's team composition was a sponge. They soak up the pressure and they kill you with their tools afterwards.
Steak.
Because
do you remember that reference?
No, actually, no.
Never mind.
Okay. So you ult them with Lissandra ult, right? You have Advian, and Advian was huge on the Tahm Kench. So every time they go too deep and can't get out, and now you push back into them. And Astralis had 2 really insane team fights in a row where they just made that happen. Advian specifically deserves so much credit for his ultimate. And Oscar as well had a phenomenal showing on the Jax.
Yeah, I mean, you can see it here from Advian, right? The fact that he's able to get Reckless out of the danger zone, stick him into a position where he's much more comfortable. And as you rightly pointed out, then Oskirnen being able to come back in, being able to set up the team fights. And I thought this was just really, really good play, especially for like when you get Razork with the Radiant Virtue, he's going to step things up. But here you can see again, just that little misstep from leader actually puts the Lissandra into Advian, so he's able to set things up, and then you can get the quick turnaround. But this was the fight where, unfortunately, you end up blowing the Lissandra ult, you blow the Varus ult on the top side, and sorry, no, the next one is the one. But this is again just a really, really nice engage where it's okay, we can send Humanoid into the back line, we still know that we have Advian to be able to support them, we don't have to worry about being over aggressive here, especially when you already see him with Astralis.
Once again, Advian did such a fantastic job though, because he just has the stopwatch. He's there to soak up the pressure. Once again, gobble up immediately. 1-on-3 ultimate, useless. Leader ultimate,
gobble.
usually gobble, 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 gobble. Full turkey coming through here. It is perfect.
It was perfect for a while, and of course, it's great to see that the composition is working the way it's supposed to, but to Astralis' credit, you see them learn the lessons they have to throughout those fights and rectify the situation on a macro level.
Yeah, and I think actually looking at the macro level, that's really where Fnatic started to fall apart. Because I think when you look at, you get to this third fight here, where we've already just used 2 ultimates, you don't need to fight this. This is just a second dragon for Astralis, he would have been fine, but because you don't have the Lissandra ultimate going in, you don't have the Varus ultimate going in, Advian isn't in really a position to help with the Astralis engage, you end up falling apart completely here for Fnatic. And you have an incredibly strong Jax. Play for sides. You don't have to play for team fight.
That's the thing, because look at the map state as well. Both side lanes are in your favor. Even going into this Drake fight as well, you made some mistake that cost the ultimate, but you were the team that suddenly got ahead due to how well you played some of the team fights. When it suddenly came to the fact that Astralis slowed down the game and there were no longer any team fights, Fnatic just looked a bit lost. They're like, why are you not running at us? What are we supposed to do now? And that was the big mistake for Fnatic. The macro level, as you say there, was really faltering, not just going for the cross maps where you can just take the side lanes or trade map sites. And I think Fnatic just got lost in the fact that it works so well with their team fighting, and then when they're no longer with team fight, they're kind of just let Astralis doing their thing again.
And
Exactly.
And it's really frustrating when you have Oskirnen that's 4-0. You've got this huge Jax, and you're just like, plonk him in a side lane. Just stick this guy where he can actually, okay, we push in, we use the pressure he has, we got push mid, get vision, look for those towers and make it work for us. That's where Fnatic could have found their advantages, but they completely let the ball slip.
It was the biggest issues they had when they played last time as well, and they're kind of showing again.
Showing again, and the individuals for Astralis showing up as a cohesive unit when it came to the later parts of that game. We're going to get the team comps behind me because bombshell, Fnatic actually chose red side going into this next game, which is something that we don't see that often, but obviously they have a plan. Do you see it?
Yeah, and you already saw it in this game as well. It's not pick order here, but Tahm Kench came through as a 5th pick. And what we have here, but let's take a contrast to the first series we had. Bot lanes were picked immediately. This time around, it was the AD carries, but the supports were shifted so much down in the priority. You wanted to have them as late as possible because bot lane matters a lot. You saw it from at the end with the Tahm Kench pick, but you also see it in the way that Astralis bot lane function. Jonghoon is so good when he gets priority, when he has the counter pick, and by going red side, you're not giving them that avenue.
And I also love the pivots that we've seen from Fnatic on red side, even in this draft specifically, right? Leader picks blue side 3, the Yone. They actually end up taking the Jacks and go, look, we don't mind if you actually ban any of these mid lane champions. We know we're going to be comfortable going into this matchup. They don't even ban the mid lane champions. They end up banning the Gragas in the top side, trying to make sure that this Jax is going to be comfortable that they picked up. And they still went to get Lissandra, to get the Tahm Kench. Really good answers into what was coming their direction from Astralis. So honestly, I think Fnatic's drafting has definitely stepped up and is a strength. It's just a case of being able to utilize all the tools that's there is going to be the big question, red side or not.
Yeah, because I agree. I thought Fnatic, generally, this was a draft that I wouldn't expect them to pilot when, well, they lost still, right? But they played well in some of the instances in this game. This was not what we saw in regular season. This is very different. Still, they had the comfort on not Sejuani, but Razok, where he plays a facilitator. But Reckless wasn't on a self-field. You could add that through ADVN now, have the engagements of the topside dudes instead. So I like the way that they kind of shift around how they get what they still want in a draft, albeit by different ways.
And might have the draft puzzle figured out, but unfortunately, Astralis feel like a more complete team right now. Is that fair to say?
I think so.
It's a bit weird. I feel like Fnatic have a really good read of Astralis in the early stages, right? Because you look at, even with the early leads that they got, Fnatic were still getting mid-push and then trying to respond to plays that Astralis were making. And it was the same at week 3. It's the same in this game 1. But the problem is when it comes to mid-game, that's where it really falls apart. I think that's where the completeness really starts to hurt Fnatic, where they don't know how to play macro. They don't know how to set up for objectives. And it's coming back to bite them against an Astralis that's looked so good in teamfights.
Yes, Astralis up 1-0. Let's see if they can finish it out or if we're going to game 3. We're going to take a quick break, but we'll be right back with game 2 of Astralis versus Fnatic.
Go front line, I think go front line. Hold, Sergio.
I vote.
GP on the side, I stop him. Kill Leona. I get the barrel. No flash, GP. He has no flash. No Isaiah. Look at Jon.
I have nothing for Jon, I have nothing.
No Isaiah. Slowly, you don't have to kill her. It's enough, guys. We got a lot,
guys,
okay?
Press B, right now, press B.
Look here.
I can look.
I'm looking.
I'm look. Can I look?
Yeah. Looking. Lissandra don't.
Fight.
Look Maokai.
Go ahead.
Maokai no flash.
Just that.
You're gonna make it! You're gonna make it, dude! Come on! Work with me here! Work with me! We're nearly there! Come on, let's go!
Oh, Trev. Help.
Mark, you've done too much, dude. What can I get you?
Give me that.
Even the biggest champ needs a break.
Are you guys being weird again?
Out of the moonlight, out the sunshine, it's sweet, sweet goodbye. Maybe I was blinded by blessings, but I know that no go back. Never gonna know, but I guess that we were gold dust. Whoa. And she said, remember when we're done. Life goes on, and I love the moonlight, the sunshine, your sweet, sweet goodbye. Yeah, I love the moonlight underneath the sad sky. Sweet, sweet goodbyes, sweet, sweet goodbyes. Sweet, sweet goodbye. Underneath the sad sky. Dreams so high. Just another sweet goodbye. We don't message, I feel the tension. Where you going tonight? Oh yeah, all the pressure is on my chest, and I just wanna cry. And she said, remember when we're done. Life goes on. I love the moonlight, the sunshine, your sweet, sweet goodbye. Yeah, I love the moonlight underneath the sad sky. I'm on a high, sweet, sweet goodbye. I love it. It's alright. But I love the moonlight, the sunshine, your sweet, sweet goodbye. Yeah, I love the moonlight underneath the sad sky. I'm on a high, sweet, sweet goodbye. Sweet, sweet goodbye. Underneath the sad sky, dreams so high. Just another sweet goodbye.
Hello and welcome back to the LEC for this best of 3 between Astralis and Fnatic. Astralis up 1 game. Fnatic returning to the red side to try again.
Returning to the red side. They don't choose blue.
Surprising.
I wonder if they want to run something back. Maybe they thought there was a few more target bans they can dish out. I wonder if Astralis would change anything up. I think Tom Kench ban is just kind of nice on 4-5. Maybe that's something they're looking to.
I think that Astralis winning that game was heavily dependent on Junghoon's individual skill on Leona less than it was on the matchup on the bottom side of the map. So why risk it? Just take it away. That said, I can understand why Fnatic would want the luxury of last pick, of that final counter pick, just to make sure that they have the luxury of a matchup that, you know, they don't have to blind pick, especially maybe in the mid lane.
Honestly, Junghoon is just such a monster, isn't he? He's just kind of like the driving force behind Astralis in a lot of these games. When he's on a melee support, he looks like such a standout star player. So bans are coming in. We'll see what direction both these teams go through. I wonder if Fnatic is discussing this Yone blind pick. Do they have a better answer to it? Is Lissandra the best way? Jax ban for Astralis to change things up?
Interesting. So identifying the Jax is potentially the bigger issue. Oscar was huge on the Jax in that game. Ultimately couldn't make it count in the team fights, but now the Xayah
Vi is open.
Gonna get taken away. Vi is up and available. Could potentially prompt Fnatic to respond with something like a Lulu Zeri for their bot lane matchup, but Lulu for Advi and Lulu Zeri for Reckless and Advi, and I don't think it's the best way for them to play.
I think Rakan is the direction you go in as Astralis, to be honest. Like, picking Rakan is probably your best bet, but they're gonna go for Maokai denial from Razork. I don't think he'll mind that too much. I see Sejuani as a good pick for him. I feel like Vi is also a great pick, depending on what you choose through bot lane. If you want to go Vi, you can
with
also...
Xayah off the board, Vi is so much better too.
Yeah, I think maybe if Astralis go down the Zeri route, the Vi does work. You don't really want to pick up Zeri into Maokai, perhaps, is the direction they want to go in.
Okay.
So now I think We'll see what Kobe wants to pick now, because I think with the Zyban, I mean, it gets a bit complicated. We've seen Lucian Nami today already, but I'm not a big fan. I think Aphelios is the next in line as best AD carry. I feel like Aphelios Thresh.
Where is Aphelios in our league right now?
Yeah, there's no Aphelios whatsoever yet, but I really think Aphelios Thresh, Aphelios Lulu is such a force to be reckoned with. Just feels like such a powerful pick. They go Sivir instead, it looks like.
Okay.
Sivir Karma maybe is the direction they're thinking. Sivir Rakan, yeah, good engage.
And
so
I
no
mean,
Aphelios yet.
Sivir certainly very good tools into the Vi. You can try to smite away the spell shield, but it's a difficult thing to do. Now the Rakan as well for reliable, hard engage. You know what Jungkook can do on this pick. And Fnatic, what is the answer here? You feel like they should just try to lock support.
Last time they did Jax here, didn't they?
Yeah, it was. Now
and
it's
they banned 2,
away.
but that's taken away. I think Thresh can work, Nautilus can work, Leona can work.
Don't say Thresh. Don't say Thresh.
I think they're just gonna pick top lane. They're picking top. Okay, this is Fnatic strat on red side. They pick top lane on 3. They ban 2 out. This must be the direction that they think the best way to play the game is. But I think you've just kind of shown all your cards in a way, because what will happen now is when you're playing Vi, mid lane picks are quite limited to playmakers. You think of Ahri, LeBlanc, Lissandra as the primary 3, so Astralis can probably draft around that pretty handily. And then you've shown top lane and supports. Well, they can decide to take some away if they're concerned, but it looks like they're not. Alistar could work, Nautilus can work. I think they have a plethora of options, but Fnatic's draft is kind of spelled out.
Certainly does feel that way. Straw's taking away the Twisted Fate just to make sure that Fnatic cannot try to leverage a Twisted Fate by combo to pick off some of the more vulnerable members of their team.
Yeah.
The members of their team. Akali now also taken away. So taking one leader champion away, taking one Finn champion away, it would seem. Although technically in our league, Kled is also a mid laner on occasion. Mostly for G2, however.
So what's the last ban? They take away something like Galio as well, maybe? We haven't seen who might play it. Maybe Lissandra could be good, but I think Sylas being up makes it so that's pretty easy to play into. 2 bans onto... So Renata is going to be the support they take away. I mean, they can go so many directions
They've
here.
been really nervous about this Renata. This is the most Renata attention I've seen in a while.
It is. It is. What's Finn going to play here? I think into Olaf. It's a bit hard, even though considering he gets 2 bans. You kind of want to play something ranged, but Kennen's down, Jace is down. Could be a bit spicy, you know, play something like Vayne top, that's not going to happen.
Ooh, yeah, I don't...
Gnar, Renekton is easy way, yeah, Nautilus. I feel like Fnatic's draft has just kind of been... The story's been told. You're going to play a playmaker mid and you're going to be skirmish heavy. It's just, how does Astralis respond? Because I think they've got really powerful champions if they play, let's say, for example, Lissandra, Ahri, Olaf with Vi. That's a lot of threat in a skirmish in River. And I think Astralis will always fight fire with fire. Just a lot of the champions that I think that play around that well are obviously taken away. Kled and Akali are 2 of them with Sivir great engage. Akali can solo play.
Yeah.
Leader doesn't play LeBlanc, I think, so it's banned anyway. It's going to go Zed.
Okay, full confidence here from the leader.
Yeah, we're going to get Zed. So this is how they answer their fire with fire. They will find champions that can skirmish really heavily. Does Finn just go Ornn here? I know it's a horrible matchup. Maybe something like Sion, Malphite, just something full tank that can get in there.
It's really difficult.
No, that's not happening.
This is truly unhinged.
That matchup is unplayable.
There's no way.
I can tell you for a fact.
No.
Illaoi! Oh! I was wondering what was going on.
Oh my god. This is 2 of the most obnoxious top laners in the game going head to head.
They're playing Zed, Illaoi solo lanes. This is why I was just so patient. And
do you need magic damage? Is magic damage a lie?
It is.
Is it just not important?
It just is. I mean, here's Lissandra. Shocker. I think Fnatic's 4-5 was kind of obvious. It was engage support or Ahri Lissandra. But yeah, we were just concerned what Astralis is going to play. I think Fnatic's comp very well rounded, very heavy meta, very powerful draft. Don't get me wrong. But Astralis find answers to everything, and they find, they found a Z angle. I'm not sure how much damage the leader can get done in this game against Vi Lissandra. He's going to have to use his ult very, very carefully, perhaps even defensively at times. Kobe will be the primary DPS. If this Illaoi falls behind, she's going to be useless. But if she can get even or ahead, her side lane threat is going to be insane. The problem is, they do have 3 melee champs. That helps a bit.
Yeah, and I think the other big struggles here is that you've got a knockup from Nautilus, you got a knockup from Vi, and if you CC an Illaoi and she's not able to push W in her ultimate, she doesn't do anything in a fight. Now, she does demand some CC attention, but as you highlighted, side laning the big reason you're going to pick her. I think when I look at Fnatic's game plan here, early to mid game, these skirmishes, they should be heavily favored. They should have a lot of tools to try to build a lead for themselves. Astralis is still great scaling options with the Sivir, but when it comes to 2-3-man skirmishes, I'm liking this Fnatic competition.
You know what's going to happen, right? They're never going to get a 5v5. I think Astralis is blundering if they give them a 5v5. Leader and a Finn are going to sit on side lanes and play the 1v2 outplays. Kobe is going to clear mid waves and they're going to pressure sides, get towers, and Fnatic are going to be run around the map. It's on Fnatic to find points of engage, points of collapse, find objectives of it. But we're ready for game 2, Fnatic versus Astralis.
Nightshades, thank you so much for joining me. Talk to me about the Illaoi pick. What was your reaction?
I mean, we knew that they're playing Illaoi in solo queue, so we were kind of expecting it, but against tanks, and they picked it against Olaf, so we'll see.
And how do you feel about Fnatic's composition? I mean, Fnatic, you've not been criticised for the draft so far, so how do you think they're going to perform this time around?
I think we honestly misplayed a lot level 1 bot lane, and we got really far behind, and because of it, that game should have been unplayable, but we came back because Astralis usually misplays some fights and give opportunities to come back. But this time around, we just wanted to change a few things up, and then we did, and I feel like we have really strong draft.
We are seeing action on the wrist. Thank you so much, Nightshade. Let's head to the boys.
That's it. That's it, Maokai.
There you go. He's like Astralis, they make mistakes. Bam, 113 dead. That's a coach curse. That ain't even a caster curse, and you can hear Berlin alive. Hoping Fnatic fans rejuvenated on the back of a very bold decision from the side of Astralis' jungler to invade there.
What was my man 113 doing there? He was
on a walkabout, man.
He's just standing in their jungle.
He doesn't understand.
On a ward, gets collapsed on a dice, you know? Well, first spot over to Humanoid.
Dabbing Penguin, hit him with it.
And he's just going to keep emoting. You don't. Wait, he's got both of them. Did you see that? Or was that the same one? We'll have to see.
I think it's just the same one. It's just the one.
So
It's just both.
Yeah, okay, it's
No, it's just.
It's
What
a
are you
animation. I don't know. I thought it was flickering between the two, but I didn't realize they were animated.
Okay.
I didn't know they could be
All
animated.
right.
That's insane. Anyway, what was I going to say? Yeah, Humanoid, first blood, 500 gold lead, can't spend the money. So the game's kind of even right now anyway. No summoners blown. 113 was in time for his camps.
Fake gold lead.
Fake gold leads. At the end, yeah, I was going to say, you could get a good hook there.
And as long as Fnatic's bot lane keeps trading and don't let just Kabe leverage the lifesteal advantage from Doran's, this longsword 3-pot starts is going to feel pretty good. Already the early laning phase going much better for Fnatic overall. On the top side of the map, of course, we might not hear about a lot of action, but it is, for me, exciting. I love watching champions fight Illaoi because she sucks. She's the worst champion in the game to play against.
God, brutal.
She's great if you're good at her. So what happens here is she's going to push E, and if she hits you with the E, you're going to get a little spectral ghost buddy, but that ghost buddy is not your buddy. She's going to hit you in the ghost buddy at the same time, and then you lose every trade until the lane is over. And I'm sorry, it's the most miserable champion to play against, but if Finn can do some work here, maybe Oscar won't be able to fire back.
I've seen Bals FFS play Illaoi, Prowler's Claw, 20 deaths, just one-shot people, so I'm ready for it. I'm here for it. He's getting pushed in early. I think Fnatic actually have 3 pushing lanes. You can see it there on the 3-lane view. Top, mid, and bot in great spots here for Fnatic. Looking for that cannon there. You can see Finn trying to punish him on it.
Again, the left-right posturing there you're seeing from Finn and Oscarin. And Oscarin can't walk forward to get the axe because if he does anything that makes his positioning predictable, Finn will hit E, Test of Spirit, and then the trade is over, and it's really hard to play the lane out.
Waves coming into him as well now. Oscar can try to get towards level 4. If he lands an axe, he definitely has all-in potential. You can see the items, Doran Shield for Finn, Doran Shield for a leader. They're playing defensive in these lanes. They know they'll be getting pushed in. Razork looking for this top crab. 1-3 is sneaking his way up here. Done his full clear. Trying to lane gank top, trying to cover Finn on this push out.
Big whiff on the E should mean that Oscarin is a little bit more comfortable to walk forward here.
Razork's mid though.
Razork ready to fall. Flash forward the snare. Good chain CC coming out. Now they're going to try to make it out of safety. Humanoid will survive. Gets the kill. The Treasure Hunter proc. So much money into the back pocket of Fnatic.
Very clean as well. Humanoid communicating that he'll flash roots so that they can land the VIQ. That's easily enough damage to get the kill. Humanoid tanks and flashes out. Great start for the mid jungle of Fnatic. They're ahead. They're playing 2 of the strongest playmakers in the early game. Now we need to see a little bit more from them when they get towards level 6, start dominating these side lanes, helping the rest of the team out. Razork already getting a little bit of information on this bot side jungle. He's going to use the sweeper towards the Krugs, towards the Raptors, trying to see where 113 is with that ward.
Looking for the knockout, forcing the flash out from Reckless. Clean play there. Fnatic looking to extend the trade just to try to make it positive in their favor, but overall, getting those summoners from Reckless is massive. Feels very similar to what we saw in Game 1, albeit a little bit later. 113 again, ready to come down to the bottom side and try to press this advantage.
He's gonna get spotted though, he's on a ward. Razork's taken away his Raptors. Big camp lead now for Razork. Top crab is still up. 113 didn't go towards there despite hovering towards the top side of the map. Pink's gonna come down, a little bit of vision with the sapling. And this is looking for something, so they overstep here. Cobb is trying to get the wave in, and I think they will. They're just trying to escort. He would have maybe misclicked that plant. He sent the vision towards his own jungle. But Dragon up in 3 seconds.
And I will say, you know, individual leads in the game aside, compositionally, I really love the Lissandra Vi a lot more than the Lissandra Maokai. So much more kill threat on the leader here in the mid lane. Yes, post level 6, it gets a bit easier for leader to try and outplay, but if Fnatic can keep this advantage, if they can keep getting Humanoid out of lane, this is going to be such a massive boon for the team. Right now it's a 1,700 gold lead, split mostly across jungle and mid lane. It is that extra lost chapter for Humanoid, meaning he can keep up lane pressure, but we'll see if they can continue to snowball here.
Yeah, need to snowball into objectives or side dives, especially when they hit level 6. They have so much lockdown and power. It's, like you said, so much different to playing Lissandra Maokai. Leader's going to get towards that level 6 as well. Finn a little bit behind against Oscar right now in the 1v1. Leader is same against Humanoid. Level 6 though should mean that Humanoid is relatively safe. But yeah, 2,000 gold down already, Astralis. This is not the game state they want, because I think Fnatic are just going to kind of roll over them in team fights if they give them a 5v5. So they need to get these solo lanes ahead.
Finn doing what he can there with the Tentacle Slam just to farm up. But as much as I talk about how obnoxious Alawi can be, she is highly dependent on a single ability. If she does not land it, it's so easy for Oscarinen to win out on these trades. Right now, Finn most certainly on the back foot. Again, just doing what he can to pick up CS, but losing out in pressure overall here. Does hit the E, this is the big one. Big tentacle slapping down. Wow, isn't this fun, interactive gameplay? Look at everything Olaf could do to trade back there. Nothing, that's why he walked away. Just personal vendetta against this champion.
Finn's, he needs to be careful here. Oscar can all in.
Another E continues. He's just gonna. Oh my God! It's a healing battle. Welcome to Alawi, baby. She just hits you.
Oscar, he has the debuff on him. He needs to dodge. I think there might be another one coming in.
You just wait. You wait. The stat. Oh no! Why would you
Oscar,
walk back?
Be careful.
You have to kill 2 to stop the curse. He kills 2.
He stops the curse, but now Dragon Fight going on here. Fnatic need to contest this, see if they go in.
1-1-3 now, immediately Yonghun with a follow-up. They're trying to burn through everybody before the fight even kicks off. They manage to find 1 kill. Razork now stepping in. Leader's now used his ultimate. They're trying to finish off Humanoid, knowing that he has no ultimate to save him. Humanoid burned down. Kame still standing strong. 1 reset coming in for Lissandra, though the damage is going to be big. It's going to take Leader out in the fight. That's the frozen thrall. Kame taken out as well. Fnatic have the tools and they put them to use.
3 for 2. Fnatic come out ahead. Reckless picks up a double. Leader the same. Fnatic get the objective as well. Good turn there from the 4-man. You can see 1-1-3 went in straight away with Jonghoon onto Advien. The first kill went into Astralis' favor, but the consistent DPS from Fnatic was there. Nice little mode from Reckless there. So you can see here, watch the turn. 1-1-3 and Jonghoon instantly jump onto Advien, but that leaves the carries kind of free to hit. Razork gets in there. Humanoid drops his ult onto Jonghoon to try and get that kill. And then you can see Reckless joins the fight, and once he gets that lethal tempo stacked up next to Razork, they can start dishing out so much damage onto Leader, dodges the back half of that boomerang, and outranges Kobe on the auto attacks versus the Sivir. Nice.
And Lissandra passive.
Lissandra passive, yeah, so many resets in these fights. 100% KP for the mid jungle of Fnatic. They need to, I think, fight, as much as they won that fight, they need to look for fights more on their terms. I think they need to, once they've got these mid waves in, move towards Herald. Razork looks really strong right now alongside Humanoid. He's not gone for the Rod of Ages this time, he's gone for the Everfrost to help set up his jungler even more. Reckless sitting pretty with a 600 gold lead as well. Much different to that first game where we heard Nightshare talk about they messed up level 1, they fell behind, the game should have been lost, but we almost came back. Now they're sitting in a much more comfortable position.
Absolutely are. Again, almost completely individually built gold lead on the top side for Oscarinen. The rest of the map playing well as a group here, and for Leader, this is a nightmare. Has flash, can poke a little bit, but can never really comfortably all in. Finn trading a bit back on the top side, but now that there's some additional healing for Oscar here, the lane does get a bit easier. Finn now stepping forward, knowing the curse is on, and that Oscar has to back up.
Watch the minimap here. Advien's running from bot towards mid. He's a little bit late. Jonghoon's already there. Herald contest is slowly coming in. Finn has the top push. Jonghoon's helping Leader get that mid push. See if they can get Humanoid on the tower. See if they can get this objective first and turn on their own regard. So 4-man strong, 80 carries. 1v1ing towards bot. Does Fnatic fight? They have vision with the Scuttle Crab. I think they should definitely look for something here. Oscar doesn't have the ghost, but a lot of damage burst ready.
Tricky. Really need to calculate your damage output here. Disengaged from the Maokai, just trying to zone away. Leader threatening, has burned the Shadow now. 3k health, getting lower. Trying to reset the Herald now, it appears. They want to back away. Jonghoon now going in. He needs to leap right back out. Razork has been hit by the Tesla Spear. Now it's going to be Finn in the midst of everybody. Keep your eyes on that Alawi damage. They burned all their CC. They're going to burn through her before she can push a single button. No, they're not! The Alawi stays alive for just a little bit too long, but in the meantime, Fnatic are still taking fight. That's the reset. That's the Frozen Thrall. The knockback 1-1-3. Taken out. Will try to finish Humanoid, but that Sapling will not connect on the bottom side of the map. Reckless taking plates. Everything going in favor of Fnatic.
Huge turnaround from game 1. Managing to win this Herald fight. They won the Dragon fight as well. So many kills going over to Fnatic in these early stages. You can see the difference this team looks like when they have so much playmaking behind them. Still 100% kill participation from Razork. Great game from him so far. They pick up the objective, they pick up the eye, and that's going to lead to even more gold for them. Astralis just don't have the damage, do they? They don't have the damage to get through Fnatic, who have so much power behind these champions with these ultimates. The Lissandra, the Vi, And you could see even Finn got a pretty good ult off, I have to admit, for a Herald fight.
But watch the CC. This is the thing. They burn literally everything on Finn to stop his ult from meaning anything in the fight.
Yeah, let's have a look at it then. So Razork gets hit by the knock-up here, I think it is. And then here comes a follow-through. Finn takes with the E.
Ulti.
Tries to land the ult, gets a couple of tentacles down, but you can see Oscar's going towards the top part of the map. Humanoid's just out of range of it. The next slap comes down after the chain CC onto Razork and the clone, but Jonghoon's 1v1ing the top laner. Leader's playing Zed, and he's done most of his burst, and 113 can't really help either, so just a consistent DPS is in favor of Fnatic. Yeah, they punished him.
And again, I think excellent target selection from Fnatic, splitting the fight up a bit, focusing down on the Jonghoon, burning both the Lissandra ult and the Vi ult onto the Alawi so she can't get, you know, multiple slams on that tentacle, on that ultimate.
Ooh, spotted by the sapling there, Razork was maybe looking for something towards mid. Herald's in Oscar's hands though, so it's kind of obvious which direction it's going to go. Oscar maybe looking for a little bit of damage onto Finn here. He has the Hydra, so he can lifesteal up pretty easily. God, I mean, Nightshare did talk about it in an interview. They picked Alawi into bruisers, not tanks. So if they fall behind here, Astralis and Finn doesn't manage to win 1v1 against Oscar, the whole value of the champ just kind of fades away.
Yeah.
Ooh, Leader.
Leader locked up, Chain CC coming out. He's not even getting a chance to push that R button clean from the side of Fnatic.
So why is Lissandra Vi meta? You can see the power of the mid jungle in the early stages.
Look, all I'm saying is I'm bad, and if you put me on Lissandra, walked into my lane and said push R on that guy, we would kill someone every time, Kadril.
All right, we'll queue up tonight. We'll see how much magic we can do.
Humanoid is also not bad, which makes it that much easier. You know what I'm saying?
I know you can land it with the Everfrost. I believe in you. I trust you
It's
to
a
do it.
point-and-click ability, Kadril. I literally can't miss it. It's actually impossible.
But your pike hooks are pretty good, so I think
thank you.
that helped. Hang on a second.
Well, here we go. Finn trying to trade back, but...
What is that damage?
Yeah. So, again, she reflects... The clone takes a certain amount of damage, and then you also take damage. So it's like Alawi's hitting you for 40 or 50% bonus damage. It's pretty big. That said, Oscar's just going to run in now that the E has fallen away, try to heal this up. Humanoid coming over the wall, flash out from Finn, and that's going to make things a lot more difficult in this lane.
Flash for flash trade. Tried to land the flash Everfrost there. Humanoid didn't have the ultimate. Finn flashes away. Nothing else happens really. Oscar loses the ghost, but Dragon spawning in 1 second. You can see Humanoid maybe overcommitting up there. The problem is Fnatic, as much as they got that kill onto Leader with Humanoid and Razork, they used both their ultimates to do it, and they're still on cooldown for this Dragon. Maybe they're going to be up in time if they can slow this down a bit. If they can get their ults, they're probably just going to wash Astralis away right now. They're in a very bad position in terms of being stacked up. Humanoid 7 seconds away on the
Jonghoon ready to get the fight kicked off. The Chain CC will be enough. Leader throwing so much damage down into the back line. Humanoid can't get into the fight quite yet, but now Astralis are on their retreat. They burn everything that they've got, and Fnatic are still standing.
Humanoid's ult is up. Leader's ult is still up as well. Reckless.
Sapling.
Stepping up.
Connect. Big hook onto Kabe. The ultimate's coming out now to burn away the jungler to take the objective off the map. Fnatic stealing the dragon, keeping the fight going. Kabe now running for his life, hitting extra movement speed off the passive. Jonghoon leaping over the wall. The Advian might try to follow up. Reckless flash forward. Spell shield now comes out. Kabe desperate to get back underneath the tower. They're trying to donate the kill. One more auto. The E to finish. Reckless on a rampage. Hand delivered by his jungler. Advian. Bit of supportal combat there in the wolf pit.
Another 3 kills for Fnatic. They're just rolling them in these fights. Astralis, the initial engage from Jonghoon was good. Leader got chip damage down, but they just re-engage after their cooldowns are back up. Their ultimates return. And the E there missed from Finn. Doesn't have the flash either. Oscar, I'm not sure if he has the mana to juggle the axes to get the kill, but he wants to place the Herald down to get the gold. Probably is going to run away after this. Doesn't have the mana to take the fight, but yeah, I think this Fnatic comp, this 4-man is just so strong. There's really nothing Astralis can do to fight back. Sivir is just sitting on a Noon Quiver and a pickaxe right now. And that's your late game insurance. We'll see if Astralis can slow the game down, but they're not really prone to. They're always looking for these fights. So let's look at Jonghoon, because I think this turn was not too bad.
Instantly goes in. The CC very delayed though on the fall. And again, you can see Leader, multiple multi-target Qs and Es, but can't fully commit in the fight.
Yeah.
And when the re-engage here comes in for Fnatic, credit one to Razork for an incredible steal here, but also the patience from Fnatic not to overcommit until they had their cooldowns back up again.
Yeah, heals Razork and says go in and take this dragon. They manage to pick it up. Reckless stays next to his jungler. His Leader tries to go in. Humanoid instantly pops the ult onto the Zed, and that's the weakness Zed has. He can get locked down so easily, and then all your burst is gone. Astralis have to run. Jonghoon eventually dies. Kobe does die. It's actually 4 kills in total over to Fnatic. See if they can pressure this bot tier 1. Razork's hovering around. Jonghoon's here to cover Leader. Looks like he'll be able to catch the wave.
Look, game 1 was a back and forth, but this is slaughter. You know, Fnatic, yes, they were essentially gifted a kill at level 1, but they've been playing so well with that advantage. Humanoid now in trouble, or not. Oh my god, yeah, Jonghoon, just dance it off, buddy. That's a toughie.
Yeah, he knows he just got made fun of a bit there by Humanoid. Doesn't land the W. And now Fnatic own the bot side of this jungle. I don't think Leader can stay on her tower anymore. That tower is going to fall. Oscar is pushing top as well. Looks like Astralis might look mid. At 1-1-3, yeah, he's going for the flash.
Flash in. Reckless not going to be trouble. Knocked back under the tower, but still trying to finish up. Gets one back. Credit to Reckless for making it a 1-for-1.
Massive kill there from Reckless. Manages to trade back, like you said. Shutdown goes over to 1-1-3. Ideally, that went over to Kobe, and then they can start slowing the game down. But now that he's dead, you won't be able to pick it up. Tower falls top, tower falls bot. This is a stomp from Fnatic.
And now your all AD composition feels real bad, because if anyone on the enemy team builds just a bit of armor, you're already so far behind the clock. I don't know if you're going to get enough time to come back.
All this skirmishing around the bot side, you know, and then you look at the gold and you're like, wow, Oscar really is 2.4k gold ahead, isn't he? More than Reckless after you see those plays, so props to him with the Herald managing to take a full tower in Finn's face. And now I think Fnatic only really gets stronger, because as much as Lissandra, Vi, and Nautilus are strong in the early game, their mid game is even better. So Fnatic should start forcing his objectives, get Herald, look for dives, play with confidence. They have Zhonya's on the Lissandra, they have Flash coming up, Kobe has no sums. They have so many options in just getting towers straight down the mid lane by just diving them.
Yeah, and Lissandra is an oppressive champion in an even game state, but when you have a lead like this, it goes from oppressive to unstoppable. With you got the Vi alongside you, Razork with the Black Cleaver at this stage of the game. Pretty sure he's going to go back and buy another item as well. This game feels very unplayable for Astralis. As you've highlighted, Kave is kind of the get-out-of-jail-free card with the infinite wave clear that Sivir can provide, but right now it's really not infinite. It's a level 9 Sivir, doesn't even have a full item completed.
Here comes the play then. Fnatic, I think they're dropping a mid-wave here by a little bit of a mistake, but they're hovering in this topside jungle, probably going to place the Herald down. Look for this tier 2, a lot of gold injection. They dropped mid a lot. Normally you want to play on 2 lanes here, so maybe Astralis can get a tower off of this. Bit of an overcommit here from Fnatic. They don't end up using the Herald, which is good, but they might lose 2 towers for this. They've given up Drake Prio as well. And the fact that Astralis have objective bounties means this is an even trade when you have Herald. So playing on 1 lane when you're this far ahead, maybe a bit of a blunder. They dropped mid wave. And it shouldn't be the end of the world. They should be able to pick up bot tier 2 easily. Mid tower, look for Leader maybe.
Lock up, chain CC, Axe going to come through. Leader able to flash out to safety, so the kill not quite going to come through there as Astralis will keep their sights on that bot side tower. So as you highlighted, getting the 2 towers over, getting the gold a little bit closer, still does not get them out of the difficult situation they put themselves in, especially now that Reckless is going to fire back in the mid lane.
I think Fnatic should have played more towards mid there. Top was kind of guaranteed if they popped the Herald down. They wouldn't have to give up as much, but either way, they still have it. Can use that on another push. 10 seconds on the Dragon should put them on soul point. I don't think Astralis will look to fight that. That top tier 1 looks pings you can see on the minimap for Astralis up there. Let's look for this tower, get the 3rd tower objective bounty, get rid of all their outer towers, and maybe they can look for picks. So trying to cross map still. Kobe is going to have to catch mid waves very defensively, and we'll see if Oscar can respond on this side lane. He has Humanoid's TP, so he's sitting in basically a 1v2 if he can get under that tower.
Oscar now running in to potentially a 3v1 here. We'll just ult and walk away as the TP's coming in on the top side. Astralis just desperate to force plays, desperate to get something back here, knowing that they have no control on the bottom side of the map. But they're going to break down this top lane tower so quickly, maybe they can stop the play from Fnatic on the bottom side.
Yeah, Fnatic should start taking a lot of objectives here. There's no ult on Rakan. Bot tier 2 will fall when Humanoid gets the wave in. They should get the Dragon as well. And they got Finn's TP, so the side lane gets even better for them. 8,000 roughly gold lead at the moment. And all that's left is at mid tier 2, so what you'll see them do then is push outside, collapse towards mid. I think honestly in a minute's time they can just start up Baron.
Yeah.
Turn onto Astralis, we'll see if they can respond. Cobb's just a bit, you can see gritting his teeth. Not sure if he can find a way out of this hole.
This is a tricky one. You're gonna need some real artistry, some real creative thinking to find your way out, and I think more than anything, you're really gonna need Fnatic to play over-eager or over-aggressive and get punished if you want to find a way back into the game. Of course, will be Chemtech Soul. All the dragons except for Chemtech, I believe, were nerfed over the last 2 patches, so while it's still maybe not anyone's favorite soul, it has been evened out a little bit more compared to previous patches.
That scoreboard gold difference on the bottom looks like my solo queue match history is just red. What can you do? There really is nothing for Astralis to do, is there?
I don't know. You're the jungler, bro. It's literally always your fault.
It is, I know.
So if it's red, I mean, that's, you know.
Just sing payphones
Which feels messed up, because I don't think this is entirely 113's fault. But maybe not walking into the enemy jungle with no support at level 1 for future games.
Kiki Chad. Yeah, he's almost 3 levels down. He's very close to leveling up, so not the end of the world. But Baron's up in 15 seconds. Humanoid's bot, they're escorting him.
Mark, when he levels up, he's level 10. Razork is level 12. It's still the end of the world.
I know it is. I know it is. They're trying to get sneaky vision on the Baron. Maybe if Alawi can get inside the pit on top of 5.
Yeah, there's a world.
Dunk WWE style from the top rope.
Uh-huh. Yep. Alawi with the steel chair.
Yeah.
Out of nowhere.
Is that Finn? Looks like they're going for the mid tower at the moment, though. Fnatic don't even... They're just going to die from 1-3.
They're just going to zone him off. They don't really even have to burn any spells yet.
Yes, they are.
Oh, now they're going to go all in for him. Humanoid's been locked up. Humanoid's taking tower, but he does go golden. He's got the stopwatch to keep him safe. The Hourglass, rather, his leader now locked up. Will he get taken down in time? They're trying desperately to ult. He's going to ult, gets a bit of damage down, but not a lot else.
All right, let's see if Finn's got a massive steel chair because he's basically 1v5 at this point. Fnatic's going to start it up. Should be a really easy pickup. I mean, it's an 11,000 gold lead, to be
Other
honest.
than Advian's ult, they're out of reliable point-and-click CC.
Finn, get in there.
Alawi versus the world. Here we go.
He doesn't have a Sivir ult.
Can they see him?
He just has to run in a straight line. That's all he has to do.
He will not walk in.
All of that hype, and he doesn't even go into the room.
I was going to sing the theme song. But Fnatic, easy pickup here, and damn, this is dominance. Yeah. This is a one-sided affair.
Oh, just hit him with the ignite. Gave him the thumbs up. Yeah, I'm going to waste 5 seconds of your time. What are you going to do about it, buddy? Jonghoon runs away. And yeah, nothing happens from that. I think Oscar will be easily in time to join his team on the push. So Astralis can't really do anything. No cross map. Bit of vision towards the bot side.
Okay.
Laughing through the pain.
On a scale of there's a niche way for them to come back to go next, where are we at?
We're at game 4.
Okay. All right.
This is really unplayable. I mean, you can see Lissandra in the mid late game when she's ahead can obviously play dives really easily because you just ult one target, call your team to do it, tank the tower, pop the stopwatch, drop aggro, and then happy days. Leader here, you can see how chain CC'd he is here. Vi ult, Vi Q, eventually he ults, but by the time he lands, he's dead. Screen's great. Can't even get a combo off.
Yeah.
Fnatic have so much lockdown. I think on this next Baron, they can replicate that exact play on a tier 3 instead. Kobe has sums up, which helps, but he doesn't really have that much damage. You can see Reckless actually smart buy. He's gone towards the Zhonya's on Varus. I think that helps out a lot. He has got a good couple of AP scaling Varus, and against Zed, I mean, it's a no-brainer.
Yeah, very powerful. And Leader is essentially out of targets that he can reliably ult in fights. Maybe if Oscar lets himself get low enough, but it's just doesn't seem possible with the sheer amount of resistances you have. And wow, look at that Lissandra damage.
Yeah, I think it's been such a power pick this game. And now Fnatic are going to play on 3 lanes. Reckless pushing in mid, Oscar pushing in top, Humanoid pushing in bot, and then Astralis will thin out to defend these waves. See how they decide to play the dive, though. Leader looks like the easiest target, so watch Reckless and Advian. Maybe they can look for a sneaky. Ult goes wide from Reckless onto 113.
Not ideal. Maybe gives Astralis a bit more space to catch these waves, as Finn's going to whiff on the E on the top side. So Oscar going to continue to just kind of bodyguard this cannon minion forward.
I think Fnatic are too split. They don't really have champions that can side lane to the point where they can threaten tower. It's not like a Jax or a Camille.
Yeah, but the line between we're strong enough to dive people under these towers and we're throwing the game is a very fine line. That's one that they're ready to walk, it would seem.
They better be running it, because Oscar gets knocked up, doesn't use the damage. Yeah, a little bit of damage, but that frees up Humanoid. Does he have a wave to play on? No, he doesn't. So he's going to move towards mid. Fnatic, maybe they're realizing that grouping up could be better, but we'll see what happens after this next wave. They've only got 30 seconds left of Baron, so that's one more wave to play on.
And 30 seconds till the Chemtech Drake spawns with total control of the bottom side jungle. So not looking too bad for Fnatic, even if maybe not able to get too much. This should be the bot lane tower, as well as the bot lane inhibitor if they want it. Collapse top side onto Oscarinen.
Should be fine. He's got Ghost and ult, but now Fnatic commit 4-man bot side. That's much better. That throws Leader off the tower. That means that the numbers eventually strong enough, and then you can move into mid. Looks like they're cut off, though. Kobe's managed to thin out the wave. But like you said, exit objective is the dragon, pick up the soul, and the Baron will fade, but they've cracked the base open, so that helps.
And Astralis are holding on.
Yeah,
you know?
Yeah, I mean...
Is it because they've accidentally welded their hand to this game and they would love to let go? I don't know.
I mean, someone pressed no, that's all I'm saying. Oscar, I think he should be fine.
He's ghosting. They've connected the E, but that's not enough. He's ignited again.
Respect to Jonghoon's dancing game. And his ignite drops.
Yeah.
I feel like he ignited Oscar to cancel his base, then he ganked top and ignited Oscar again. Is it like personal or something? I mean, he's full HP. He just dances every time he does it. But yeah, there's soul for Fnatic. Should be just a right click on the Nexus soon. Astralis, I mean, Kobe has Navori, but I don't think there's anyone getting through that Olaf.
Time to talk about what went wrong in the game, figure out what's coming up in the next game, I guess is the positive spin on it. Also, if you go late enough, Sivir, I'm lying to you guys. It's just like, as a caster, sometimes you gotta instill hope. But again, Astralis, they are really hoping that Fnatic do something incredibly stupid.
Yeah.
But unless Fnatic do something incredibly stupid, this game is absolutely impossible.
Look at the little Maokai saplings, get some damage dealt off that. I mean, yeah, they should just go top here, 4-man, move into Oscar. No, it did. Overheal and and the Nautilus W stopped it. I think they should just push mid here. Then what they'll do is they'll probably 4-man top on Oscar. So let's watch Oscar here. He's not going to push the wave yet. He's going to be very slow. Wait for his team, zone Finn off the wave, and then by the time they've pushed mid, they'll say we're moving, and then he'll push the wave. And otherwise, you're wasting a wave.
I like the timing here. If
doesn't
you
have a
sync,
cannon,
if you
though.
sync the waves, it's very hard for Astralis to respond.
Now they
Leader
have to
coming
dive.
up.
Yeah, now they have to just push Astralis back and just press the R
Kabe,
button.
spell shield unavailable. Are they going to full commit to Finn's Alawi is the big question. This is the turn. Good damage getting back onto Avian. He might just be cursed. Humanoid instantly in the backside just trying to finish off Kabe, but Kabe is still standing. Humanoid goes golden. I think Humanoid's overcommitted. They were not on the same page. Oh, that's a big shutdown.
The dive didn't work. Humanoid went in, everyone went out. So miscommunication there from Fnatic. They butchered the dive a little bit. No summoners were blown, so it doesn't sting too much. They managed to get all of Kobe's, but yeah, I saw Alessandro go in and I saw 4 members of Fnatic run out, so they didn't. I think 4 of them didn't really want to go for that dive, but yeah, Nash in 40 seconds. That'll plaster over those mistakes. Humanoid will probably just laugh that off. TP in, start up Baron. Stratus can catch these imp waves, but yeah. Signs of life, breaths of hope.
Kabe getting closer to 3
Actually,
items.
it's the dreaded Elder Dragon. Do you remember Misfits G2?
Oh my gosh, do I remember Misfits G2?
Do you remember the Elder Dragon?
I do remember the Elder Dragon. The incident.
Surely that doesn't happen again, right?
Oh,
there's no way. There's no way in 3 minutes 45 seconds to try to steal Elder, kill them all, and end the game.
That would not be
While
possible.
they're 15,000 gold down.
I think someone just yelled at you for trying to curse.
Well,
great power, great responsibility. Mark, you can't just predict things flippantly. You don't know what's going to happen.
At this point, I don't know what to say, because if I say that it will happen, and it does happen, that's the caster curse. But if I say that it can't happen, and it does happen, is that also a caster curse?
I think it's your fault no matter what.
Okay.
Whether you're the
So I am
jungler,
the jungler.
or on the caster.
So casters or junglers, that's what you've taught me today.
All right.
So Fnatic, Baron, dead, top wave,
Taken
pushed
out.
in. And now we're going to be... It's going to be a bit of a deja vu here, because we're going to be back where we were 2 minutes ago. We're going to be pushing this top tier 3.
If they can survive this Baron push, they have a chance to steal Elder.
And then?
And then do big things with that Elder, maybe, depending on how well that steal goes.
And
Or
then?
more likely than not, just survive for another 5 minutes.
Okay.
But Kabe is almost at 3 items.
Yeah, I'm huffing.
There's a lot of copium going around.
Oscar.
I've got the full tank here. Finn hitting these E's is pretty big. It's not that big. Oscar and barely taking any damage here.
Top tier 3 is going
that's
down.
half his health. Now they're going to get aggressive on the bottom side. Raz are going to probably be in trouble here. They're dangerously trying to focus and they want to burn everything down. Finn ult is big. Finn ult is big.
Oh my god.
Reckless is gone.
What is going on this game? Fnatic butchered the dive again. That's 2 minutes, 30 seconds on Elder. I think we were being a bit sarcastic, just saying that this game should be one and done. I mean, they're 13, 14k up, gold up with a Soul and a Baron, but that's the second time they've messed up this siege. Reckless lost both his subs. Astralis are laughing. I think they realize they're kind of out of this game, but somehow Fnatic aren't ending. They're managing to find plays. Good engage from Jonghoon. GA now for Razork, 2 minutes on Elder. That stops the Baron siege.
If we have time, observers, friends of ours, can we get a replay of that? Whether it's picture-in-picture or live on screen. I'm not sure if they're going to murder each other, so feel free to take us out at any moment, but
Jonghoon's laughing. Yeah, I think he's realizing, like, how are they...
What happened?
I think Fnatic are not grouping as much as they should. They're splitting up, playing this side lane kind of...
Okay, what happened?
1-4, I think...
Okay, Finn hits the first E.
So
50% of Oscar and its health.
Humanoid should be collapsing mid here. Oscar's running mid. I don't know... collapsing top, sorry. So Jonghoon goes in. 1-1-3 gets there. Knockback. Finn has a 10 skull. Stopwatch on top of 5. Yeah, there's no way Reckless gets out of there. But my main point here is, why is there 3 members sieging top and 2 members mid with no wave? Like, I think Oscar needs to be around here. Humanoid needs to be around here. They need to be threatening, forcing Astralis back, and giving some frontline to players like Reckless. Forcing...
If at first you don't succeed, try again, Berlin.
Third time's the charm. This is the one. Right. Mid inhib is Fnatic's focus.
Hook.
Here we go.
Humanoid getting aggressive. They need to murder everybody. Humanoid now backing up. That's going to be a stopwatch coming in. In the meantime, Kabe is untouched. Finn is still standing. Astralis are holding on. Astralis are winning the fight. No. On the backside. Oscar Reddit versus the world. Oscar Reddit determined to take out Kabe. That's it. Fnatic finally. Fnatic found the fight. The third time was indeed the charm. Oscar Reddit in the back line, absolutely unkillable. It's going to take a minute here, but Fnatic have won the game.
3 is their lucky number today, Fnatic, because they're going to game 3 and it worked on the 3rd time. Just going to push into the Nexus here. Leader doesn't have ult. Advian can hit the hook. Look for the dive. 1-1-3 is as good as done.
Leader ulting, trying to get some damage down, but he doesn't kill Reckless, so it does not matter. threat standing strong. Fnatic turn it around in game 2. It was just about dominant from start to finish.
Yeah, I can see Astralis wrote in all chat, deja vu, uh-oh, as soon as they botched the second dive. Good game from Fnatic though. I think a lot to talk about. The last 5 minutes in terms of closing it out were a little bit more messy than they would have wanted. Maybe they should have played a little bit more grouped in terms of getting those towers down, maybe splitting up too many resources, even though they're that far ahead. But if you take the first 20 minutes of that game, exceptional. After that, yeah, late game was a little bit butchered with the Baron pushes.
Was butchered a few times, but ultimately you get the W, and that's all that really matters. Their early to mid game was so good and so dominant that they could afford to make those mistakes, so that is credit to them. But Astralis, I think good job holding on as long as they did. Again, that really does mostly come down to them finding windows to punish Fnatic mistakes, because they couldn't really make plays without someone on Fnatic mispositioning initially. But for Fnatic, in a closer game, that could have been a death sentence, that mis-execution. But in this game, because of the lead they built, they were able to bring it home. So for now, I'm going to send it back over to the analyst desk to talk a little bit about what happened there.
Yeah, we're down here. Or next to? Zoomed out. That's where we are. Fnatic, they bring it back 1-1, and now it is all square going into game 3. They stayed on the red side, and they clearly sent the signal that they didn't want to change too much, and they were confident in anything they would be able to field. On the other side, we had Astralis with, I want to say, a vintage leader thing in picking the Zed blind, but also the Illaoi coming in as the last pick for Finn.
I think this was really interesting because at first you still have the things, you have the adaptation, you get rid of the Jax instead of the Vi for Razok. I don't know if that's too much worth it, but they had a plan with it. They wanted to go Sivir, as you also see here, to get rid of the spell shield. But then coming in with the last 2 bans here, not getting rid of the Lissandra might be a bit of a bait for Astralis here. They lock in with a 4-set, and this worked last time they played in the regular season, because back then Humanoid wanted to play the control mages, the Asir, the likes of that, so he had to opt in for LeBlanc to counteract that matchup. But this time around, he still had the Lissandra available. You knew he played it, because he played it just before, and they just fell into that trap.
Yeah, and I think, honestly, the fact that you had the Lissandra set up so well then for the rest, their engages, their team fight, everything they wanted to go for. The mid-jungle for Fnatic, phenomenal this game. Finally, we get to see them being proactive. They're actually looking like a duo, and the response that they had every single time Astralis tried to make a play was absolutely impeccable.
It was working, and you said it there, every time Astralis tried to make a play. And I did have the feeling when I was watching them that they were like banging their head against the wall and wondering why it was hurting over and over again when they went into certain objectives, even though they just got their handed to them in the fights before, but they seem to tunnel a little bit. For me, is that overconfidence maybe coming from the last game where it just seemed to go their way?
I think to a certain extent, yes, but also it's kind of the Astralis way, right?
That's true.
When we look at Astralis, they want to skirmish, they want to go for fights. The big problem, I think, in this game was kind of reckless manhandling Kobe in the 1v1 outside. Because then you come into these fights and you're like, okay, well, Varus in general is going to be stronger in these early fights. It's just he peaks a little bit quicker than the Sivir does. You look, you had 2 items completed before Kobe had finished 1. He was so far ahead, and still they went for this.
Yeah, they continue to do it while they get some kills here and there. It looks decent for them. That's just not how these 2 team fight compositions function against each other. Once again, it's the Astralis that wants to attack, and it's the side of Fnatic that's opening up with the sponge here instead. And I think last game, in game 1, Astralis had the presence of mind to slow down the pace of the game and not continue on the fights. This game, they had none of that. They lost 1 fight and said, you know what, I'll do it again.
I think they're like, oh, possible choke point, we have the tentacles, let's go.
Yeah.
But it's just not enough.
Yeah, I think if they tried to play around the topside skirmishes earlier, I think maybe that could have worked out a little bit better with the Illaoi and the Zed. Then you've actually got a good bit of damage. But even in that fight, Jonghoon went so deep into the rest of the fight. Leader couldn't follow up. You're kind of not really working with Finn there at that point either. So I think it was one kind of misplays in the team fights in some occasions as well, alongside just not really playing to the strengths of the composition. And when you have this Sivir pick, it's strange to me that you don't just go for front-to-back team fights, like pick a Sion, just go, hey, look, we're just going to play for team fights later on in the game. Yeah. Instead of just going for these weird early fights.
Overexcited, maybe. The
Potentially.
Illaoi. I mean, we said it, I believe, in the cast, but the last time it got picked was also Finn, and he lost. So maybe not the thing to go for. Totally different metas.
There's 2 L's in a Lowy, so it makes sense.
That's true, and he had to
well, hopefully
go through both of them.
They're only taking the one, right? But
yeah, we'll see. GP, I believe you loaded up a team fight on the on-desk telestrator.
So just to get into this, because it was just kind of to reiterate the points we already made, but it's just the fact that we're in a gameplay situation right now where Fnatic, once again, we're at an objective. You can take a look at the gold lead right now. It's very much in the favor of them as well. And Dacta and I was talking a lot about this play when we were going for it, because we didn't really understand the positioning of our Astralis. They just said, you know what, let's just walk in here and see what happens.
Yeah, especially when you look at where Razork's set up here as well. Like, you have no vision of where Vi is, so ends up being able to put position into the backline here that immediately causes Astralis to step away. And then Jonghoon goes for this play, but look at how deep once more he's going. There's no real follow-up that's here. So with the Maokai Ultra able to buy space, and at that point, Fnatic were able to bounce back.
Yeah, so here's the thing. This was everything Astralis had to send in the kitchen sink. So Fnatic, they just know that. We can slowly but surely walk up again. We can go for the fight. Razork gets a steal at the same time, and they just have the lockdown, right? Leader tries to go for the ultimate. What's that? Lissandra is still a thing. Okay, I'm dead. The rest of the team fight continues, but it's not really a team fight for Astralis. It's just a loss.
You can see how often as well, like Kobe, not really an impact at all in that fight. Couldn't really position properly because of the way that they set up the first fight. And then when you look across at Reckless is already in the pit, immediately following up on Razork's engage, then has to follow up onto Humanoid's engage. It's very easy to select your targets with this composition, and Reckless just gets the free fire the entire time.
Yeah, and in solo queue, this is a 13-minute fight. This is a 5-man surrender when you hit 15 minutes as well.
You can't do that.
I know.
Also, I'm really glad you did that on the telestrator tool. Like, wow, the insight, 2 circles on the 1 arrow, and
it looked nice with a little highlight there, didn't it? It was kind of cool.
I mean, I saw everything much better. So, Astralis chose blue side for this one. So we were talking about it in the green room that between these two teams, you actually wouldn't surprise if they picked the red side for the counter pick, of course. But the thing is, Leader really doesn't care. If he, he doesn't need to counterpick. He'll just pick it regardless, it seems like.
Yeah, but it can lead to issues, right? And I think when you look at game 1, where Fnatic actually had a great draft into you. Now, game 2, where again, we're kind of seeing you're struggling in the draft, I think would make sense. But I think it is kind of highlighting a problem that we see with Astralis is that a lot of their compositions have been very samey, where it's we will play for dive, we will play for skirmishes. And I think Fnatic, even back in week 3 that we saw it, had a good read on this and were able to respond in the early game. It was just a question of how they performed in the mid game, and we're seeing that now come for their way as well.
Yeah, and I think on red side, Fnatic's really comfortable with this. On the first 2 picks, they can lock a jungler and an AD carry, and then on 3, they can go Lissandra and not be worried about it going into the second ban phase, unless Astralis is going to ban it on 1, 2, 3, and then also having the counter pick on support, which stabilize Reckless. I think red side is a kind of a god's blessing for Fnatic and really allows them to stabilize.
And question the Varus, if a Varus ban comes through. I think having Reckless on this 2 games in a row has just been so strong. I think get that off the board and you can play a safer game now.
And follow-up question then to that, as we are going to take a look at some of Humanoid's ace, I believe. Oh, it broke. Too bad. Is the AR broken too? Oh, maybe? Lissandra, are you around? We'll see. Anyways, Humanoid had a great game on Lissandra. Not so much in game 1, but the theory was there even in game 1. It did work in game 2. And with the Azir being nerfed, being something that we would always kind of equate with Humanoid.
There she is.
There she is. Hello.
Hi there.
Is this not a ban to consider?
Well, I think that's the thing as well, because it's something
back.
that really just holds to some of the champion pool that Leader has as well. But I also just think Humanoid, as a mid lane player, it continues to just be the ace of Fnatic in terms of what he needs to be for his team. As you said yourself, the Azir was something that stabilized the teams. They got the early priority, allowed them to play a safer, scaling into the late game team fights.
Late game.
Yeah, but he's also really good at lip link and other champions like that, and he can just play whatever it needs. But I think what's really cool is that he bandages the needs of Fnatic as a team by picking the team fights picking the champions that matter in team fights like this.
I think the problem is, though, if you pick a Lissandra, your damage has to come from elsewhere, right?
Yeah.
And that's where
he had the most damage in this game on Lissandra.
Oh,
yeah, okay, fair. But I think the thing is, like, realistically, in a more standard game, you need an AD carry who's going to provide that damage. And I think if you get rid of the Varus, we've seen before the Reckless doesn't look the most comfortable, maybe falls back to a Jinx or something along those lines. But I think if you can make that bot lane uncomfortable, it becomes a lot more difficult for Humanoid to then play Lissandra if you can't get those leads.
Okay. What do you think? It's going to be Fnatic or Astralis game 3? No explanation. Just.
Okay, Fnatic, let's go for it.
I got to lean with it. I think Fnatic have looked really good.
Oh, Jinx, who knows? Let's go to a break, but we'll be back with game 3 for a spot to play Vitality on Monday between Fnatic and Astralis.
You have to go here. I think we win. We have Lissandra ulti. Go, please. Go. I got it. Marco.
I will set.
Okay,
Zed ulted me. Zed no ult. He's mega useless.
Look at Sivir.
Yeah, I go. Sivir no.
Big flash. I'm coming.
That's fine.
Kill him.
Set here.
I go Marco. Guys, it's best of 3, okay?
One more.
Our early game was with your Marek.
best of three between Fnatic and Astralis. The score is tied up 1-1. And once again, the teams will remain on blue and red side, respectively. Astralis using their pick to stay on the blue side. Fnatic staying on red. One final game to decide it all.
One final battle. Duke it out. Yeah, yes. Same sides every game. I think Astralis changed it up a little bit last game with the bans. I think they drafted themselves into a bit of a hole, which we won't see again. I think I got a little bit too happy with the Alawi and the Z4-5.
Yep.
But Lissandra looks like a problem, I think.
Yeah, it's kind of crazy, because in the first game, it really didn't look like a problem. But in game two, it feels like once Fnatic actually drafted the proper tools around the Lissandra, namely the Vi, things like the Nautilus as well, a lot of this extra additional CC or upfront damage, it worked out a lot better for them. see what the strategy is going to be here in Game 3. What Astralis are cooking up. Last game, it was Alawi, but I think, you know, you're either cooking or you're looking cooked, and Astralis looking cooked.
That was looking pretty cooked, yeah.
Yeah.
So LeBlanc ban means that the leader probably wants to blind pick Yone again.
I like the Vi.
Vi ban coming through. Now, Maokai was the first pick last time. Zaya's banned. No one's really touched Zeri this series. Sejuani is up. Varus is up. That's something that Fnatic will instantly snatch up. Sejuani is up, so they're taking the first pick of the leader in jungle, probably because leader is going to go Yone on 2-3 again. Sejuani is the best fit, so they're running back Game 1. Fnatic needs to be careful they don't fall into the draft hole they had in Game 1, where they had a lot of heavy AP, their front to back was lacking, they were getting dove on too easily, it was some kind of Tam Kench on 5. They were playing Lissandra Maokai mid-jungle. I think Wukong Lissandra is the direction you want to go in if you want to pivot that way. But
don't do it.
It's Lucian
No!
Nami. Oh, it's Lucian Nami.
No!
So, let's take stock of the draft then, because Razork's playing Maokai.
Yes.
They're going to probably match support here, Fnatic. Normally they pick top on 3. They would pick Jax, they picked Olaf, they ban tops, but I mean, I guess they can sack support again if they really want to, but picking something like Nautilus here would be would be the best bet.
Yep.
So Fnatic definitely have a lot of skirmish tools, not a lot of protection for Reckless this time around, but jungle and bot lane picked up. I wouldn't be surprised to see a Yone ban, Sylas ban. It's good against champs like Varus, Maokai, and Nautilus.
Yeah, every single ultimate that could be stolen right now is incredibly powerful. Varus already insane AP ratio, obviously just ludicrous in the hands of Sylas. It's going to build a lot more raw AP. Lucian Nami, a champion who isn't super popular anywhere else in the world and has been nerfed repeatedly, yet has remained here in the LEC. Why, I don't know, but I am hoping that Astralis can show us for now. The Yone ban coming out as you predicted. Olaf, Astralis do not want to deal with it this time. It looks like the Alawi tech that they potentially had prepared for the Olaf didn't work, and so just don't want to try running it back.
So there's 3 mid laners left for leader. It comes to melee champs. There's Zed, there's Irelia, and there's Akali. I wonder which one he's going to pick up. There's the Olaf Jax bans. I wouldn't be surprised to see some kind of blind pick top here for Oscar. Could go towards something like maybe even a Gnar, Sion. I think any kind of frontline here could be good if they're picking a mage on 5. But a lot of base damage already. Cassante would be an easy one as well. Very common in the eastern regions. I think Cassante blind, 1-2, flex, Aphelios. It's a little bit different here.
What is the option going to be?
Orianna.
Very old school scaling option here.
Okay, so they're going pure team fight. Orianna Maokai is very weak mid-jungle in the early stages. Doesn't have that much skirmish potential, but it's also going to be strong in fights.
And a few patches ago, it was adjusted. Less pass-through damage on the first and second target, but every target after that taking a little bit more. So overall, that makes her large-scale wave clear better. Her ulti also, I believe, got a base damage nerf. So this is a champion that was buffed, but ultimately didn't mean much in the context of pro play.
Irelia. Or is it Finn's Irelia? It could be either one of them right now. We don't know. If they round this out with a Kled or something,
double flex.
I'm a bit worried. I think Fiora might be good here. If they go something like Kled, we'll see. Camille as well could work pretty well. But still, they haven't shown their cards yet. Irelia, yeah, you said double flex. What's it going to be?
I mean, they would need to pick another flex pick here to get the double flex.
Renekton Irelia, you know?
Would be bold.
Ooh.
Malphite?
Malphite.
Is it a double flex?
Malphite blind.
Malphite mid into Orianna sounds bad.
So is Gwen something they go for here? Maybe a bit too much AP? Malphite's Orianna is definitely bad. That's probably a Malphite top. Leader's
just
definitely
talking about the potential of a double flex.
Did you see his dance there for a second while you were talking over it?
Yeah.
That's pretty funny. So Oscar, what's the counter pick? Is he going to go for something like Gnar? Does he have something a little bit that can win lane harder? Gwen, yeah, I was thinking of Gwen, but I really wonder if you have too much AP damage. Mordekaiser.
Whoa!
Mordekaiser.
All right, here's the thing. Mordekaiser, you can ult the Irelia when she goes in. You can stop her from resetting. You can take all the marked targets out of the fight. You can also ult the Malphite mid-ult, I believe, and stop him from hitting your team.
I wouldn't be able to tell you on that one, but if you can, then that could save the entire game, right? So Fnatic, very heavy AP mid-jungle top as well on support. Leader will probably build towards things like, you know, Wit's End perhaps or more, some magic resist. Finn the exact same.
I mean, Wit's End Merc Treads on Irelia historically, this was, to be fair, a while ago, used to heal as well. When it healed, that item was nuts. Merc, you could not win with double AP mid-jungle against Irelia, who went for those 2 items. Now, it's a little bit easier these days, but it's still incredibly strong.
It is. I think the Mordekaiser Malphite will be a farming lane. Mordekaiser favorite. Let's see how much Oscar can do in these fights. It's been a long time since we've seen Mordekaiser around the world, I think, in major regions. And I think Leader is his target for ults. Kobe might be the secondary target. These AD champions, take them into the Death Realm, remove them as threats so that Reckless and Humanoid have more space to work with. But this is it. Game 3, match point. Winner plays against Vitality. Loser has one more chance. Lose another best of 3 out of this, and you're gone from playoffs.
No matter what, whoever loses here loses the luxury of double elimination in the top 4 as well. So winning here is everything for both these lineups if they want to keep their dreams alive. For now, let's get in a game for a final match between Astralis and Fnatic. And here we go. This time, they will not let 113 walk alone at level 1. They will stay grouped.
You'll never walk alone.
And he will dab.
We'll have Vien walk up and hook here. So you know Malphite's quote, "You will lose"?
Yes.
So in the first game, Finn put a 1-hour loop YouTube link in the pre-game lobby of this "You will lose" quote.
Damn, he's quick with it.
And now in all chat, all of Astralis wrote "You will lose!" all at the same time in all chat. So they're really like, I feel like if they're role-playing Malphite, maybe they get a damage buff or something. But
I feel like Astralis somehow have become the mental warfare team. Between the leader champion pool, the infinite emote spamming, and now the all chat "You will lose."
Yeah, just taunting relentlessly.
Like the spirit of wonder lives on in the LEC through this Astralis lineup.
They're keeping alive. So let's see how the early game pans out, because Razork's going to start on Raptors. 113, game 1. He did a very similar thing in this exact jungle matchup. He did red Crux Raptors, walked into Razork's jungle, and it was a fiesta to the point where Reckless couldn't even lane at level 2. Nightshare said that they made some mistakes in that level 1. They need to avoid doing that this time around because 113 will probably be down there.
Shout out to the top lane matchup. For the second game in the row, the last time we've seen the weird champion, in this case the Mordekaiser, it was played by Finn. Finn lost the last time. This is Oscar Renan's first Mordekaiser. So see what it works here.
First Mordekaiser ever for Oscar. Let's see what he can get done. Obviously, it'll become really hard for Malphite eventually as Oscar starts to push him in. Ruby Crystal start. Interesting. So Razork changed his pathing up from last time. Normally he did 3 camps top, walked into bot side. Now he's taking those camps away. Put a ward in the river as well, you can see there, because he's probably expecting 113 to do something along the same lines as that game 1.
Astralis set up for more control on the bottom side of the map. They did prioritize the solution Nami in the early levels, just by nature of having a range support going to be stronger, and especially at level 3 once they have all those abilities unlocked. See if they can really make use of this combo. It's one that has looked pretty meh, I would say, universally in the LEC outside of one.
Again,
I said meh.
Okay, yeah, I think that's exactly what it.
That's my soft casting version of how I really feel about this combo. But I'll hold that thought as we have...
Yeah, he got around the ward. Is he diving mid? No, Leader doesn't have any mana. There's no way they can dive that. He's going to find Razork, though. He's going to dash on top of him.
Nope.
Has Smite up now. Razork doesn't.
Deja vu from game 1. Razork not allowed to take these wolves. 113 will take the camp.
Dabbing on him. As 113 always does. There's no way Leader's coming to dive bot at level 3 as really I see. Wave, is it on the tower?
You say it, but I don't think you understand what the... Because there is apparently a way.
There's always a way, it seems, with Astralis. So no, he's going to back off. He got the wave in. Was hovering for some kind of dive, but maybe the wave wasn't big enough. So now I expect 113 to go back up towards this top side and clear out the rest of his camps. So the looming threat of jungle is now gone, but at least Astralis know now that Razork is top side for the next couple minutes, clearing out his camps as well. So 113's basically secured isolation for the Lucian Nami. See if they can punish Reckless and Advienne in this lane.
Leader just continuously wandering into Fog of War here. In this case, it'll be to reset, but still Fnatic. Gonna have to give that respect, gonna have to play a bit cautiously here as 113 gonna start up the Scuttle Crab. Razork struggling a little bit in the jungle clear. This is the repeated nerfs over the last few patches to Maokai's clear, but has the red buff, so she'll, or will heal up and be fine.
You can see he has no points in W right now. He's just put 2 points in Q to make his clear a little bit faster. Won't get spotted by that ward, but I think 113 knows that his Raptors are spawning. He's gonna walk up here. Razork's half HP, but Humanoid trying to cover after having TP'd back. Let's see if they can get his flash. He's got the phase rush.
4 stacks, flash forward, gonna get the Q. Instant flash out from Humanoid. Not gonna get marked there by Leader, that is big.
They got the big Raptor as well. Razork can't fight back, he doesn't have W. If you got the Raptor, maybe you could dash in. At the end.
Hook connecting, that's gonna be big. Kaveh now ignited, Kaveh has to back away. He's got no mana, clean. Engage, clean trade there for the side of Fnatic.
Nice sidestep there by Reckless as well. Look at Razork, he hasn't based yet. He's gonna get that crab and he's gonna level up. He needs the crab for the W.
Another hook landing, Advienne not missing here. Jonghu now backing away. Reckless, no follow-up. Razork waiting behind them I think Fnatic giving away their hand a little
They're
bit when they
diving
step
mid.
forward again with no cooldowns.
Does this dive work here? They need to land the stun.
Stepping in, immediate stun, follow-up. Leader gets the reset on the Q. One more auto, 1-1-3, gonna die to the tower! And now it's just gonna be 1-for-1 with the execute!
It worked. They got first blood. It's a 1-for-1. He loses the wave. It's worth it. 1-1-3 needed to base anyway. By the time he pressed recall, he's respawned. You know, we take those. Maybe a little bit of XP over to Humanoid, but the play
Whoever
worked.
just cheered woo after that play, God bless you. That is the energy we need.
So 1-1-3 is the one that decides to tank it because he has Aftershock, just lands the Q. He doesn't want to drop though because he knows Leader will die before he can get the kill. So good guy 1-1-3 just tanks another shot, doesn't flash out of range. Dabs, dies, executes, refuses to elaborate. Leader gets the kill. First blood, gets the wave. Under tower as well, so of course he'll lose those cannon creeps, and he's still dabbing. He's just running around the map.
Just you saying dabs dies is my favorite thing.
There's a step-by-step process.
The dab into death is a.
It's the 1-1-3
It's an
classic.
iconic move.
It is, and now Leader should be close to 6. You can see now he could all in. No, he's not gonna do it. You can see Razork right behind Humanoid. Leader of course can like Q to creep, have full stacks, ult Humanoid here, no flash, try to look for kills. So jungle support has to cover now. Leader needs to not be too overly tempted to go in.
Oh, Shockwave comes out, just poking Leader. Seems like Humanoid just really wants to get the wave in. Luckily had his support and jungler there so he could play with that level of confidence, pushes the wave, immediately gonna recall. You know, good play overall. Doesn't need it for an all-in because you're not winning an all-in anyway, might as well just play for the wave prio.
Yeah, top lane is still pretty even. The counterpick hasn't merited much yet. I think the Mordekaiser needs a bit more time to start punishing this Malphite even harder, but Finn is yet to base. Looks like Oscar managed to get his off. Still sitting on those 3 biscuits. Dragon is still up, 1-1-3, getting close to that level 5, Razork as well. Humanoid's flash is still down. He went into river to get a little bit of mana from the honey fruit there. 1-3 has the flash.
1-2, gets the slow on the back end there of the chain, but only gonna hit 3 stacks. Phase Rush, I think a good heads-up rune choice from Humanoid.
They're gonna threaten the dive here. Humanoid, no ult. They could Q flash with Sejuani when it's up, but it's down for 5 seconds. They know that it's warded, and they were spotted because Razork's there. Maybe Dragon is the play here for Astralis, but you can see in the early stages, Astralis really love to look to force fights, hover for dives, try to threaten, and Fnatic in the comms need to be really on their toes, ready to react. Astralis not going to go for that Dragon in the end. Pink ward on the entrance, spots 1-1-3, dash over to red, so that frees up the lanes.
Yeah, and I think when you look at Orianna Varus versus the Lucian Aurelia, reliable late game feels like it is in the hands of Fnatic, assuming they can fight on their terms. Astralis may never give them that straight up front to back. We'll have to see.
TV back here from Finn, finally recalled. It's going to go towards the Abyssal Mask. 3 AP champs on the enemy team, makes sense. Leader,
here getting aggressive. Humanoid clean, the sidestep stay along as humanly possible. The stun now going to come in, but do they have the follow? The bubble going to connect, and there it is. Leader managing to get it with the W. Reckless now firing back though, again, a 1-for-1 in the mid lane.
Fnatic respond in time. Little bit of a overcommit there from Astralis, but it works. They managed to get the stun there. The flash forwards from 1-1-3 with the Sejuani E. Lands, and then they managed to get the kill with Leader's W. Qs over to Razork to escape as well. But they did invest. He said you only flash for that kill. Humanoid's flash will be back up soon. Razork's going to try to steal away a blue buff. He's on a ward though. You can see 1-1-3 just sprinting towards his top side. 600 on the smite. Does he get it in time? Finn's here too. No flash. Razork probably going to have to give this up.
Oh, lucky to have the Scuttle Crab movement.
Oh, look where 1-1-3 is. Look where 1-1-3 is.
1-1-3. Now trying to follow up. Missing on the dash in, but 4 stacks should be more than enough to lock him up. Finn, is he going to follow up with the ultimate? He's waiting. He's holding off. Are they going to go for the kill immediately? Ulting back in onto Reckless, but here comes the Mordekaiser. I don't know if this fight's going to play out well for them. Flashing out to safety now. Oscar Renan takes 1-1-3 into the death round.
Fine.
The showdown. The cage fight. But he's losing. He's losing the cage fight. He's running for his life. The cleanest bubble I have seen all day, and Leader gonna grab the kill.
What a timer from Jonghoon. That bubble landed the second Oscar came out. Chain CC'd, Sejuani Q, he's dead. Fight backfires in a 2v4. The top jungle of Astralis managed to get a kill onto Razork and then a follow-up onto Oscar, who's just trying to help on the collapse. That'll net them a Herald as well. Dragon's still up. Fnatic not in a position to try to trade those objectives, so top wave pushed in for Finn. Great early game from Astralis. Humanoid actually moved towards the bot side, managed to get a plate, but Leader will pick up the majority of that wave.
Yep, and in a long lane like this, you can see Humanoid does not have the luxury of approaching that wave whatsoever. Immediately backs away. Reckless and Advian taking up home in the mid lane. We take a look back at this play. First it looks like Razork is overextended, then it looks like Astralis have overextended, but Oscar Renan hitting himself for that ultimate.
Yeah, mess up on the Q smite there from Razork. 1-1-3 missing the Q as well, but Finn holding his ult until the Varus ult. Watch this, uses it on the Unstoppable to stop this chain CC from Fnatic. They get the kill initially, then they decide to run away. Finn flashes the pullback from Oscar. Oscar then decides to go into 1-1-3. Let's watch this bubble from Jonghoon. Timing the ult, watching where he is as the pixel. Oh, even kind of like predicts maybe they'll walk up. I think that might hit the hitbox anyway, but then yeah, chain CC dead. Whew, good bubble. Otherwise, he would have just flashed out straight away, right?
And I mean, again, if you play against a lot of Mordekaiser, that's not that impressive. But we haven't seen this champion on the LEC stage in a very long time. So all the more credit to Jonghoon for getting that timing, for nailing that timing. And while we might have expected, you know, Murktread's Wits End is a potential option here for Leader, for now it is just the Blade of the Rune King, but getting it so early in the game is going to be massive for his side lane threat.
Yeah, I feel like when this Aurelia gets Murktread's Wits End, I think on side lane, he basically 2v1s any solo lane with jungle, Oscar with Razork, Humanoid with Razork, whatever it may be. He's probably just going to win. They don't have the damage to take him down, so he's going to be a pain to deal with. Leader's going to push in his bot side, look for a plate. Razork's right in front of him as his team's getting Dragon. Has
All
a flash.
team TP now coming in, but the rest of Astralis is here. I don't think this is the fight you're looking for.
Yeah, definitely isn't. Humanoid will get the wave, yes, but now you've dropped mid, so Reckless now has to adapt, sprint towards mid as well. Cobb is heading there too to get the wave in, so positive exchange for Astralis. They get an ult, they get a TP.
Yep.
They can keep pushing, keep threatening, and what they'll do is rinse and repeat. Cobb will push in mid, maybe stay for the next wave, and then hover the back down towards the bot side again. The only pain is, look at 113, look at the minimap. Look at the amount of camps he's got up towards the top side. He doesn't care. He's just going to stay around this bot side, look for a dive maybe, push the bot lane of Fnatic back.
Like a tattooed Turkish Malrang. Just refusing to go to camps. He's just ganking.
He is. Yeah, here comes the move down again. He has Herald. Maybe they want a Herald before the plates fall off. Give the ball to Aurelia. Get Leader stronger and stronger and stronger.
And right now, it's really hard for Fnatic to respond because they're just weaker in the skirmish. Leader on this one item is such a powerful spike. If they can't burst him down...
They're going to dive in between towers. I feel like it's an Astralis thing to do.
Jonghoon.
Oh my god.
The big whip!
Oh
now
no.
the backup. Now they need to get out of this one. Oh, 113 is definitely overstayed. Astralis not in a good position any longer. Leader trying to hold on to his life, but they're finally trying to burst him out. Still standing. Leader looking for the montage. He manages to make it out. Ionian Fervor stack. They're still going to go for the re-engage. That's the shutdown. Now it is Reckless going massive. Advian getting sped up. Command Dissonance making sure he can get in. And it's a triple for Reckless on the bottom side.
Fnatic are quick to punish, aren't they? It's the man of the hour, Reckless stepping up, untouched in this fight. Summoner's use, manages to get the kills. 4-0 on this Varus now with an Immortal Shield Bow picked up in base. Astralis diving between those two towers. 113, what the hell was that? He whiffed everything. 3 people right in front of him missed the whole combo, so then he just died straight up. Leader tries to salvage the fight. He has a wave to work with. That's ideal for Aurelia. And it looks so good because he manages to take down someone off the back of it. I think it was Humanoid with the ultimate. So here we see him. He's 1 HP basically. Actually, it's Razor. Q to cannon. Q across. Flash. Manages to get the kill. Reckless flashes back there just in case Kobe dashes forward. Maybe Leader could find a cross kill again. And then Flash rolls him at the end, get the hook. Big shutdown onto Reckless. Chases him down.
And at the end of the day, clean turn from Fnatic to punish there. And that's a situation where Leader opted not to get early Murktreads, opted to go for the Blade of the Rune King while that health is all in. That CC, that lack of tenacity, of course he is going to have it in the runes. And they've kind of reduced the way that it stacks effectively, if I remember correctly. So, but still so significant against this team with against so much AP damage, against so much hard CC. And throwing away a lot of the lead. He still has the individual lead in his lane, but has now put Reckless wildly ahead of Kabe. Wildly, maybe a strong word as this is about to connect.
Onto the side, Kobe has no cleanse.
Ulti coming in. He will now going to try to follow up. That's the knockback pulling in. The shockwave comes through. It's a clean combo from Fnatic. Their top laners there just to watch them murder the bot lane of Astralis.
Beautiful engage from Razork. Flash W onto Kobe. No cleanse, no way out. The Flash Gale Force in response wasn't enough distance to gap close away from the ultimate. Maybe Finn looking to respond here. Reckless, no summoners, needs to be careful of that Malphite. Pushing bots from leaders, forced back by Advienne, but this game is getting quite scrappy. 13 kills, 13 minutes in. Once Reach is going to clear out these camps, they've been sitting there for so long. Both top laners are really trying to find a way to get involved, but they can't. But yeah, Razor Kobe just stepping up way too far to look for this extra plate. Punished.
Dash, Gale Force, Flash, still going to get hit. Still going to get hit by the ultimate as well. No one there to body block. And again, clean combo. Once that first piece of CC hits, the CC just keeps coming from the side of Fnatic.
It does indeed. So I think Astralis need to get back on the script, play mid to bot, help Leader get that bot tier 1, and then move him up towards the top side, depending on if they want to fight this Herald or the Dragon. Looks like Leader's going to take a base, working towards that shield bow.
And I think one of the big things here is that in a full team fight, Leader being strong should not be enough to win. Because one of the great strengths of Mordekaiser as a champion is that even if he's not very strong, and at this point in the game he has one item, he's definitely not weak by any means, but definitely not stronger than the Aurelia, you can just ult someone out of the fight for 5 seconds, and that is more than enough for Fnatic to win, or should be, especially as we get later into the game.
Yeah, he's going to need some kind of QSS perhaps. Help him get out of that one. But he should win the 1v1 in the Death Chamber. The problem is, like you said, he can't impact the fight as much as he would want. Herald spawning in 3, Dragons up in 30 seconds. See what soul it goes towards. We've seen Cloud already. I think a Hex tech would be detrimental to the game. But it looks like Astralis going to go for the Herald. They need this for the mid tower, try to crack that open, then play for these side lane towers. A lot of standing gold. But 15 minutes in, yet to find the first brick here, either team. It's a lot of gold injection. It looks like Humanoid might be the one to pick that up. No TPs for Astralis, 5-man top side. See if he tries to get this bot tier 1.
Mid's low enough that Astralis should be able to break open mid here with the Herald, as you highlighted. That'll be first brick. And that's going to be big. Breaking up mid lane tower against a control mage, always going to give you so much more space on the map, but it does mean conceding the Drake.
Oh, what is going on? Fnatic are 4-man on this dragon. Their carries are both in bot lane. Herald's going to go for 3 towers here. If Astralis know where the carries of Fnatic are, they'll keep going. Luckily, they don't know where Reckless is. Otherwise, they would just keep pushing. Kobe maybe is suspecting something.
Gonna get the charge
up
at least.
here. But yeah, gonna get the charge, gonna back away. Astralis definitely could have pushed for 3 there if they had info on Reckless, but stayed in fog. And now Fnatic are trying to answer with their own tower on bot here. Oscar's pushing top to see if they can pick up 2 towers in response. Looks like they will. Unless Leader fancies himself an all-in. Humanoid has TP, Finn doesn't, so it'll be quite risky. But 113 is on the way up. We'll stop him taking this tower for now.
Oscar has to be careful here. Leader just posturing, not going to go for the all-in at this stage. We'll just be happy to keep that top lane tower alive. And again, at the end of the day, 1-to-1 in Drakes, gold, 500 apart between these two teams. Yes, Astralis took an extra tower there, but Fnatic's so close to taking top, that standing gold is just waiting for them. And very, very tight game here between these teams.
Very even. And I mean, when it comes to these kind of comps, the way they play up against each other, it's very conditional. Can Leader get onto the back line? You know, can Humanoid find a 2-3-man shockwave? Can Finn land a good ult? There's champions in this game which have to hit certain conditions for you to win, so it's hard to say who's actually favored in fights. I mean, the damage share from Fnatic's only really going to get worse because Leader is just going to get better and better items to a point. Obviously, it's 6, it's going to start to fall off, but the mid-game Aurelia on 2 or 3 items with Shield, Bow, and Wit's End is going to be a real like a force to be reckoned with, kind of, because Fnatic need to lock him down and invest so many resources to get that kill. But it's just a case of outplaying. Can Reckless flash a Malphite ult and turn onto the front line? You know, these are the things you need to look out for. Very skilled team fights in terms of mechanics and who can pull it off. 3 minutes on the Dragon, though, means we might not get a fight for a while. And that's Razork.
Ulti connecting onto Finn. Finn has his ulti, but will he get the chance to use it? Holding onto it now, flashing. Now needs to Unstoppable Force out over the wall. The knockup will still connect, but no room for a shockwave. A lot of resources burned there by the side of Fnatic. Yes, they get Finn's ult. Yes, they get his flash, but in the coming fight, they're losing so many of their tools to shut down the side of Astralis.
Yeah, they used 4 ultimates there to try and get that kill. Finn lived. Kobe, Jonghoon have to use their own as well. So they're looking for this top tier 1. 113 and Jonghoon looking to cut off anyone who tries to cover. So Leader should be able to pick this one up. Oscar can't really respond because bot tier 1's already down. So that'll be 4 towers to Astralis. Can Fnatic look for a mid tower with Leader up towards his top side with TP? I don't think they can. He'll TP behind them if they overextend here. Fnatic are aware of it. Look for some bot camps, get some deep vision, put some saplings down, and play for information seems to be the call.
Take the red away. Take the small advantages that you can.
TP behind, TP behind.
Cancel trying to get Humanoid out of this fight. TP is coming in from behind this Leader on the backside. This could be double TP that you're talking about. Humanoid is going to be in trouble here. He has not enough movement speed to get away from that one. The sun's not going to connect. Leader manages to find one. Massive fight for Astralis, finding 2 in the bottom river.
What can they translate this into? Reckless, is he going to get out? 113, he's going to check that bush. No, he's not. Huge double TP flank. Leader managing to pick up 2 kills there. Look at his items. 18 minutes in. That's a Blade of the Ruined King, Shield Bow, Aurelia. Unstoppable right now is Leader, and he's going to push in bot. No objectives, but 2 kills. No flash on Humanoid now. Next 5 minutes of fighting is going to be really tough for him. 1 minute 40 seconds on the next Dragon.
Heads up play coming in. A lot of resources committed from Astralis there, but getting those 2 kills is big. Downside is there wasn't really a big objective to play for, so more of a gold injection into the team, a bit more time to clear out some of the vision. Fnatic set up on the bottom side, but it's still there, it's still present, so you need to see what else Astralis can get done now that they've further extended the individual gold lead here for Leader.
Topside vision is their focus. 113 ult should be back up soon, and Kobe's got those 2 items. So not only is the Aurelia Sejuani so strong in the mid game, it's also this Lucian Nami. As much as we were skeptical as to whether it would be a good pick, they should be able to dish out a lot of damage, and we're yet to see Oscar kind of get involved in this game. It was a double TP behind Humanoid recalling there.
Get the flash.
Don't know if Finn was really needed for this, but we'll just see it anyway because his ult was on cooldown. Let's not forget he had to use the flash and the ult to escape at the end. Maybe if he landed that hook, Humanoid could have a few more seconds, but he was dead no matter what. Finn arrives, tosses out the Q, and then helps the team get the kill. Donates it over to Leader, who then pushes bot. Oscar and Reckless manage to escape around the backside. And let's see what
the Hexgate highlight. Thank you, observers.
Yeah, manages to get away. Let's see what Fnatic can do, because it's a tough situation. Ooh. I guess, I mean, they can do that. Yeah, that works.
That's a tech. That's a strategy.
Not
Just
sure.
kidding. That's a pause. We'll find out why shortly. Yeah, Oscar Runnin now at 2 items. He's got the Rylai's, making it easier to stick onto a target, as well as the Rift Maker.
You can see the Astralis. Look at them, just all fist bumping, Leaders serious talking, having a chat with them. Good vibes.
Client performance issues. Kabe is the reported issue for the pause, so we'll update you. We've all been there.
Client issues. Okay, interesting. Maybe his game's lagging or something's not opening properly. But yeah, let's take stock. 2,000 gold lead for Astralis. Baron's just about to spawn. Dragon is spawning in about 30 seconds.
Yeah, they're big. And I think, oh no, that's Wits End. Okay, we'll see what Leader wants to go for here in terms of build.
A lot of cheers in the crowd for both teams.
Yeah, the battle on the Rift has stopped, but the battle in the audience has just begun. It is absolutely unintelligible out there, but I assume it's some combination of Astralis and Fnatic chance.
Finn just trying to reset. I think things like this can really jar you in a sense. You know, if there's a 5-10 minute pause, you always forget what the plan was. So hopefully if they can keep the mood up and keep laughing, both teams, they can...
113 doesn't know what to do. He's like, why can't I emote in the pause?
Oh, here comes the all chat. I can see it going. 113 is just asking them how they're doing. You know, he's just being a nice guy, checking in on them.
Oh, cool. They're just having a full-on conversation here.
Yeah, they are.
Wow, that's interesting.
No, wow. Did he really just say that?
You know what the best part? That's what
we're going to do. Just wind them up.
What?
Wind them
You're
up
not going to believe what 113 wrote in all chat.
Just clickbait the hell out of it.
No, they're being very wholesome. There's not really a
No, they are being really nice.
Just checking in on each other.
If you want to know how nice they're being, he said that Kobe's PC got so hot because of Humanoid being so hot.
Wow.
So
Humanoid said understandable.
So they're being.
That's the confidence you want to hear from a Fnatic mid laner.
Can you imagine your jungler's just
flirting with the enemy? He's your enemy. You have to want to kill him. Like, nah, he cute.
He cute.
Respectable.
Yeah. Yeah. Tough situation for Fnatic. We'll see. Okay. Well, they're writing some wild stuff now.
Okay. Don't read that. Don't read that. Let's just say they're advancing their relationship in the all chat. That's.
They're getting to know each other.
They're getting to know each other.
Yeah, I think maybe PC restart, PC swap, whatever it may be, will happen soon. We'll have an update as soon as possible. But yeah, I think this is just such an Astralis comp. Really heavy mid-game, really heavy engage, play for skirmishes, and they found their windows. Fnatic can scale well, but they need to slow it down a little bit.
And again, one of the great strengths of Astralis is I think that they recognize these windows where they can force fights so well. And because they play champions that a lot of other people don't, in this case the Aurelia, it makes it that much harder for the enemy team to recognize some of those windows. Humanoid, of course, thought he had the safe back. Recalls on a ward. Astralis willing to full commit to the play.
I feel like it was pinked as well. I'm not sure if he showed for a second recalling.
Yep.
And pinked the bush as he was channeling it.
Hello.
Or something like that happened.
League officials are investigating a client performance issue. As they investigate, let's send it over to Shox.
Thank you so much. I may or may have not been on a bathroom break when the pause happened. So I was walking back and I saw these two running to the desk, and I actually don't know what happened in the last fight. Can you tell me?
So basically, it's been going well for Astralis. Leaders popping off, 6-2 now on Aurelia. Really good TP flank. And things have definitely started to look up for Astralis, I think. The big thing is kind of looking at, as the lads were saying in the desk, finding those windows to fight, using the Malphite ults to actually get into positions where they can, and then just playing for early skirmishes on top side has just worked out wonders for them.
So, but where I left off, I actually saw Fnatic getting back in the driver's seat, actually getting the better hand of the skirmishes.
Yeah, and then you left and then they didn't, and I think a lot of it also comes down to the fact that you're playing Aurelia with Sejuani. Like, this is two things that go hand in hand, and it's so easy to set up Leader that way too when they have these skirmishes. You talked about a TP, we saw it come through, and they've just been getting better plays.
I think as well, like, this is actually kind of a good example of one of the things that I've consistently been impressed with Astralis, that they've improved both from last year all the way through winter into spring, is how they've managed their vision control and how they've worked around objectives. Like that TP ward there for Leader, that's actually something that we'll see more and more that Astralis have worked on. It wasn't something that they're particularly good on in summer, worked heavily on it in winter. And I think now you're starting to see it pay dividends where they can go for these deep TP flanks with Leader to set up plays and set up a lot more of these opportunities for them. I think it's really cool to see how Astralis have started to grow as a team over the course of just even this year alone. It's so nice to see them now obviously sitting second place. It's really good that we're actually getting to see what Astralis is capable of.
Yeah, and if they close this out, they would be playing Vitality on Monday, and then they would be in the playoffs, which is pretty crazy, but we're not there yet. And I think we have to give Fnatic, of course, the respect that they deserve in terms of they're perfectly capable of turning a game back on its head if that were in the cards. Well, the problem or the question is it on the cards? Because a composition similar than the one we saw in the last game, but definitely here a case of an Aurelia that has truly taken off.
Yeah, I think the only way that you're really going to see this come back, I feel like it's going to rest on
that's
Humanoid.
Not good.
Yeah, I think it's rest on Humanoid. I think the Orianna, we've seen a couple of big ultimates this game that really pushed the envelope here for Astralis and being able to bring this game back. I think it's going to rely on him again. I think the Varus has some input then in the later portions as well, but I realistically think it's going to be a big shockwave that really does disrupt what is essentially a very short-range dive composition. So if you can find that right moment to pull the trigger, it can make a big difference.
And it's not like it's been a super clean game for Astralis either.
Yeah.
We've seen some overcommitment on some of the skirmishes. We saw it down in the bot side as well. 1-1-3 ultimate goes to Nani, overextended. Reckless picks up a triple kill, I believe, as well. And that didn't necessarily come off Fnatic, so Razork just left.
Twitterverse, read into this. Razork's the only one still on stage.
Well, I mean, he's still got to keep the conversation rolling in all chat, you know, like someone has to, yeah.
Yeah, apparently something, I mean, can you, maybe something, apparently something was popping off in all chat.
Oh, yeah. I don't know, but I did see at one point where there was just, we had the replay that popped up of that, like, topside skirmish. And in all chat, there's just 1-1-3. Run, where he's obviously spotted the enemy jungler Razork trying to clear his blue, and it's just like, get the hell out of there.
Yeah. That's cool. I always wonder how much of that actually happens in game. But we'll see indeed. Now, League officials are investigating a client performance issue. As they investigate, let's send it over to Shox. Just kidding. That was the copy for Dracos. And it's still up there. Unfortunate, I think definitely for the side of Astralis, who got the ball rolling, and I think also for Fnatic, it is getting on in terms of the evening as well. And I actually don't know what to say about it because it's been so back and forth. If there is anyone who has the ability on Fnatic to turn it around, I think there's many people, and the clutch factor there is immeasurable if you look at the experience of some of the members, and the newer members have done admirably. But is it going to come down to, like, excellent catch out with a Nautilus hook, for instance?
I think this is where it kind of gets super interesting, because when we look at what Fnatic have done, it's been a, do we get early game wins? Cool, let's see if we can snowball with like late game team fighting and just kind of keep playing for objectives and win out. We even saw it in the last game, whereas these like late game team fights at objectives that were the big difference maker. We haven't really seen Fnatic being able to have these major comebacks. So I think, especially now that we're seeing today in particular, Humanoid stepping up, Razork stepping up, trying to play through the mid-jungle, actually having, honestly, Reckless, this Varus performance has been absolutely spectacular. It feels like if there's ever a day where that clutch factor, the veterancy can really step up and be counted for, it is today, but it is a question of, like, can you find that big shockwave that's going to really change the outcome of this game? The Mordekaiser in the top lane has me questioning a lot of things because it feels like it's kind of there. Maybe you can disrupt a big Malphite ultimate or something coming along those lines, and that could be the moment where you can find that chance. But it feels like it's so many different things coming together for Fnatic, whereas it's a lot easier, I want to say, when you already have this massive Aurelia on Astralis' side to just continue to play through.
Yeah, because normally this team fight covers, I mean, outside of the Mordekaiser perhaps, but normally the setup is kind of good to have here. The front to back composition you can talk about, but the problem is you need to lock down an Aurelia, and when you blow so many things on her copy, it's allowed to scale back into the game as well, which is quite necessary for him. And I think, as you said, it's going to have to come down to one where I actually, not only do they find the best team fight possible, I also think they need to catch Astralis and specifically Leader out of position a little bit, so when they blow everything on him, they're not getting cleaned up by the rest of Astralis potentially either. So I would say Fnatic, they're going to have a bit of a hard time, especially if they keep dropping the ball where they get out macroed a bit by Astralis.
Well, Copy reported game performance issues which have been confirmed by League officials. We are currently replacing the PC, and we will be entering the ready checks shortly. You saw earlier players were leaving the stage during this pause. This was to allow them to use the restroom during this extended pause. I guess Razork just hasn't drank a lot of water, and he didn't have to go, which is good.
Well,
I mean, maybe not, because you need to be hydrated.
I mean, I can kind of get it. I wouldn't particularly, if in a game like this where the stress is there, to like step away from it and kind of take your mind out of it and just be like, hey, look, I'm happy to just sit here and kind of keep my mind on the game rather than separating yourself from that.
I fully get it. It's like when you're getting ready for a show and you just like just ready. You want to
Yeah.
go.
Yeah.
Yeah, I get it. Also, you were, I was asking the questions and Rob took the answers and you were just looking at me funnily, GB?
Yeah, honestly,
Are you
I
just
was-
bored by the conversation?
I think we reached a point where I was like, man, we love talking
You know
about
what?
draft.
This
don't
is
we,
the
as
first
well?
time I'm on the desk and GB just wants to step out of it, you know? That's just real nice.
He
Thanks,
loves,
GB.
he loves to hear himself talk usually, so I don't know what's going on.
I'm just
The
gonna
silent
shut up
treatment.
now. That's easy. I
We
won't
do have
talk
a
now.
bird's eye view of the current map state, which
Oh, give
would
it.
be cool to remind us all of what was going on.
And I think you actually like kind of hit the nail on the head. We were talking a little bit backstage, is that there's still a lot of like standing gold there for Astralis, especially when you're looking at Leader, who's just huge. The 2 items already completed. He can just go to a side lane. We've already seen how good Astralis have been at establishing vision control in the enemy jungle to actually like set up for the split push. The only thing I'd be kind of worried about is that it feels a bit difficult for Astralis to kind of get mid control with Cobby kind of being on the back foot here. So I feel like if Fnatic maybe can stick Reckless mid, push in mid and try and keep pressure onto this mid turret, it can be very difficult then for Leader to play for sides, but that also is kind of hard when you're already missing your 2 turrets in mid lane because of that earlier Rift Herald. Actually being able to play aggressive here becomes kind of hard for Fnatic.
You can see it here as well. Fnatic are putting a lot of that vision on the bot side because Drake is spawning in just under a minute as well, but Baron is also spawning in a bit. So while Fnatic's members are all around the area around the bot side to prevent Astralis from walking in, they need to get up towards the top side as well. Their champions really shred Baron, Aurelia specifically. So if they leave them unchecked, that could be quite difficult for Fnatic. They might end up in a situation where they're like, oh, we get Drake, but we lost Baron for it. And now all of a sudden, Astralis finally get that mid control that they might be lacking with the Baron minions. Then they can bridge that into side lanes, and all of a sudden, Fnatic would then lose a bit of the control.
There's also just the option for Astralis here to just drop Dragon control completely. They're like, hey, look, you know, Fnatic's already in the area. We have a minion wave that's already prepped on top side. Let's just leg it top, grab the turret, and then it's like, call
If you get
Fnatic's
Baron,
bluff.
it's GG.
Yeah, it's like, well, what the hell are you going to do? Well, you can go for Dragon, cool, we'll take an inhibitor turret, or as you say, just fall back to Baron and take that one. So I feel like you kind of got a catch-22 here as Fnatic, and I do like that they're setting up here to try and bait the Dragon, but it's a major issue that they lost these 2 towers early. It makes it so hard.
I kind of believe in the, I see it, you know, the Maokai, Orianna Ball,
Yeah.
5-man ult, maybe 3, one of them get Mordekaisered.
I think
Possible.
I think like if you nearly want to like bait the ultimate from the Malphite, where it's like as Malphite sends himself in, Mordekaiser just ults him out of existence, and then you're kind of just left with your pants down as the Astralis try to run in. Maybe that's the moment when you can get that big Orianna ult. Maybe that's the moment where the Maokai comes through. But I definitely think you have enough of like ball delivery systems to make things easy. Even the fact you got Reckless ults there as
Oh
well
my
can
god,
make it
I'm
sick.
gonna go play by play. I'm kidding. Dracos, take it away.
Thank you.
I don't know if they heard the first few seconds of
I
what
don't
he
know if
just
they heard
said.
that either. Love you, Dagda. Sorry. Thought they were going to fist fight. Was very ready for it. Welcome. Audience, there was just a pause. Their energy will be low. Give them energy, audience. Woo! That's right. We're back in game.
15 seconds on Dragon. Astralis trying
Berlin.
to find a way in. I thought they were going to go towards Nash, but Fnatic are holding the line here. They want to make sure they punish them as they walk up. Human trying to get this blue buff. I think he's going to try and Hexgate afterwards, maybe. He was channeling it for a second there. Squire's Bloom will spot them out. Leader.
Got to keep their eye on Leader.
What position can Leader get here?
Leader can just threaten mid if he wants to, but instead he's wrapping for the flank. They have a control ward.
That's
That's
look
going
how
to be
far
big.
back Reckless is. He doesn't want to step up whatsoever, does he? He's just going to run as far back as possible when Leader shows on this pink. But do they play for steal? Do they play for fight? Where's Leader?
Leader's not in position. He knows that ward is there.
No flash. How's he going to get on top of the carries?
I don't. But they're kind of fine because now they see him. Leader spotted.
Just hanging out.
Walking in. Oscar in, ready. He's going to take him to the death realm. Ulti's coming in. Can they finish the Drake? But it's now been stolen away. 1-1-3 manages to grab it. Finn. Ulti. Where's it going to go? Has held onto it for now. Astralis can just disengage. They got the Dragon. They don't need to fight for anything else. Just walk away. Oh, they're so happy, and Fnatic is so pissed. They needed to force a fight the second they lost that Dragon.
This is a classic, like, you mad? Just took the Dragon and... Wait, are they going to go towards Nash here? Fnatic don't have vision. Finn spacing without TP. I don't think they are. Maybe they're faking it. Astralis do this quite often, actually. They fake some kind of Baron. They take your vision away and threaten it. So now watch Fnatic. They're all going to be sprinting out of base, but Kobe will show on midwave. And Fnatic will know that they're not on this. So Astralis couldn't really find an angle there. Leader didn't have the best position because he was spotted when he was on that control ward. He probably said, yeah, back away. Because if he goes in, he's as good as dead in a 1v5. Despite Finn going in, they can single him out off to the side quite easily. So yeah, going to build towards that Wit's End. You expect us 3, and then I think Leader can start to dive in.
Yep. A little less than 2k gold away from that item. We spent a startling amount of the pause trying to figure out how much gold
We're
was
doing
left.
math.
It was not good. We're not good at basic math. It's been a long time.
He's about 600 or 700 gold off right now, so he needs a few more waves.
There you go.
But yeah, second Dragon gets picked up for Astralis, still quite a way away from any kind of soul. They should control these side lanes. Look at Finn. You know, he's down 50 CS. He's not catching any waves. He's just vibing with the team, ready to fight in case anyone kicks off. He knows his carries are mid and AD, and he's not really needing any more resources once he gets that second item.
And that is going to be one of the struggles for Fnatic, is they have 3 champions who very much want farm, so a bit easier for Astralis to distribute their resources. So they can just funnel into Kabe now that Finn is essentially no longer taking farm, as you highlighted. Oscarinen walking down. Ulti now going to come out. Is Finn just going to ult away from this one? It looks like he's just going to take it.
Play off the hook.
Re-engage, big damage on the Razor. Tidal wave now falling up. Finn looking to turn and burn it. Here comes Leader! Here comes the Aurelia! Looking to dash, dip, duck, dive, but he's been brought into the death realm for now. He can have to focus on fighting Oscarinen. A clean ult coming in for Oscar. Means Leader cannot find the angle to reset in the fight. He's been pulled back. He has been shut down. The death realm may not have finished him, but Reckless sure did.
Huge kills for Fnatic. Can they get a Baron? Oscar has TP. Smite's ready for Razork. It's a 3 versus 5. Should be an easy pickup. Does Astralis contest this? A couple of low health bars, but I think they're healthy enough to pick this up here. Fnatic 113 has the Smite. Can he get vision on the objective? Jonghoon. Can anyone stop 113? Can anyone jump over this wall? Oscar has flash. If he wants a flash, hit the Blasco, and that would be creative.
Humanoid going to be in trouble. Kabe poking. Advian making it out of the pit. 4K, TP now coming in. 113 is so incredibly low. Is he still going to try to go for the steal?
There's no way he can get this right. He's so low HP. There's just no way.
It's getting lower and lower.
He can get this Baron.
They found vision in the pit. They're all still waiting over the wall. They're waiting over the wall. He takes it! Oh, Fnatic flipped the coin and it came up tails. 113 again. A thief in the night will walk away with the Baron buff in his back pocket.
4 members have that buff. He got out. Jonghoon got out. Cobb is fine. And only Finn died. So much value from that TP. He was the human ward that he needed there. 113 so low on health. I thought Oscar would flash out the pit to fight him, to make him Q away, flash away, maybe even kill him. He was only around 5 to 10% health, but no, they all stay in the pit. They focus Finn down, and then 113 focuses down the Baron. That's got a sting for Fnatic. The game's been tough. They finally get a winning team fight, but it turns on its head, and now Astralis are the ones with this Baron. Let's see what they can get done. Side lane tier 2s are up.
And sometimes you outplay your enemy. Is the case of Fnatic in the mid lane. They absolutely did outplay, saving the Death Realm, isolating Leader, making sure that they could win the fight. But if you outplay the fight and you take the flip at the Baron, sometimes it's going to come up tails. And Astralis, and especially 113, 2 objectives in a row being stolen away. Massive, massive for the side of Astralis as we get later into this game.
Yeah, 7 kills on Reckless. Not sure if we'll get a replay of the fight, but Astralis will now set up the wave. Spot tier 2 will be their focus. Kobe will push in mid and move towards Leader. Try and help him out in getting this tower. Razork's going to take a base here. And expect the next fight to be soon if Fnatic want to stop this siege. I mean, Astralis' siege isn't the best unless they commit to a full dive. They only really have 2 range champs, so it's kind of hard for them to hit towers without getting hooked by Nautilus. So you can see they're a bit hesitant to walk up to hit this tower. I think they're just playing for the next Drake, seeing where Fnatic are on the map. Finn's on mid wave with no TP, so they can't really do much here. Need to be careful even. All for Razork. And Advian on the engage.
And it's good that you highlighted it, because I think it's so hard for Astralis to turn their leads into towers. They can get more advantage in a fight, certainly, but as you highlighted, limited range options, and certainly when there's an Orianna on the enemy team as well, who can essentially instantly delete a what?
His pet's got us with the E.
I mean, that's a start. God. That's a bit of revenge here as the Culling is coming out onto Advian. Ooh, losing 80% of his health bar.
Yeah. Well, Razork will be happy with that pickup. Anyway,
that was a mental win, really, more than anything.
Yeah, Razork's in their heads now, you have to imagine. 113 and Leader don't get that blue, but they'll get the Dragon, and they'll put him on soul points. Hextech's probably the most powerful soul in the game overall. And so we are going to get a replay of this Baron. So how does 113 get it? I thought here Oscar could flash, hit the Blasco, and maybe even try to kill 113. Gets healed up. Finn goes in and flashed onto Razork. Almost kills him. Razork runs up 600. Oh, did Razork smite Finn? Or someone else? What happened to his smite there? I'd have to watch it again.
But wait a minute. Mordalt wasn't available. Okay, I was like, you can just Mordalt. No, Mordalt was not available.
Right, so I wonder if Razork, if he wasn't in Mordekaiser's will there, maybe smited someone instead of the Baron, because that was like 600, and I'm pretty sure I saw a smite animation, but then in came 113 and picked it up. Nevertheless, they didn't really get anything out of the Baron. No towers have been picked up from the Baron. They've just secured themselves map control. And secure themselves soul points.
And soul point. And I think soul point is the big one, because it's an avenue that essentially forces Fnatic to fight you.
So I just got confirmation that Razork actually smited Finn instead there at 600 HP. And 113 managed to get the Baron right under his nose, so that's really unlucky for Razork. That could have been game-changing. Would have had a massive 5-man Nash buff, maybe even 4. A couple members could have died perhaps, but then you'd siege on mid. And with Orianna Varus, you could force them off towers, but I think Astralis are now going to slow it down, wait for the next Nash, get a couple more items on Kobe.
No. Double control ward there, set up not ideal, but Astralis definitely eyes on the right side of the map for themselves. 2 minutes till the Baron. Getting that soul is very crucial, trying to set up a bit of bot side control so Leader can continue to push forward. 3.5 items, QSS. Big for Leader in the fights to come. No longer is the Death Realm a reliable option to take him out of the equation.
They've been sieging this bot tier 2 for a good few minutes now, Astralis, but they can't do any damage to it. They don't have any Baron buff either, so yeah, this is just going to be impossible. You can see the Astralis items. Where are the tanks? Where are the carries? Look at how many items they have. 2 items for the tanks, and the rest of the carries get everything basically. 285 CS now for Leader, 272 for Kobe.
Both of them at 3 items, and then an additional QSS, so massive for the fights to come. QSS as well, on top of the cleanse, so can not only cleanse a Varus ult, but you can QSS away the Mord ultimate as well.
Yeah. So the game will slow down.
Ooh, and Mikhail's. They are stacking ways to get rid of this hard CC.
Yeah, the Maokai W, the Nautilus auto attack, the Varus ult makes sense, and I think Astralis will be very happy if the Mordekaiser ults someone like 113, because I think probably Oscarin's probably tankier than him. So now topside vision is all that matters. Finn's been dropping waves all game. He's probably going to get Flame Horizon, but I don't think he cares. He's just here to make sure that they can engage or not get engaged on. 113, maybe looking for Razork.
Fishing for Razork. Clean W out to safety. Kami getting a lot of poke. Humanoid now continuing to chase here. Procced phase rush, but has to be careful about walking too far forward. Bit of healing coming out.
That was the shockwave as well. That was basically all of Humanoid's burst. He only got into about half, and then 113 started tanking the rest of it, so he really needs to land that on the carries. Will be a pretty low cooldown, looking at his items.
Yeah.
Astralis looking to force top tier 2 now. I don't think they can siege anything. It's so hard. They need to wait for Fnatic to walk into the river, and they'll only do that when the neutral spawns.
38 seconds on this Baron. Very quick take for the side of Astralis between the Sejuani, the Aurelia, and the Lucian.
And if you're a Fnatic fan, just eyes on Reckless. I don't know how many times you've heard that about the last 8 or 9 years, but he's 3 items strong, has a stopwatch, has his sums up, needs to get towards that level 14, and then we'll see what he can do in these fights. He's going to have a lot of members diving on top of him. He's going to have to watch out for Malphite ult, the Aurelia Flash R, the Nami Tidal Wave, the Culling. He needs some peel. I think Razork needs to be there and ready to stop a Leader in his tracks. Oscar needs to be ready to stop 113 in his tracks.
And right as the Baron spawns, the control ward already down. Astralis now fighting for mid-prio, looking to get control of that Baron pit, but Fnatic waiting in the darkness, ready. Spotted on a ward, however. Limits their ability to really get anything kicked off here in the mid lane.
A little bit of poke coming out, trying to contest this wave. Finn still here, Leader's on bot wave. Varus ult.
Dash forward from Kame, Finn locked up. Ult's now coming out, but they haven't managed to get onto the backline. There's a TP behind them, though, and that could be big. They need to Death Realm Leader, but it will not work. He's got the QSS and instantly he's on top of Reckless. They buy a bit more time, but it's not enough. Leader's just not taking any damage. All that MR, the Wits End, the healing. They cannot finish the job. Oscar Renan will find 1 kill, but can he turn against 3 strong? Leader looking for the montage. Humanoid flashing out to safety. He will make it out with his life, but they will not be able to contest this Baron. Oscar Renan still running. Kabe's still on the chase, getting the movement speed from Yonghood. Astralis taking the fight.
I think they can 2-man Nash here. Maybe they're going to push through mid. Finn, where's he going to TP? He's actually going to TP to help them out to make sure it's a 3-man secure. 113's dead. Humanoid versus Leader on the cover. Maybe Leader can get this mid tower. He does. Looking for the inhibitor as well, so Astralis getting a lot of objective off of this. Massive fight from Leader TPing in across the side. Reckless flashes away, but by the time he flashes, he has to stopwatch. And then all he can do is just stand there and hit. He has no peel whatsoever. There's just an Aurelia standing on top of him. Nowhere to go. 4 kills to Astralis. A Baron. Dragon's up in 15 seconds, though. Let's see if Fnatic can get there in time. Oscar has the TP the second he spawns. You can see on the minimap here, I don't think we can go into a replay because Fnatic need to get here quickly. As much as they might have lost his Baron, this is game deciding here if they can contest this soul. All of Fnatic trying to get some setup. Leader's going to base, but he has no TP. I don't think he has time to base if they want to fight this. Cobb is in base. And it looks like maybe Astralis just going to keep this up. So Fnatic buy themselves some time, but they're up against another Baron.
And they get the bounty. It's going to be big to shift the gold a little bit closer. These fights are going to be tricky. Leader has a ton of MR already. Silvermere, Dawn, Merc Treads, as well as the Wits End. And you can see in this fight here, no longer is he an option to be Death Realmed out. So when he comes in on the flank, Fnatic have very few options.
Yeah, so let's watch Leader here on the side. Fnatic grouped up. Leader R flashes. Reckless flashes the Malphite ult and the Aurelia ult. What more can he want? Razork's peeling, stopwatch, and now all he can do is just stand there and hit, and he tries his best to hit, but he can't get through them in time. So much resistances, so much damage, and then 113 dies to Oscar in on the left side there in the Death Realm. Leader doing his best to try and get Humanoid.
100 on every Q auto.
It's weaving Qs through the wave every single time. Humanoid had to flash away. Now no flashes on the Orianna and the Varus. This next Malphite ult is going to be deadly.
Yeah, and this is a tough position. Without an exhaust, I mean, you need an exhaust on the Aurelia, and you need healing reduction on the Aurelia if you want to kill her in these fights, or Reckless needs 3 uninterrupted seconds to hit, but now the engage coming out. Oscarinen has been focused. No Death Realm coming out quite yet. Finding himself a bit more space. Leader in the midst of everybody. Leader still trying to make it work. Oscarinen taking it into the Death Realm. Leader taking them all to the Death Realm. 2 kills coming in already. Leader now leaving it on the Humanoid, trying desperately to heal. They managed finally to take down the Aurelia, but now the rest of Astralis stand strong. A big shutdown coming in for Fnatic, but this might just be the end of the road.
Yeah, it will. Humanoid can't wave clear here. He doesn't have ultimate. It's a 2 versus 4. Astralis might need to dive them to end, though. Humanoid's poking out 1-1-3. Razork looking to engage. Finch just hitting the towers, though.
Flash forward, looking to isolate and focus down Humanoid. He goes golden, but there's a big rock waiting for him. Astralis taking the fight on the top side. Razork getting one back in return, but is Astralis all the way as they take down Fnatic 2-1 to move up against Vitality tomorrow, Sunday, Monday.
Soon. Great
Monday.
game from Astralis. 29 kills in 33 minutes. And looked a little bit dicey at parts of the game, but I mean, their team fights were so strong when it came to the dive. I mean, Leaders Aurelia, it's just always a bit of a pleasure to watch, isn't it?
Yeah.
Just constantly finding the right angles to go in. Finn sacrificing everything for his team. And 1-1-3, very volatile player, I have to say. Looks for the most crazy plays, but it seems to be working. And Astralis are on fire.
Absolutely are. Credit to Astralis again, finding the win there. As strong as Reckless was, you know, they opted into a draft where they had a lot of great tools to start the fight, but not a lot of great tools to stop it. Didn't have the Tomkins this time around, and while that helped a lot in their early to mid game in those late game fights, really needed a more reliable way to get Aurelia off of that backline, and they just could not find it.
Not enough peel, really, is it? I mean, that's the power of just having so much dive into the mobile AD carry. There's not much Reckless can do, is there? He can flash a Malphite ult and an Aurelia ult, and they're still on top of him, and he still can't move, so yeah. Well executed by Astralis. Need to land those spells on top of him in the first place, but yeah, Leader's mechanics were good. And I think Jonghoon, for me, has been a bit of like that bubble on the Mordekai's ult, for example, the Leona gameplay, the last fight in game 1 where he doubles both the carries. Jonghoon has just been such a standout for me on this Astralis lineup. It's really hard as a support to shine at times, I think.
Yeah.
But to me, Jonghoon is one of the best in the league.
And he is shining. But he's not on this player of the game pool. At LEC on Twitter, 113, Leader or Kabe are your options. You know, I don't know who you should pick.
Is he player of the series or player of the series?
Player of the series.
I think all of them could deserve it. I'm going to vote for Jonghoon on my own. I just decided. The Jonghoon stan. I know 1-1-3 had really good setups. Kobe.
I mean, game 1 and 3 were good for most of these, but they were winning.
Yeah, game 2 was a bit of a happy little accident, wasn't it?
Yeah, but who was it the happiest accident for?
You just like finished draft and you're like, wait, I have an Ilaoi and a Zed? What happened? I think the draft was a bit all over the place.
Yeah. We are gearing up and moments away from an interview with Finn and Frankie, which I'm excited to hear what he has to say. Standing on the top side of the bracket now, up against Vitality to see who will be the first team to make it out of this group. It's an excellent position, and Astralis continuing to remind us how good they are. Their regular season 6-3, pretty impressive, finishing just behind BDS, but taking down a Fnatic now, and a Fnatic who I think fought back maybe more than some people outside of Fnatic fans would have expected. But living the high life here on the upper side of the bracket. Still have the luxury of losing a best of 3.
Yeah.
Well,
ready for the interview?
We're ready for the interview. Frankie, Finn,
much, guys.
take it away.
I will do. I'll do it my best shot. Finn, I've been practicing saying this champion's name since you picked it. Alawi. Allow me to ask you a question about Alawi then. We haven't seen you play it for a few years on the LEC stage.
That was really smooth, by the way.
Well, thank you. Thank you. I've been practicing it. So tell me what the thinking was with this pick.
Oh, well, so they blind beat Olaf, which is a bit unconventional, and then they banned Michael. So I was looking at the draft as a whole, and I was like, okay, they have very heavy dive comp, and everyone in their team basically wants to go in, excluding Varus. And I know that no matter what they pick on 5, they can't really change the identity of the comp. So I was like, okay, Alawi is a fine matchup into Olaf, and it makes a lot of sense during the game, and I think it was a good pick. Now, what my team did when I played Alawi, I will not comment on that, but...
Did it go better in solo queue?
Not really, but I think the pick makes a lot of sense, and I think it was a really good pick.
Yeah, it's interesting because Nightshare was like, oh, they picked the Alawi into 2 bruisers rather than tanks. So I wondered what you thought he meant by that.
Well, people usually pick Illaoi into tanks because she will rush Black Cleaver and then just like abuse them on her tower over and over and over again. But nowadays, Illaoi with the Iceborne Gauntlet rush, she does pretty well into bruisers as well. Illaoi definitely is more about the enemy composition more than the individual matchup, because Illaoi fundamentally just like is really good when enemies all diving and she can just like hold the line. It's like the bouncer. She's like, you're not passing here, and she'll just like murder everyone if they're diving. So, and we had a pretty good poke comp that game, and I'm happy I picked it. Not happy we lost, but I think it was a good game for it.
She's a Gandalf.
Yeah.
You shall not pass her. It's fine. Don't worry, kids. There was this film called Lord of the Rings. It came out about 2002. Most of you weren't born. It's fine. We'll work on it. Now, tell me then about, well, I guess going back to that game, why it didn't quite work.
Oh, well, we had a lot of unfortunate things happening in the early game. We died with Maoka level 1, and then we got dove mid, and then we had a really bad bot fight, and then we had a really bad herald fight. And I think at one point, our coach said we were like 12k down. And then we were like, okay, enemies are gonna sweat for this game. So we were like, okay, hold the line here, make them use all bit of mental energy they have to try to finish this game out cleanly. And I think we did a really good job, honestly, holding the line, considering we were 12k down. And it was a really hard game. It still took a long time for them to end it, but yeah, I think mentally we were all really in a good state during the whole game, just chilling.
Is that something you've been working on, just keeping things in focus even when things are going wrong?
I just think just like no matter what you do, even if you're gonna lose the game, make sure the enemies are like feeling a little bit pressured when they're doing it, because even though they have an easy game to close out, if they feel like they're not doing it perfectly, maybe they'll start second thinking things. And I think when I saw how they were snowballing in game 2, I felt really comfortable just blind picking Malphite in game 3, because I knew that they wouldn't really punish us super well.
Well, it was fantastic to see you guys succeeding yet again on the LEC stage. I'm getting rather used to it by now. So thank you so much for talking to me today. Right now, though, we are going to head over to PGL because Shox has snagged herself a mid laner called Leader.
Wow.
Yes, welcome to the LEC post-game lobby. I was just thinking, we used to never have Astralis on PGL, and now they're literally on here every single time, Leader. It's nuts.
Literally.
Literally. You have to talk in the mic, I think. Nobody heard that joke.
It's fine, it's fine. It's good.
Repeat it.
No.
It's fine. Also, if you think that Leader is like looking tired or like he's falling asleep, that's not true, because we got some comments last time.
This is just how I look normally.
the way he chills. But first up, congratulations.
Thank you.
Fantastic victory. I feel like you were the favorites going into this from the public perception, and it's also what it seemed like in game 1. But in game 2, did you feel like they caught you off guard and that they were stronger than you expected them to be?
No, not really. I think they were actually not even playing second game good.
Oh.
Because they were so far ahead and couldn't close out the game. And then like it was just we lost ourselves. Maokai died level 1, had W start, couldn't clear, both had to leash, and then some oopsie here and oopsie there, and then oh shit.
I'm on Zed and
yeah, and then but I think they still played consistently. You know, the way they were playing the game was really methodic. I thought, but then again, I don't think they will be a good team if they keep playing like this. I think they were giving up too much, especially late game. And they respect Fog a little bit too much as well, I think.
Ah, Dagda, you were saying that as well in terms of kind of how you compare the two teams' macros, where Astralis were definitely better.
Yeah, I definitely think they could have tried to play a lot in game 2 specifically through the Jax a little bit more. Like your 4-0 and Jax can actually try and play through side and then try and get rid of some of that fog of war by invading top side, getting vision, trying to set up a little bit more for the split push. But it just felt like they never really felt comfortable to kind of go for that, and gave you a lot of opportunities instead to try and make that comeback happen, which I think you did a really good job of. Especially, it's how you kind of giggling to yourselves a little bit on where they kept trying to dive you on top side inhibitor turret in game 2, and it just wasn't happening for them.
Yeah. I mean, we had good wave clear. That's the thing. Yeah. People think we don't have wave clear, but Zed with Hydra, and then we have Siri, and we're like scaling, you know, like let's get 2 items, let's get 3 items there. We can hold the line. We're just laughing to ourselves, you know, because in our minds the game is lost still, you know. Yeah. But still, like we're gonna make them tired for it. You know, we're gonna make them sweat for this game, so they're like really tired going into the third game, because being on the defensive side on an already lost game is it's less mentally draining on when you're 1 game down, you have a lead, and you have to close it out, and then you throw 2 times in top side. So it's like really tiring for them. Mm-hmm. And I think it kind of showed in third game.
Yeah.
Yeah, I guess it did as well. We also had the pause, which was really unfortunate. We heard there was some stuff in all chat. Is there anything you can say? Was it funny or?
I mean, we had Malphite, so we just all spammed "you will lose" to them, you know, like on cooldown, because there's like a video on YouTube, 1 hour version of Malphite "you will lose," and some people might get annoyed by it, you know. So we're just playing the mental game. But apparently, Razork muted all of us already.
Oh, so it worked.
Is that why he didn't see the run from 113 when he was invading blue?
Yes. But in the pause, we were chatting to him. I was like looking him in the eyes, and then he said he had chat muted. He was not looking. But we're already in his head then, if he has us muted. So.
How does he know he had something to mute?
Yeah, exactly.
I mean, to be fair, I was saying it today, like specifically the emote choice on 113. Today, I found more tilting than in the past if I was playing against it and I saw that freaking penguin every time, and then I'm getting dove.
Oh,
yeah. You maybe have it muted that you don't see it.
I don't think so, but I don't notice these things really in game.
Really?
Yeah,
It's huge.
I've never muted pings or chat from everyone. I just don't even notice it.
Untiltable, I think.
Yeah.
We always ask when you play an opponent, and when you beat an opponent, of course, we ask about the opponents and what you thought, but I'd love to know what you think your team did well, because it is the first best of threes or the best ofs that you play with this Astralis. So what do you think you excelled at today, and where do you think you need to do some work?
I think after first game, we adapted our bans a little bit, but I think we were a little bit loose on the third pick from enemy top laner, I would say. So we had to like force them into an even worse position without putting too much resources into top lane. And then we picked the good champions and we got an angle. My jungler said pick Aurelia. I'm like, oh, okay, yeah.
Yeah, your jungler said it?
Yeah, I didn't say it.
I don't believe it.
No. Go listen to the voice cams. I did not say that. And then I'm like, okay, go Aurelia. And then we played it out. And I think we had good mental. Even after the second loss, even in the game of second loss, we were like first loss, second game, sorry. So I'm happy with my team, how they were playing the best of three.
Was there ever a part where you did start to get nervous? Because it felt like you fell behind game 1, but very good comeback. Then game 2 was behind, and then game 3 was a little bit back and forth. Was there ever a point where you really kind of felt nervous, or were you confident that you could just beat them in that mid to late game?
I think I was for sure more nervous in the second game after, like, I think the level 1 def is like whatever for me, but it's like I get dove, and then Lissandra is 2 kills suddenly because he started with the first blood as well, and then it's like very annoying to play. The Drake fight we lost, the Herald fight we lost, and it was like combos, you know, like it was a combo on us. But I think was not necessarily like stressed out throughout the games. Everyone was calm, everyone was chill. We played out the game like we always do, and we won.
Yeah, boom. And now you're 1 best of 3 away from making it to the playoffs. In fact, you'll be playing Vitality on Monday for that. I, for one, am extremely excited to see that mid lane matchup because Perks played Yone today and was smurfing it as well. So how much are you looking forward to facing Perks in a best of 3?
I mean, Perks in regular season wasn't so good, I think. But the thing with Perks is he always shows up in best of 3s, best of 5s. So I want to see how he is in that series. That's what I'm looking forward to see his shape. If the rumors are true.
Are the rumors true? Yeah, we'll see, indeed. Of course, there's also Mad and Fnatic. That is next week. They get a bit of time to workshop what happened, Dagda. What's your gut telling you? And if you win that one, you still have ways to go before you make it to the playoffs.
Yeah, it's a bit of a tough one because I think myself, Goober, are going to talk backstage. I thought the Mads draft would have improved a lot more coming into this week. I thought having the week off would have helped out, but it felt like they were still making a lot of mistakes coming into it. They don't feel comfortable on a ton of the meta picks. When you look towards like bot lane specifically, wasn't very good. And then even first pick in the Void didn't really work out for them. So I think if Fnatic keep drafting as well as they have been, it could be an issue for Mad Lions. But at least then now they have another week to try and get that practice and feel more comfortable in some of these picks.
What do you think?
I think I agree with that Mad Lions have really, really shaky drafts. They've had it throughout the whole week. But I think looking at their identity and how they want to play, I don't think it's going to get solved anytime soon, honestly, except if someone decides to like take the bullet and just play something that is actually like good with the other champions.
Yeah.
Because it feels like the draft is all over the place, really. And Fnatic obviously have solid drafts. But gameplay-wise, I think Fnatic is more lacking than Mad Lions. If Mad Lions get a draft they can actually play. Okay, and when I think about it, stylistically, I think Mad Lions is countered by Fnatic. So.
Why?
Because they play really, really kite back comps. Fnatic always looks to stable lanes, kite back, make enemy come into us, and play slow. And Mad Lions, they have Hylissang, he loves to go in. So it's like, and the meme in our team was kill Hylissang first, and Mad Lions is going to lose the fight. And I think Hylissang will die a lot.
I can see that. I could see that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, especially when it's been caught out so often, like it kind of feels like they're not really working together on mad lines where you've got Hilly who's trying to ward, you don't really have like jungler working with them or anything like that. Like I think there's just a lot of disconnect on the team. So I can definitely see if you can pick off Hilly just at the right time, the whole team's going to fall apart.
I almost forgot, but of course we also have Group B playing tomorrow because that's how the system works. I wasn't here last time. It was the first week of groups, so I got a little bit confused. But we've got BDS versus SK and G2 versus Koi. Can I get a quick prediction?
I think BDS probably going to come out as favourites against SK. I think SK have kind of lost their footing a bit from Winter. Looks like XKick just hasn't really found that magic against that we had, and I think Marcoon hasn't been able to find as much pressure they can put down towards that bot side as well. So if the BDS can get solid comms played towards Dragons like they have been, I think they're in a decent spot.
I think SK has to show up a lot on the day because the thing with BDS is they're consistent. They have their drafts down and they have their picks on 4-5 that they can that fits with their style as well. Usually, I think BDS actually has good drafts, like Fnatic, right?
Yeah.
Both of them are really, really good drafts where they have solid bot lane with a solid jungler, and then 4-5 does their own thing, you know, like Adam does his own thing. He plays his Olaf, Darius, whatever he wants to here and there, and then mid lane just plays as a fill role. I think he's the filler of the team. And then I think their consistency is going to make them win the game again, like the series against SK.
Okay.
Do you see, because obviously today Fnatic kept kind of going for red side, do you see them BDS as a team that will probably value red side a little bit more? Because I know we look at like LPL, LCK, and yourselves are valuing blue, but I think BDS is probably something that does actually work better on red side here.
I don't think so, actually. I think they're going to go blue side as well because they have to play through bot lane, and usually when you go blue side, you will most likely get the stronger bot lane as long as like everything is not banned out, you know? And just like I said, their mid laner is a filler, so he doesn't need much attention. They don't need to play through him, and their bot lane is usually the one they go through or their top laner. So they have two choices that they can make, and I think for teams like that, the blue side is pretty strong.
Awesome. Not going to keep you much longer. Of course, where's my phone? No. Oh, here. Because you have to prepare also for your game. Also, the LCS is on, so we actually can't talk forever, unfortunately, because we want to watch that. But first, we're going to take a selfie. Whoa! Oh my gosh. Anyways, as I said already, that does it for the LEC today, but we will continue our broadcast tomorrow. I can't look at the camera because I got to read this at 17:45 CEST. But if you want some more League of Legends, you are in luck. The LCS is live right now with their Spring Split semi-final where FlyQuest is taking on the Golden Guardians. So get your butts over to twitch.tv/LCS. No spoilers, but Game 1 is already through, and they're just about to hop into Champ Select for Game 2. Bye-bye!
I'm the GOAT.
Yeah, I'm the GOAT.
Yeah,
I'm
the
GOAT.
Yeah, I'm the GOAT.
You're the GOAT. If this goes on my show, people will think we have like serious ego problems. Outfit is the most humble guy on Vitality. You won't believe it until you hear it.
I actually am, I think. For sure, bro.
Hans Amadeus is once wrong on lane with Lucian. This guy's so bad.
Perks locked up, cease and desist coming out. Perks pops the stopwatch, flashes, and escapes the charm under the towers. Well, Niski will take an extra tower shot. Niski trying to get in between the towers here, but Kaiser should be able to flash. Hook can flash away from Niski. Perks flash available, Event Horizon down. Perks flashes over and misses the charm, misses the Everfrost. And Niski, with the heist of the century, gets out.
Wow.
Looking. Lissandra don't! Lissandra spawns! Fight! Look Maokai! Look Maokai! Go in. Wait, 5 my ulti, by the way.
I'm home.
You have to go here, I think we win. By the way, we have Lissandra ulti. Go, please. Go. I got it! Marco!
I will set.
Okay,
Zed ulted me, Zed no ult. He's mega useless.
Look at Sivir.
Yeah, I go. Sivir no.
Big flash, I'm coming.
Wildly, maybe a strong word. This is about to connect.
Onto the side. Cobbett has no cleanse.
Ulti coming in. He will now going to try to follow up. That's the knockback pulling in. The shockwave comes through. It's a clean combo from Fnatic. I don't know if this fight's going to play out well for them. Flashing out to safety now. Oscar Rennen takes 1-1-3 to the death round. The showdown, the cage fight. But he's losing. He's losing the cage fight. He's running for his life. The cleanest bubble I have seen all day.
Let's send it over to someone who's very beautiful, stunning, so smart, the biggest of brains. It's Medic! Yay! Good job, mate.
blinded by blessings, but I know that no go back. Never gonna know, but I guess that we were gold dust. Whoa. And she said, remember when we're done. Life goes on, and I love the moonlight, the sunshine, your sweet, sweet goodbye. Yeah, I love the moonlight underneath the sad sky. Sweet, sweet goodbyes, sweet, sweet goodbyes. Sweet, sweet goodbye underneath the sad sky. Dreams so high, just another sweet goodbye. We don't match each other. I feel the tension. Where you going tonight? Oh yeah, all the pressure is on my chest, and I just wanna cry. And she said, remember when we're done. Life goes on. I love the moonlight, the sunshine, your sweet, sweet goodbye. Yeah, I love the moonlight underneath the sad sky.